The god race and celestials were brother races, but at the same time they also competed with each other. Previously, the celestials had been humbled and paid a sufficient price to barely obtain 2 spots to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. Naturally, they were tamping down the grievances in their heart. After entering the Azura Forbidden Land with great difficulty, Tobagwe hoped that his celestial race would be able to have proud results here. Tobagwe weighed his own strength and felt that he wasn't much stronger than the god race's Daiwahen. Thus he placed his hopes on Smokeless instead. He hoped that Smokeless would be able to rely on her extraordinary talent to dazzle the world within the Azura Forbidden Land and obtain the greatest lucky chance here. As for juniors, there was only Smokeless and Lin Ming. These 2 people naturally had to be compared with each other. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From all directions, a number of shadow birds flew forth, blocking out the world. They rumbled towards the group like endless bolts of black lightning. Now, it wasn't just Smokeless that acted. Tobagwe also moved. However, he didn't kill these shadow birds, but instead casually cut open space and split them up. His intention was to help temper Smokeless. Isolating some of the shadow birds away was to prevent Smokeless from being surrounded on all sides and suffering too many dangers. See, divine light surged out. Smokeless displayed her mighty supernatural powers. The power of divinity erupted from her body as her 2 slender palms emitted a brilliant light. Her palms contained an inconceivable strength, as if they were the sharpest weapons in the world. With a slice of her palm, a massive tract of the void was torn apart like paper, causing an entire part of the sky to be cleared out. The overwhelming shadow birds were sundered by a single strike of Smokeless palms, disintegrating into countless runes. The god race Empyreans didn't help, instead allowing Smokeless to do as she pleased. Her attacks were a work of art. It was hard to imagine that such a formidable strength was contained within her delicate body. Kacha! 3 shadow birds were cut apart. Smokeless eyes shined with the light of 6 stars, as heavy as crashing mountains. All threats were completely blocked and broken by her. During this process, Lin Ming simply watched from the side, carefully analyzing the lore runes that constituted the shadow birds even as he simultaneously appraised Smokeless' strength. Smokeless indeed had the capital to attack the true divinity realm. Chi! With a light sound, the last shadow bird was shattered into runes. Smokeless drew back her powers, taking a light breath and remaining in high spirits as before. She walked away from the battlefield. As she passed Lin Ming, she glanced at him. A beautiful voice suddenly wafted into Lin Ming's ears. This Azura Forbidden Land is a place to gain experience and temper yourself. Will you only look and not do anything? Then isn't your trip here in vain? Smokeless loftily said. Lin Ming faintly smiled. Very well. When I watched Miss Smokeless fight those shadow birds, I was also able to deduce some combat methods. Lin Ming's words left the Empyreans surprised. Smokeless was also a little stunned. In all fairness, Lin Ming's cultivation was slightly low. For him to fight these shadow creatures was likely a bit too difficult. Smokeless had intended to only taunt Lin Ming a little, but she didn't think that he would agree. To have him fight these shadow creatures was a tad unfair. There's no need to be brave. You might end up injuring yourself, Smokeless said, although it seemed as if she were mocking him again. The truth was that there wasn't any malice behind her words. Lin Ming smiled in response. He fiddled with a symbol paper in his hands. After those shadow creatures had exploded, he had gathered their runes. In the end, these shadow creatures were nothing but spontaneous manifestations of energy released from the array formation of the Azura Forbidden Land. They were not worth fearing at all. As everyone moved on, many of them looked forwards to how Lin Ming's performance would be. Daiwahen kept his mind locked onto Lin Ming at all times. Taking care of him was an important mission that the old god sovereign had personally handed down to him. Of everyone present, Lin Ming was the weakest and the Azura Forbidden Land still contained perilous dangers. As someone able to repair god decrees, Daiwahen couldn't allow Lin Ming to fall into any danger. As the group walked several miles forwards, dangers appeared once more. This time it was no longer birds, but a massive demon wolf. From the aura of this demon wolf, it was clearly far beyond the birds from before. Its blood-red eyes stared at Lin Ming and the others, overflowing with killing intent. "Be careful," Daiwahen cautioned. The one to deal with this demon wolf should have been Lin Ming, but he felt that Lin Ming might find this task difficult, so he reminded him. "Roar!" The demon wolf howled and rushed forwards like lightning. In this instant, the battle sovereign and smokeless pupils both shrank as they stared at Lin Ming. By any reasoning, this demon wolf's power and momentum was not something a Holy Lord realm genius could deal with. Smokeless believed that if she were at Lin Ming's boundary, she wouldn't be a match for this demon wolf. This was the disparity brought by absolute strength. If Lin Ming didn't fight, he was well within his rights. Smokeless was already prepared to help. But the demon wolf was too fast. As it hurtled forwards, Lin Ming had already stepped up, standing in front of the group. "Lin Ming!" Daiwahen erupted with energy. If Lin Ming wasn't a match for this demon wolf, then he would immediately rescue him. But in this brief instant, Lin Ming suddenly pressed out his palm and patted down on the demon wolf's head. "What?" Everyone was shocked. Lin Ming didn't take out a weapon but instead planned to use his bare hand to deal with the demon wolf. Even Smokeless rarely frontally collided with enemies when using her palm. Rather, she attacked from the sides. But in that moment, Daiwahen discovered that Lin Ming's hand was shining with a pale golden light. Was that the light of laws? Clang. For a time, the deafening ring of a bell thundered outwards. Above Lin Ming's palm, a massive golden light erupted, followed by the energy of countless laws. It formed a giant wall of sacred writings that blocked him off against the demon wolf. Bang! The demon wolf crashed into the golden wall of sacred writings and emitted a pained howl. "God decree!" Daiwahen, the battle sovereign, Smokeless, and the others were all shocked. So Lin Ming had been holding a symbol paper in his hands. The moment that this symbol paper was shot out of Lin Ming's palm, it exploded, forming a golden wall of mantras that blocked the demon wolf. This symbol paper is the one Lin Ming was holding just a moment ago. Daiwahen remembered. When Smokeless killed off a massive number of shadow creatures, the others had been watching from the side. Lin Ming was no exception. The only difference was that he held a symbol paper in his hands and collected the scattered runes released by the exploded shadow creatures. From the start, no one cared. They only thought that Lin Ming was collecting these runes to do some research when he returned. But they never thought that after an incense stick of time, the runes Lin Ming gathered could display such a terrifying strength. As the demon wolf struck the golden wall of sacred writings, it also suffered severe injuries and was dazed for a moment. Lin Ming was quick of hand and eye. He quickly stepped forwards, the law runes shining in his hands as he repeatedly slapped the demon wolf. Each one of his attacks hit the weak point in the laws of the demon wolf's body. The demon wolf was originally a spontaneous manifestation of laws and energy that had seeped out from the Azura Forbidden Zone's Great Array formation. This demon wolf and its body of laws couldn't be called solid and could even be said to be filled with holes. Simply put, there was no need for a melee of any sort. As long as he could break apart the rough law structures, then it would wither away and die by itself. Pong! With an explosive sound, the demon wolf blew apart, its body scattering into runes. Lin Ming gripped a new symbol paper and waved his hand, gathering up all of the runes and sealing them into the symbol paper. "This is..." Seeing this, the martial artists present were left speechless. The demon wolf had been destroyed this easily. To them, this demon wolf wasn't considered anything at all. But to a Holy Lord realm martial artist, it was a terrifying existence. But Lin Ming didn't seem to use any energy at all to kill the demon wolf. Moreover, he gathered the runes from when it died and exploded so that he could use them again. This was just merciless. He absorbed the runes into the symbol paper and turned it into a god decree. An Empyrean said with disbelief. The powerhouses of the god race and celestials all had amazing eyesight. Although they didn't understand the Azura laws, they were able to see that Lin Ming didn't frontally defeat the demon wolf by himself but had relied on certain tricks to do so. This couldn't be considered Lin Ming's true strength. "You..." Just where did you learn the inheritance of God decrees? Will you only use God decrees? You cannot rely on your own strength to fight. Smokeless said with a flushed face, her words lacking some energy. When this demon wolf appeared, she didn't expect Lin Ming to fulfill his words. In fact, she was a great world king, and her competing like this with a middle holy lord realm martial artist was just senseless. Smokeless only wanted Lin Ming to suffer a little loss once and consider it done, but she didn't think he would display his skills once again and steal the limelight. Naturally, Smokeless felt suffocated once again. If I have a way to easily handle my enemies, why would I choose a method that requires more work? Lin Ming rhetorically asked. Smokeless felt as if something had lodged in her throat. She could only keep her mouth shut. Daiwahen smiled. Little brother Lin, you obtained the true legacy of the God decrees? Then in this Azura forbidden zone you should be like a fish in water. There are many dangers here you can use the power of laws to avoid. Right? Daiwahen's thoughts were what the other Empyreans were thinking. If so, then Lin Ming had profited greatly. Lin Ming shook his head. Senior Wuhan must be joking with me. How could it be so easy? What I've studied is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the Azura laws. Only at certain times can they display miraculous effects. Whether it was the shadow creatures or demon wolf that just appeared, they are all formed from energy that has leaked out from the Azura Forbidden Land's Great Array Formation and then spontaneously evolved into monsters. Their law structures are simple and filled with hundreds of flaws. If I break open the laws within their bodies, I can naturally kill them. But if I faced the true Azura Array Formation, my superficial skills would be of no use at all. I can only honestly continue forwards as the Azura Roadmaster intended, without skipping any steps. Lin Ming's words caused the Empyreans to bow. Indeed, if they faced the complete array formation laid down by the Azura Roadmaster, then everything Lin Ming showed so far would be of no use. If Lin Ming followed them, he would also have to accept the test of the array formation in a fair manner. The Azura Forbidden Land was an isolated world, incomparably huge. The group continued forwards. After half an incense stick of time, they encountered more dangers. These dangers were all monsters that were spontaneously evolved from energy which had leaked out from the Azura Forbidden Zone's array formation. They had no solid form to begin with and weren't too threatening. Lin Ming was able to use the Azura Heavenly Tao laws to easily kill them. The Empyreans didn't help, instead watching Lin Ming and Smokeless fight. However, no matter how magnificent Smokeless' attacks were and how beautifully artistic her abilities were, she also seemed a bit clumsy and crude in front of the simple movements of Lin Ming, who looked as if he were taking apart blocks of wood. Although there was clearly an easy method, when it came to her, she had to consume countless times more energy. Smokeless hoped that they could quickly clear off all these non-threatening monsters and enter the true array formation. As long as they could enter the true array formation, Lin Ming's little tricks would be of no use, and she would be able to display her true talent and amaze everyone. Slowly, the group ventured further and further in. The surrounding temperature began to drop. On the ground beneath their feet, snow and ice started to appear. As they entered this region, Lin Ming tried to use the Azura Heavenly Tao laws to commune with the Azura Forbidden Zone and find out what was occurring. But he discovered that the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao in this region had closed up, without the smallest gap for him to peek through. Although he could still sense the Azura Heavenly Tao, it didn't resonate with the Azura Heavenly Array diagram within his body as before. This caused Lin Ming to immediately put up his guard. From this point on, the road might not be so easy. Finding no shortcut, Lin Ming could only honestly follow the four Empyreans and slowly search. Wind and clouds began to gather in the skies. Snow and ice billowed on the ground. Gradually, the cold energy became increasingly dense. The power of laws condensed here, forming a thick plain of ice beneath their feet. Lin Ming could faintly feel that they had already walked into the array formation laid down by the Azura Roadmaster. Even after 10 billion years passed, even if the array formation had leaked out a considerable amount of energy, even forming numerous shadow creatures on the periphery, the array formation laid down by the Azura Roadmaster still left one feeling fearful and apprehensive. Perhaps even if this array formation were to exist for several dozen billion more years, it still wouldn't disappear. This was because the array formation itself might draw in energy from the universe to sustain itself and continue revolving. Be careful, Tobague and Daiwahen shouted together. They were unable to predict how the Grand Azura array formation would revolve, but by relying on their sharp senses as peak Empyreans they were able to feel anomalies occurring here, even without Lin Ming warning them. Everyone immediately stepped back. At this time, the icy ground tore open, ka-ka-ka, as massive chunks of ice shattered. A 10,000-foot-long ice valley appeared in front of everyone. One couldn't see the bottom of this valley. Invisible cold energy rushed out from it and into the skies, as if it could freeze the soul. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth roared. From within the icy rift, something seemed to be rising. The group of 6 slowly retreated, all of them shocked. They saw an incomparably smooth ice mirror rise up from the valley, reflecting the entire world. This mirror was so large it seemed to have no edges. The surface seemed fathomlessly deep. An inexplicably vast aura surged out from within it. Rosy clouds floated within, and the air was filled with a dense fog, beautiful and fascinating. Everything inside was obscured in a dim haze, making it impossible to distinctly see what was occurring within. Lin Ming stood before the mirror. He could feel a gargantuan attractive force pulling on him, as if countless small hands held fast to his divine soul and wanted to drag him in, the feeling swaying the mind. Even if he cultivated the Azura Sutra and inherited a great deal of the Azura Roadmaster's power of laws, the power released by the icy mirror still made him feel strange. This ice mirror was clearly formed by the power of the Azura Heavenly Tao laws. But it was an infinitely marvelous and unique combination that was vast and complex beyond imagination. Could this be? Daiwahen furrowed his eyebrows. You know what this is? Tobague asked with surprise. Since ancient times, the Azura Forbidden Zone hadn't even been opened a handful of times, and each time it opened there was a different situation within, so the land itself was still a mystery. I've only heard some rumors. This seems to be a magic tool that Heavenly God Azura used in the past and left behind in our race's forbidden land, where it turned into the giant cold ice mirror. As for what it actually is or what it does, I have no idea. 10 billion years was far too distant a time. A great deal of history had become blurred. There seems to be a world within. I feel as if it is summoning us forwards. If I'm not wrong, then all of us must enter. Smokeless solemnly said. Although she felt a deep awe towards the Azura Roadmaster's array formation, deep in her heart she still felt excitement and anticipation. She wanted to see just what sort of test the Azura Roadmaster had left behind. She couldn't help but glance at Lin Ming. We must enter together. Should we go in first? Smokeless asked without fear. This was the arrogance possessed by a genius. Because they had confidence in their own talent, they didn't fear dangerous risks. The Azura Roadmaster wouldn't establish an absolute death trap. As long as it wasn't a death trap, she had confidence she could pass it. If we must enter, then let's enter. Lin Ming readily replied, leaving Smokeless a little surprised. After all, only Daiwahen had heard traces of some long-ago rumors. Just what was this thing? What would be the result of entering? No one knew. But at this time, Daiwahen shouted, "Stop messing around. If anyone is going in first, it will be us." Whether it was Smokeless or Lin Ming, they were vitally important to the ancient races. In particular Lin Ming, who was able to repair God decrees. Daiwahen would not allow any harm to come to Lin Ming. This is an unknown danger zone. Me and Brother Wuhan have the highest cultivations of us all. So we'll lead the way. Tobague said, taking a step forwards. At this moment his mind shook. This was because on the smooth surface of the cold ice mirror, he could see a dim figure appear. This person wore archaic war armor that seemed to have experienced a gloriously long time as it exuded the endless aura of passing years. When combined with the history of the cold ice mirror, no one doubted that the character reflected in the mirror was the projection of a martial artist from 10 billion years ago. Ancient martial artist. Everyone realized, bewildered. It was long ago decided that the era of 10 billion years ago was when the martial arts civilization was at its most glorious golden age. At that time, the ancient races had countless geniuses with formidable talent, and their inheritances were richer than in the present. Thus, many outstanding individuals had been born. Now, they had to fight with these ancient martial artists. Defeat your opponent or last for 1,000 breaths. Either path is victory. Tobague suddenly said. This was the information he just received in his mind. Who dash? The figure in the cold ice mirror sat cross-legged in space, his body emitting bursts of blazing flames. These flames were not ordinary flames, but shot out from this figure's skin, flesh, and blood. It even contained the infinite true meanings of the great Tao of heavenly fire. The fire runes brought with them the sounds of the great Tao. As they spun around the figure's body, they released a dazzling brilliance. Beneath the light of the winding flames, the person's appearance became clear. This person resembled a middle-aged man. He had a pair of light wings behind him, and he was a body formed from pure energy. Ancient Empyrean, and his cultivation is lower than mine, Tobague said, clearly shocked. This person's cultivation was that of an upper Empyrean. Compared to him, this ancient martial artist was slightly lower. But at this time, more figures appeared in the cold ice mirror. In front of each person, a figure appeared. This is. Smokeless looked at the woman who appeared in the mirror. This other person was also a woman, but her race and looks were different. Only her amazing figure was similar to her own. This woman wore a veil and her aura was swift and sharp. Her cultivation was slightly lower. It was at the peak of the ordinary world king realm. Similarly, a youth also appeared before Lin Ming. The youth's aura was gloomy and dark. He gripped a heavy sword. As he faced Lin Ming, his body surged with black flames that carried a terrifying demonic energy. Lin Ming could see that this youth's pupils were as bright as fresh blood, shining with bursts of killing intent. This youth's cultivation was also lower than Lin Ming's, at the peak of the early Holy Lord realm. So that's how it is, I have to fight him. Of us 6, we each have to fight a virtual opponent, and their cultivation is also slightly lower than our own. Lin Ming immediately understood. The energy bodies in the mirror should be virtual characters created by the Azura Roadmaster using array formations. But the standard used must have deferred to the standard of peerless geniuses from the ancient era. This was because Lin Ming could already feel that the auras these characters possessed were all terrifying. Peerless geniuses from the ancient era, what kind of characters would they be? It was far too distant a time, and they could no longer be judged. In the various ancient books, it was widely recognized that the ancient era was when the martial arts civilization was at its most glorious. The quality and quantity of geniuses that existed back then far outstripped the present era. Thus, Lin Ming increasingly anticipated this battle. I never thought that I would be able to step into the array formation laid down by the Azura Roadmaster and cross over 10 billion years to fight geniuses from the ancient past. And my opponent's cultivation is actually lower than mine, at the early Holy Lord realm. Lin Ming looked at the youth who gripped a heavy sword within the cold ice mirror, a strange feeling in his heart. The cold ice mirror determined the cultivation of this virtual opponent based upon the intruder's cultivation. Over the years, although Lin Ming had fought those at a lower boundary than him, it had usually been as one-sided massacres. It had never been as today, where he faced a single opponent who had a lower cultivation than him, who he considered a worthy opponent that could even arouse his interest. So these are ancient geniuses from 10 billion years ago, and their cultivations are even lower than ours. This cold ice mirror doesn't seem to think much of us. Tobague crossed his arms against his chest. As he stared at his opponent in the mirror, his aura began to surge and he gathered his potential. Although his words seemed casual, the truth was that Tobague didn't dare to lower his guard in the slightest. Ancient geniuses, huh? I've long been wanting to experience them. Today is perfect to do so. Daiwahen's eyes flashed with excitement. After all, even if these ancient geniuses were a small boundary lower than them, they were more than enough to arouse their fighting spirit. Let me take the lead. At this time, a god race Empyrean stepped forth. Shinku. Daiwahen's eyes glittered. Shinku waved his hand, laughing as he said, I will explore the way. Let me take a good look at just what sort of strength these ancient geniuses have compared to us. As Shinku spoke, he tightly gripped his fists, explosive crackling sounds emitting from them. In the group of 6, his talent was the lowest. However, he was still an outstanding character amongst Empyreans. He had a confidence that was his alone. Shinku stepped into the cold ice mirror. The mirror gently shivered before swallowing in Shinku. Shinku's opponent was a black-caped youth. His cultivation was a lower Empyrean. Although this virtual opponent appeared as a youth, if they were a real person they would definitely be at least 10,000 years old. Normally speaking, a young Empyrean would appear youthful because their cultivation rapidly advanced. Hoo. In the cold ice mirror, Shinku and the black-caped youth both spouted out countless flames from their flesh and blood. The aura of the true fire Great Tao flowed out from them, sweeping across the world. The two of them were both fire attribute martial artists. Moreover, they used the power of divinity. The so-called power of divinity was a fusion of astral essence, true essence, and spirit essence, 3 different kinds of origin energy. The fire that was catalyzed by the power of divinity could burn down the void. Bang! The two figures were surrounded by raging flames. 2 brilliant suns smashed into each other. In the world within the mirror's surface, no matter how terrifying the fighting was, it wouldn't affect the outside world. Moreover, the mirror surface world was boundless beyond compare. It was more than enough for a powerhouse to display the full extent of their strength. Inside the deep surface, Lin Ming saw flames erupt everywhere, fists and feet blazing about. Every collision could pierce through a world and scatter the nebulous clouds. Energy waves swept out in all directions like raging tsunamis, wreaking havoc wherever they went. The fight was intense. Within the cold ice mirror, Shinku gradually paled. Purple flames suddenly spouted out from his nose. As they appeared, even the void was pierced through. The surface of the cold ice mirror also faintly distorted. Every wisp of purple flame turned into a massive purple bird that cut through space, hurtling towards the virtual opponent together. Unexpectedly, the black-caped youth also spouted out purple flames from his nose. The power of these flames was faintly higher than those released by Shinku. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Another fierce round of combat began. Shinku was forced back again and again. His physical strength was slowly being consumed, but as for that black-caped youth, the more he fought, the more savage he became. The youth's body burned like a sun, and the power behind his strikes became increasingly wild and brutal. Ha! Shinku roared. Flames erupted from his body. He shot towards the black-caped youth like a meteor. In the surging explosions, the black-caped youth was forced back dozens of miles. His body fluttered backwards like a piece of paper until he finally stabilized himself. However, upon seeing this, Daiwahen, Tabague, and the others all fell silent. In that strike just now, Shinku had held the upper hand. But the truth was that he had used the mightiest supernatural power that his bloodline could give him. This move could only be used a single time, and it also consumed a tremendous amount of life force. Even so, he hadn't been able to injure his opponent but had only sent him flying away. The opponent's inner energy flow wasn't disturbed at all. His blood vitality was still vibrant, and there was the feeling that he could still fight as intensely as he did. In comparison, Shinku had used up 60 to 70% of his strength, unable to continue for much longer. The disparity was clear. Whoosh! The black-caped youth attacked once more. Shinku barely resisted the attack. This time, the true fire that surged from his bloodline had dimmed by a great deal. His figure paused in the air. The flames around Shinku turned into wisps that resembled strange-looking tentacles that wanted to pierce through the virtual opponent. However, as the youth saw this, a sly smile appeared on his face, as if he had a mind of his own. From the youth's flesh and blood, runes shined bright, forming a brilliant curtain of light that blocked out all the flames. Pong! With an explosive ring, Shinku gave a stuffy cough as his body was sent blasting away, directly ejected from the mirror world where he fell onto the floor, Shunku, defeated. Daiwahen had been quietly counting the time in his mind. That battle just now had only lasted for 20 to 30 breaths. But the requirements to pass the Mirror Worlds test were to defeat the opponent or last for 1,000 breaths of time. 20 to 30 breaths of time to 1,000 breaths of time, this disparity was a little too great. So difficult. Daiwahen's complexion was ugly. As for Shinku, he had a bitter and rueful look on his face. His opponent's cultivation boundary had even been lower than his own. The truth was he had already expected that this black-caped youth wouldn't be easy to deal with. He wouldn't be surprised even if he lost. But he hadn't expected that he would lose so miserably. The others also felt awed in their hearts. The geniuses of ancient times were truly terrifying. "Are you all right?" Daiwahen asked with concern. Shinku shook his head, saying, "This place is for gaining experience. There shouldn't be any life-threatening dangers." After being kicked out from the cold ice mirror, Shinku didn't immerse himself in the emotions of his loss. If he was able to enter here, that also meant he was one of the chosen prides of heaven. His heart of martial arts was as solid as a rock. He didn't say a word. Instead, he swallowed down a pill that overflowed with medicinal fragrance, then sat down and began to meditate to restore his wounds. The cold ice mirror's surface began to surge like a flowing river. The virtual opponent that matched Shinku gradually faded away, leaving behind 5 other virtual opponents. The people standing outside were momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Ming's eyes twinkled. He had deduced the entire fight just now again and again, recording every minute detail of the battle just then. This cold ice mirror is indeed amazing. The virtual opponents it produces actually possess their own thoughts and wisdom. After a moment of thought, from the faction of the primal god race powerhouses, a slim figure flashed out. The one fighting this time was Lan Lu. Her pupils were like stars and her skin was pale like snow. Her slim and slender figure stood in the dim light of the mirror's surface. Across from her, reflected within the constantly changing water-bright surface of the cold ice mirror, another peerless woman appeared. This woman wore blue clothes that were in a very simple and plain style. From within her body, the atmosphere of 10 billion years flowed out. Lan Lu's talent was higher than Shinku's, but no one thought she was a match for her virtual opponent. Lan Lu. Daiwahen wanted to stop her, but he was too late. Lan Lu had already flown into the cold ice mirror. Her fingers twisted in the sign of an orchid, her thumb touching her middle finger. Where they touched, light began to shine. One after another, runes began to bloom around her like fresh flowers. These flowers were flowers of the great Tao. They emitted beams of light that surged with a mystic strength, forming a solid defense of flower petals. From the start, she had been in a defensive stance. She had no intentions of going on the offensive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lan Lu's form divided into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, with more and more appearing until over 1,000 copies were there. Lan Lu was actually someone skilled in illusions, and her attainments in this field were extremely high. Smart choice. Lin Ming nodded. From the information they were told, one only needed to last within the cold ice mirror for 1,000 breaths of time. They didn't necessarily need to defeat their opponents. Lan Lu judged her own strength and knew she wasn't a match for her opponent. Then, her decision was to delay for as long as possible. Thus, when facing this unfathomably deep ancient genius, going on the defensive was undoubtedly the best way to preserve the most strength as well as last as long as possible. Within the cold ice mirror, ripples appeared. A mysterious rhythm of the great Tao appeared. The blue-clothed woman stepped forwards. An ice lotus appeared on her fingertip. The attribute she cultivated was the same as Lan Lu. See, the ice lotus instantly expanded. In a moment, the great Tao flower blocked out the skies, covering one part of the world. Countless ice crystals shot out, carrying with them a horrifying power of laws. They pierced through the void, striking Lan Lu's illusions and crushing them to pieces. Pong! Lan Lu's true self managed to block the ice crystals, but at the same time she exposed her position. The ice lotus revolved and came suppressing down on Lan Lu. A blinding blue light instantly flooded everyone's vision. In the following battle, Lan Lu didn't attack at all. She used all sorts of clever tricks and resourceful defensive techniques and methods to resist the unending onslaught of her opponent. However, the absolute disparity in their strengths was still there. In just 200 breaths of time, Lan Lu exhausted her energy. She flew away, tumbling out of the cold ice mirror in an embarrassing state. Lan Lu had also been defeated. Although she lasted for a longer period, it was still far too distant from 1,000 breaths of time. She had chosen not to attack, but rather rely on her illusion skills to stand on the defensive and delay for time. Even so, she failed. What a terrifying opponent! This is the strength of an ancient genius? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Lan Lu's opponent had a lower cultivation boundary, and Lan Lu had clearly been trying to delay for time. Even so, she had been defeated. Even illusions don't work. Breaking through Lan Lu's illusions requires a great deal of strength, and to destroy Lan Lu's 1,000 illusions, there has to be at least 1,000 attacks. If it were an ordinary martial artist, the first salvo of attacks would have drained most of their strength. But the virtual opponent didn't seem affected at all, and continued to launch a wild barrage of attacks afterwards. The enemy is too strong. This is going to be difficult for us to do. After Xingku and Lan Lu suffered continuous defeats, there were only 4 people left who had yet to take the challenge. But in Tobague's eyes, of these 4 people, Smokeless had the highest hopes of success. His right hand fell on Dai Wuhen's shoulder. "I must ask, Brother Wuhen, do you think you can win?" Dai Wuhen wryly smiled and shook his head. "My talent isn't much better than Lan Lu's, and my cultivation method is primarily focused on being on the offensive. This virtual opponent in the cold ice mirror doesn't seem as if my attack method will work on it. The chances of me winning are near zero. But your bloodline power is quite special, perhaps. If you bet it all, perhaps you might be able to last for 1,000 breaths of time." As Dai Wuhen spoke, Tobague's complexion also turned earnest. His chances weren't high, but what he wanted was to further explore the road ahead, so that Smokeless would have more time to prepare herself. "Brother Wuhen, if all of us fail, then what will happen? Will we have come to the Forbidden Land in vain?" Tobague said, voicing his worries. They had come to the Azura Forbidden Land to struggle for lucky chances. But more importantly, they wanted to find a path for the primal god race and celestials in the Great Calamity. If they were to fail advancing forwards because of the cold ice mirror and were forced back with nothing in hand, then they would become the eternal sinners of the ancient races for the rest of time, shaming all of their ancestors. Dai Wuhen said, "It shouldn't be like that. When the Azura Forbidden Zone was opened in the past, there had always been 2 types of things able to be obtained in the Forbidden Land. One was a method to rescue our people, and another was an individual lucky chance. As long as we enter the Azura Forbidden Land, even if we cannot pass the test set down by Heavenly God Azura, we should still be able to find a way for our races to survive. But if we can pass Heavenly God Azura's test, then we will each obtain our own lucky chances. In other words, they will be the inheritances that Heavenly God Azura left behind in the past as rewards." "I see." Tobague let out a breath of relief. "That's good. Even if we cannot pass the cold ice mirror, it will only be our own loss. It won't be something that affects our races." Speaking here, Tobague could only force a smile. He laughed. Heavenly God Azura shouldn't have thought that 10 billion years later, his descendants would be reduced to our standard. Tobague shook his head, mocking himself. Then he headed towards the cold ice mirror. "Senior apprentice brother," Smokeless called out to Tobague. Although there was a giant age gap between them, they were actually fellow apprentice brother and sister. Tobague turned and smiled at Smokeless, saying, "If I am defeated, then you will be the only celestial left. Watch my battle carefully and make sure you come up with some good countermeasures. Your talent far surpasses all others amongst the celestials. You should be able to win." As Tobague spoke, he stepped into the cold ice mirror. Tobague's opponent was a middle-aged man. This man wore a plain set of war armor and had a pair of light wings floating behind him. His entire body was wrapped in flames, and these flames contained runes of the great Tao that emitted light through the world. In that moment, Tobague's aura changed, as if a god-beast were awakening within him. He had been renowned amongst the Celestials as the battle sovereign for a long time already. As a peak Empyrean, his background was as deep as a sea and impossible to discern. Too strong. The battle sovereign. How could he be so strong? Xianxia gasped in surprise, his eyes filled with shock. As a middle Empyrean, the difference in strength between him and a peak Empyrean wasn't considered too far. He could feel just how strong Tobague was. He had seen Daiwahen in his peak state before, and he felt that even Daiwahen was much weaker than Tobague was. Daiwahen said, "What Tobague is using is the power of the Sovereign Sun bloodline. His bloodline can light up like a sun and for a short time stimulate all of his hidden potential. But after using this ability, his strength will rapidly disappear, and even his boundary will temporarily drop. It will be hard to restore himself even with 10 days of time. This is an all-out method that can only be used in desperate times. Normally speaking, Tobague won't use it, because once the period passes in which his full potential is released, he will have no further way to defeat his enemy and can only allow himself to be destroyed." Daiwahen explained to Xianxia. Xianxia said, "So that's how it is. The Sovereign Sun bloodline. This sort of bloodline is indeed suited for using within the cold ice mirror. As long as he can last for 1,000 breaths of time, then he'll be fine. Whether or not Tobague's boundary drops afterwards doesn't matter." As Xianxia spoke, Tobague had already stopped before his opponent. He was like a towering mountain, his strength boundless. His snow-white light wings were as taut as swords, projecting an incomparable sharpness that seemed as if they could cut apart light. He advanced forwards a step at a time, his footsteps meandering with a strange rhythm. The entire cold ice mirror seemed as if it would shatter, and the light within twisted and rippled. The two pupils of the two opponents each clearly reflected each other. In the next moment, a sharp light flashed in their pupils as they both cried out. They rushed forwards at an incredibly fast speed, carrying with them a dreadful momentum that seemed as if it could trample down everything as they collided together. With a rise of their hands, their attacks were like violent storms clashing. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within the cold ice mirror, splendid sparks of light shot out. Violent strength boiled over, crashing forth like tides. Countless arcs of thunder twined on their fists as they collided again and again. This incredible supernatural might of thunder turned into a torrential rainstorm that fell unto the earth. The entirety of space seemed to be filled with an endless cloud of blinding white lightning, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Senior apprentice brother going all out is really strong. Smokeless held her hands together. Because of Tobague's arrogant and fierce stance, she was infected by his zeal, her fighting spirit seething within her blood. Indomitable, fierce, and not fearing death. This was Tobague's martial arts. He wouldn't delay for time. Rather, he would use the strength granted by burning his bloodline to brutally fight for 1,000 breaths of time. The Celestials' battle sovereign is really formidable. The several god race martial artists couldn't help but exclaim as they looked on at the battle. Bang! A terrifying power of divinity exploded. Even the void was torn apart by Tobague's astonishing attack, with cracks appearing everywhere. The space here was unexpectedly like glass, cracking upon breaking. However, these spatial cracks soon regenerated, as if they had never existed at all. For 100 breaths of time, Tobague's attack just then had wounded the virtual opponent for the first time. A little bit of blood leaked out from the virtual opponent's chest. From the first battle until now, this was the first time that the virtual phantom of an ancient genius had been injured. "He has the upper hand," Smokeless shouted, her thoughts tightening. There were still 600 breaths of time left, but Tobague hadn't shown any trend of slowing down at all. As long as the Sovereign Sun bloodline could last for the full 1,000 breaths of time, then he really might be able to pass. At that time, the virtual opponent changed. The man stood up, his body carrying a deeper, more indistinct aura. In that instant, it was as if he had changed. His body was covered with dense runes and electric lights shot out from his eyes. His aura became as deep as the Nine Nether Abyss, impossible to predict. Tobague's pupils shrank. Within his opponent's eyes, he could feel a horrifying killing intent. Whoosh! The virtual phantom attacked. Its speed was far faster, nearly impossible to respond to. Endless supernatural powers turned into all kinds of great Tao laws that tore through the void. Behind the blurry man's figure, the phantom of a war god appeared, 1,000 feet high. This war god was pitch black and it emitted boundless mystic strength, bathed in a mysterious halo of light. The war god phantom wielded a massive axe that came smashing down at Tobague. Bang! The void cracked like glass once more. Tobague spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent tumbling away. Horror and panic filled his eyes. His body and mind shook. This virtual opponent was only an upper Empyrean, someone with an inferior cultivation to his own, and yet he was so strong. After suffering a single wound, this virtual opponent had erupted with an even greater strength to directly and heavily wound Tobague. Tobague had seen countless proud children of heaven before, and yet none of them were able to stand side by side to the phantom of this ancient genius. After burning his bloodline strength, he had still been heavily wounded by his opponent. It was then that Tobague realized he had been defeated, utterly defeated. In the past, he had once been defeated after burning his sovereign son bloodline. But that was only when his bloodline strength had vanished and he had been extremely weakened. He had never experienced a moment like today, where he would be defeated by someone else even when he burned his bloodline and was in his most powerful state. Tobague gloomily left the cold ice mirror. His sovereign son bloodline had already dissipated and his entire body felt feeble. He knew that his trip into the Azura Forbidden Zone had ended. It was impossible for him to go any further. Just this cold ice mirror was so difficult. Or perhaps they were just that bad. Don't be disheartened. These virtual phantoms should be almost the strongest geniuses from the ancient era, according to the standards of that time. If this phantom were a real person, they would easily become a true divinity in the future. It's not surprising that we cannot compete with it. Daiwahen patted Tobague's shoulder. He felt that he shouldn't even try to enter. Tobague had resorted to using his bloodline strength, but even then he had been defeated at his peak state, much less Daiwahen. Lin Ming, my god race only has you left. Daiwahen ruefully smiled. Lin Ming's talent had been recognized and strongly approved of by the old god sovereign. He might be able to create a miracle here. Will the laws you understand be of use here? Lin Ming shook his head. Not a bit. Lin Ming's answer was already expected. Before this cold ice mirror, one could only depend on their true ability. It was impossible to take any shortcuts. Daiwahen lightly sighed. Their group had been chosen after such a ruckus, and they had paid a considerable price in order to enter the Azura Forbidden Land. If they were only barely able to obtain the method to save their people but returned with nothing else, the resources would really be wasted. Smokeless. Tobague looked towards Smokeless. I understand. Smokeless nodded. I won't lose. Smokeless' voice was confident. Good. Tobague took a deep breath. He knew that Smokeless would only say this if she were sure of herself. She wasn't someone to joke around during such times. At this time, Smokeless had already moved towards the cold ice mirror. She turned and glanced at Lin Ming, a strange expression on her face. Then, she lifted her foot and stepped into the surface of the cold ice mirror. Ripples spread out as if on the surface of a still lake. Within the world of the cold ice mirror, Smokeless faced her opponent, another peerless woman who was of similar age. This woman wore a veil and her aura was swift and sharp. Even if you are an ancient genius that will become a true divinity, your cultivation is still lower than mine. I don't believe that you will defeat me. As Smokeless spoke, she took out a 4-foot-long sword from her spatial ring. This sword blade glimmered, seeming as if it could pierce through the hearts of those watching. Who dash? Smokeless' aura erupted. A blue tornado appeared around her. Although this tornado seemed gentle, it contained a dreadful strength. It could tear down a person's flesh and blood and blow apart their bones. Finally, she shows her true skills. Lin Ming watched closely. When Smokeless had fought those monsters formed from energy and law runes, she had only used the strength of her mortal body to fight them. But now, Smokeless used the full strength of her power of divinity. Smokeless isn't planning to passively defend, but to go on the offensive, Lanlu commented. In her opinion, delaying for time was a slightly safer choice. After all, victory was there as long as they could pass 1,000 breaths of time. Tobague remained silent. Lin Ming quietly said, "Delaying for time seems like the safer choice, but the truth is that before the battle has begun, it is the same as already acquiescing that you are weaker than your opponent. That means the battle is already half lost." Lin Ming's words left Lanlu surprised. She reddened a little with shame. Indeed, to a peak genius, drawing out time would only end in their defeat. For them, what they should do was use their peak strength to confront these ancient geniuses. However, this was based upon believing in one's own strength. Otherwise, it would be the same as trying to break a rock with an egg. At that time, Smokeless' opponent stood tall, her face blurry and her body burning with blue-white flames. These flames didn't emit any heat at all, but rather exuded a chilling cold that made the surrounding void freeze over. This was a duel between a great world king and a peak ordinary world king. Smokeless was the first to move. Her aura suddenly soared once more and her black waterfall-like hair danced in the wind. A blue drop of blood leaked down from her finger, merging into the tornado around her. The wind in front of Smokeless began to gather, condensing into a lance made of wild winds. Heavenly God Lance. Lanlu was stunned. This was the legendary weapon left behind by the #1 powerhouse of the Celestials during the ancient era. But this Heavenly God Lance had never been passed down. According to rumors, the Heavenly God Lance had laws carved in it by the #1 powerhouse of the Celestials. And the chart of these laws was left behind to the Celestials. Now, Smokeless should have been using the chart left behind to the Celestials to summon a phantom of the Heavenly God Lance. Although this was only a phantom, it had the Tao rhythm of the laws from the past #1 celestial powerhouse. Its might was no trifling matter. Whoosh! Smokeless grabbed the Heavenly God spear and shot forwards. Her body was like a meteor that tore through the clear skies. And then Smokeless' opponent also moved. The blue-white flames on her body suddenly blazed upwards. From the flame a blue bird flew out, bringing with it an endless freezing cold energy. The bird flapped its wings, rushing towards Smokeless. Smokeless' complexion was cold and decisive. She thrust out towards the bird's chest. The spirit bird emitted a shrill cry as its body was pierced through, as if it had suffered a tremendous attack. However, upon seeing this, the blue-clothed female phantom tauntingly smiled, thinking little of it. In that moment, blue light sparkled around her and blue war armor covered her body. Her skin was like transparent crystal. As her hair fluttered upwards, she looked like an unrivaled goddess. In her hands was another black sword. As this sword appeared, it emitted a keening cry and absorbed all the laws in the surrounding space. For a time, the icy flames tangling around the woman burned even brighter. They expanded outwards, forming a domain. It wasn't strange for such a peerless genius to possess a domain. But the domain this blue-clothed woman used was beyond ordinary. The laws unified within it had reached a mind-bogglingly high boundary, even putting an ordinary Empyrean to shame. This ice flame domain wildly swallowed up Smokeless. Smokeless grit her teeth. Behind her, blue wind gathered into wings, making her speed reach the limit. Ha! Winds whipped up in all directions. Law runes recklessly swirled around Smokeless. The ice flames were torn apart. Smokeless had opened her own domain. Cold wind domain and ice flame domain. These two great domains brutally smashed into each other. For a time, the world within the mirror was flooded with endless blue light. The skies changed color and icy flames tumbled about. Cold winds dashed through the world, like a gorgeous scene of art. These two domains interwove. Smokeless gripped the war lance formed from the wind laws and began to fiercely battle the blue-clothed woman. Two peerless women fought. One real, one virtual. They began to engage in a crazy melee within the twin domains. This was a world-shaking battle. Outside the cold ice mirror, the celestial and god race powerhouses were all left speechless. In particular, to Bague. He had watched with his own eyes as Smokeless returned to the Celestials after disappearing for so many years and then revealing her formidable strength. Amongst the juniors of the Celestials, no one could stand on par with her. Could even be said that they were all left far behind. Even so, Smokeless was only barely able to draw equal to an ancient genius that had a lower cultivation than she did. The geniuses of the ancient era, just how much stronger were they? Bague deeply sighed. It had to be known that most of these ancient geniuses came from the god race and only a small minority came from the Celestials. The two races once had an incomparably glorious history in the past, but they had slowly declined over the eons. It was said that the heavenly Tao simply didn't abide their existence any longer. She's even burnt her blue-silver blood. Smokeless is giving this everything she has. Smokeless blood was different from other normal celestial martial artists. Her blood was dark blue and formed ice crystals in the air. This sort of bloodline was a variation bloodline amongst the Celestials. A single drop could freeze a raging river. If Smokeless could rise to become a peak Empyrean, then her blood alone could leave an entire world trapped in ice. But now, even when Smokeless used her bloodline strength, she was only able to barely fight to a draw with this ancient genius. The combat became increasingly intense. Smokeless hair flew upwards like a war goddess. But across from her, the blue-clothed woman released a blinding blue light from all over her body burning with flames as she almost transformed into a phoenix. She was using her phoenix body to wildly fight with Smokeless. The flames on her body, after being cut apart by Smokeless, turned into small spirit birds in the sky that continued to attack Smokeless. These flames each seemed to have a mind of their own and carried with them an attribute of endlessness. Smokeless soon fell into a siege of flames. This endlessly growing flame is too difficult to deal with. If she cannot extinguish them, then there will only be more and more. Lin Ming saw through what was happening. The flames emitted by the ancient genius were in a way similar to the Holy Scripture creator's concept of life. If one could cultivate this concept to large success, that would be incredible. Flames turbulently surged. Smokeless also realized the danger she was in. If this continued, she would be thoroughly swallowed up by the flames. She grit her teeth, relying on her willpower to erupt with the strength of her bloodline once more. Chila. Thick ice flames were cut apart. Surrounded by whistling winds, Smokeless launched her icy blue wind attribute wings outwards, impacting into the blue skies. The blue-clothed woman frowned. She hurtled upwards, chasing after Smokeless. However, in that moment, a mystical black light covered the blue-clothed woman. Countless Azura runes danced within that black light. As the blue-clothed woman was shrouded, her body shook. Then, beneath the eyes of those watching, she turned into a wisp of blue smoke that scattered into the wind, vanishing without a trace left behind. All that was left over was Smokeless flying alone in the air, watching with a stunned expression. What happened? Shinku was startled. The blue-clothed woman was clearly winning, and yet she had suddenly vanished. The time was reached, 1,000 breaths. Standing beside Shinku, Bague finally relaxed. Although the others hadn't been counting, Bague had been keeping track of every single second in his heart, hoping that the time limit would quickly be reached. Although they had barely won, they had still won in the end. A smile appeared on Bague's face. Smokeless, good job, Bague shouted. Truly terrifying. It's hard to find anyone in my god race that can compare with Smokeless' talent, Daiwahen praised in his heart. However, completely different from the excited Daiwahen and Bague. As Smokeless came fluttering down from the skies, her expression was a bit depressed, and even unhappy. She was well aware that if the time limit didn't exist, her chances of winning didn't surpass 20%. Ultimately, she was a loser, She had lost to an opponent of a lower cultivation boundary. As Smokeless grew up, she had always been the one jumping ranks to fight others. Today was the only time when someone else had jumped ranks to suppress her. She had only been able to win by utilizing favorable rules. Such a victory naturally couldn't make her happy. Tobague was able to see Smokeless' thoughts. He said, "You still won. Out of all of us, you're the only one to have won. Isn't that enough?" Tobague was able to say from a different perspective. "Smokeless, don't be so harsh on yourself. During the ancient era, the martial arts civilization was much more prosperous than it is now. Their inheritances were far more powerful, and it was a time when countless heroic rivals rose up together. In an environment with so many geniuses fighting together, that would also affect their rate of growth. It's not something that the conditions of the current era can compare with. If you were born in ancient times, you would certainly be no worse than that woman you faced in the mirror. The civilization of martial arts had its rises and declines. The essential reason for such a cycle was because the inheritance of martial arts was easy to sever. This was because it was impossible to easily copy cultivation method jade slips. For instance, take true divinity cultivation methods as an example. These mostly existed as singularly unique copies left behind by their creators. If their descendants wanted to copy it, then they would have to fully comprehend and train in the true divinity cultivation method. In other words, this was equal to asking someone to cultivate all the way to a true divinity. The conditions for copying a jade slip of this level were simply too harsh. In this situation, if a true divinity died in battle without passing down a jade slip, it was possible for the line of their inheritance to be broken. In 10 billion years, for all sorts of different reasons, there were many broken inheritances. It was also because of this reason that some peerless powerhouses would spend a tremendous amount of effort to construct a land of inheritance before their death. This was so they could choose an appropriate successor and permanently preserve their legacy. As Tobague comforted Smokeless, the cold ice mirror trembled once more. A stream of light flashed. This stream of light flew out from the cold ice mirror's profound surface and into Smokeless' hand. This is? Everyone was shocked. They quickly looked over. They could see the light slowly converging into Smokeless' hand, forming into a circle-shaped object. This was a bracelet. Seeing this, Tobague already guessed what it was. His breathing quickened. This is something left behind by heavenly god Azura. Incredible! The god race martial artists all widened their eyes, their complexions changing. A treasure left behind by heavenly god Azura. That was serious. What is it? Everyone circled around Smokeless. Tobague excitedly caught Smokeless' hand. "Let us see!" Within Smokeless' hand was a strangely shaped bracelet. This bracelet was like two snakes twisted together. It was dark gold in color and flooded with a mysterious aura. True divinity spirit treasure. Daiwahen sucked in a deep breath, a look of envy crossing his face. Smokeless' victory had been rewarded with a true divinity spirit treasure. True divinity spirit treasures were also divided into grades. The true divinity spirit treasures left behind by lower true divinities were naturally ordinary. But for some outstanding true divinities, for instance upper true divinities, or those that had surpassed true divinity such as the Azura Roadmaster and the creator of the Holy Scripture, the true divinity spirit treasures they left behind would be of a completely different level. This bracelet in front of everyone was such an example. As something that came from the Azura Forbidden Land's cold ice mirror, any rewards here would have come from the Azura Roadmaster. It must be something extraordinary. The functions behind this true divinity spirit treasure had yet to be revealed, but without a doubt it would prove a great boost to Smokeless in the Great Calamity. It should be a treasure that heavenly god Azura left behind in the past. Any true divinity spirit treasures were long since useless to him. He must have placed these treasures in the cold ice mirror for his descendants. Those that can last 1,000 breaths of time against their opponent can obtain a true divinity spirit treasure. Then what if they killed their opponent? What then? Daiwahen and Tobague asked, filled with anticipation. But unfortunately, they could only fantasize about the possibilities. Wanting to find out the truth was far too difficult. Daiwahen shook his head. He looked at Lin Ming and said, Lin Ming, everything is up to you now. You are someone who His Majesty God Sovereign favors. I believe you will be able to create your own miracle. Daiwahen was only able to sigh in admiration as he saw Smokeless last 1,000 breaths of time within the mirror. He also had high hopes for Lin Ming. This was because the old God Sovereign had said that Lin Ming might be the most talented individual he had ever seen in his life. Daiwahen had absolute faith in the judgments of his master. He was sure that Lin Ming's performance would be no worse than Smokeless. As long as Lin Ming could last for 1,000 breaths of time, their god race could also obtain a true divinity spirit treasure on their side. Otherwise, if only the Celestials obtained a treasure and the god race were to return empty-handed, that would be far too ugly a sight. Don't feel pressured. It's fine as long as you try your best. Daiwahen slapped Lin Ming's shoulder. Lin Ming nodded and moved towards the cold ice mirror. He passed by Smokeless. Smokeless' eyes moved from her true divinity bracelet that she wore on her right wrist to Lin Ming's face. This time you don't have the support of the laws, and the difference in our boundaries is also wiped away. This is a fair competition for the both of us. Since the god race's God Sovereign has given you such a high estimation, I am also looking forwards to seeing your strength. A smile hung on Smokeless' lips. In her eyes, everything about Lin Ming was a puzzle. She didn't know where Lin Ming had obtained an inheritance concerning God decrees, nor how he managed to learn it. His opportunities and his luck left one seething with envy. But besides luck, Smokeless believed that this human youth must have some remarkable aspect to him. But as to what that was, she had no idea. Now was the time when she could see his true strength. Lin Ming glanced at Smokeless and faintly smiled. Without responding, he calmly stepped into the cold ice mirror, as if he were simply crossing through a door. Lin Ming's opponent was a youth wielding a heavy sword. His eyes filled with a gloomy chill and his aura restrained. The feeling this youth gave off was like that of a cheetah ready to burst into action. Once prey appeared, this youth would ferociously pounce forwards, striking down his enemy. Without a doubt, this was a peerless genius. See, the black dragon spear appeared. The pitch-black divine spear shimmered with an icy cold godly light. Presently, Lin Ming was able to use the black dragon spear with skill and relative ease. Although he couldn't display the true potential of the black dragon spear, he also wouldn't be drained of strength after using it several times. Seeing the black dragon spear appear, the god race and celestial powerhouses were startled. This was also a true divinity spirit treasure. Moreover, this didn't seem like an ordinary true divinity spirit treasure at all. This boy, he has so many lucky chances, Shinku cried in alarm. Tobagaway said with some envy. His luck is too good, but good luck is only one of the conditions to become a peerless powerhouse. Besides that, you also have to look at one's true abilities. Otherwise, no matter how many lucky chances you have, they will all be wasted. As Tobagaway spoke, Lin Ming rushed forwards. The black dragon spear was pointed straight towards the heavy sword-wielding youth's chest. Behind Lin Ming, 9 stars floated in the skies, the vast power of stars pouring into Lin Ming like an endless waterfall. The strength within his mortal body instantly climbed to unbelievable heights. Ka. Space shattered. In front of Lin Ming, that heavy sword youth also stepped forwards, his face still gloomy and his eyes filled with killing intent. The pure black heavy sword was like the scythe of a death god, cutting down all life. The two people hurtled towards each other like meteors. As they collided, spear and sword clashed. For a time, a terrifying strength erupted in front of Lin Ming and the heavy sword youth. In that instant, Lin Ming opened the heretical god force. The power of thunder and fire wildly erupted from his body, and a terrifying vortex of energy fell down from the clouds, swallowing everything. Pong! The heavy sword flew away. The black-clothed youth's right palm cracked open, blood gushing out. Lin Ming's gigantic strength had forcefully knocked the heavy sword from the youth's hand. This was the disparity of absolute strength. The moment the heavy sword was sent tumbling away, the black-clothed youth's sword light also weakened a tremendous amount. With a light cracking sound, Lin Ming's spear light had already invaded the youth's protective power of divinity. The black-clothed youth's complexion changed. He rapidly drew back, wanting to escape from Lin Ming's attack range. However, it was too late. Lin Ming stepped forwards, his movements containing unbelievable laws. The Grand Mist Force field erupted, locking down the surrounding space. Immediately, the black-clothed youth was shackled by this formidable strength. The black-clothed youth was only able to stare helplessly on as the black dragon spear thrust towards him. Puff! With a faint sound, the black-clothed youth's protective power of divinity tore apart like paper. The long spear thrust towards him. The black-clothed youth wanted to summon a shield, but the black dragon spear's momentum was too fast, too great. The black-clothed youth's body had been tempered for a long time, but even so, before the sharp black dragon spear it had no ability to resist at all. Blood shot out. The black dragon spear broke into the black-clothed youth's chest, piercing right through him. The black-clothed youth hurtled backwards with Lin Ming. Beneath the incredible impulse of Lin Ming's strike, both of them went hurtling downwards like a meteor. With an explosion, the two people soared through the wide skies until they smashed into a 100,000-foot-high glacier. A turbulent strength erupted, crazily blowing into the glacier. With a crackling rumble, the 100,000-foot-high glacier began to collapse. The earth trembled. Massive chunks of ice fell to the floor. Countless pieces of ice, mist and dust soared into the air, blocking out the skies. The black-clothed youth vomited a mouthful of blood. His body had been torn open and his organs broken. He had been buried in the endless slurry of ice, his body long since lost deep within it. Pong! With a loud crack, the black-clothed youth's body exploded beneath the ice, turning into countless runes that scattered in the air. Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear and floated high in the skies. Beneath his feet, an endless river of ice wildly raged. Like this, the battle ended. Outside the cold ice mirror, Tobague, Daiwahen, Shinku, Lanlu, and Smokeless were utterly shocked. Smokeless' eyes were as wide as moons and filled with disbelief. Everything had been like a dream. Lin Ming's opponent was an ancient genius. Before this, she had also personally experienced how terrifying an ancient genius was. Even though their opponents had been at a lower cultivation, they still weren't able to slay them. But in front of Lin Ming, a similar ancient genius had been instantly cut down. The entire fight had lasted less than 2 breaths of time. Lin Ming himself had barely made 2 attacks. In fact, he had only summoned his true essence. One could even consider that just one move. What is this? Tobague's jaw fell down. He turned and asked Daiwahen. Daiwahen was also lost in a daze. He had heard the old god sovereign say that Lin Ming's talent was beyond ordinary, and because of his faith and trust in the old god sovereign, he also believed Lin Ming was special. But this beyond ordinary was a bit too beyond the ordinary. The one he killed just now, was that really a similar opponent to ours? A woman's voice asked, filled with hesitation and uncertainty. Smokeless was simply unable to believe her eyes. When the 4 previous people entered the cold ice mirror, they had all faced inconceivably formidable opponents. Their strength seemed endless, their defensive capabilities extraordinary, and no matter what ultimate moves were used, these opponents blocked them all. But Lin Ming's opponent was like a piece of mud, dead upon touch. The disparity was far too great. If their opponents were really the same, then Smokeless felt that she was nothing but a joke. Tobague took a deep breath and looked deeply at Lin Ming in the cold ice mirror. He forced a smile and said, "When heavenly god Azura laid down this array formation, he certainly made it impartial towards anyone that entered. It's true that Lin Ming's opponent was strong, and we also felt that. But Lin Ming was simply stronger. He has already surpassed the standard of an ancient genius. In such a situation, for someone with a lower cultivation boundary to challenge him is simply asking to be instantly killed." Tobague sighed as he spoke. For such a genius like Lin Ming, if an opponent of a lower cultivation boundary were to fight him, that was simply the same as tossing vegetables in his face. It was nothing more than committing suicide. This was the same even for ancient geniuses. This was because Lin Ming might be described as the most amazing genius to appear within the 33 heavens for the last several billions of years. Surpassed the standard of ancient geniuses? Smokeless' heart shook. She felt that the current her was far worse than the ancient geniuses, but Lin Ming had already surpassed them. The disparity was far too great. At this time, Lin Ming had already flown towards the entrance of the cold ice mirror. He put away the black dragon spear and stepped out from the cold ice mirror. As the 5 others waiting outside looked at Lin Ming, their eyes looked as if they were staring at a monster. This Lin Ming, it was far too simple to describe him as someone sure to become a true divinity in the future. Even though they were both geniuses, the evaluation that the Celestials and God race had given Smokeless was someone that had a chance of becoming a true divinity in the future. Let alone becoming a true divinity, he will not be a normal true divinity. Even when the good fortune Saint Sovereign was young, he absolutely wasn't Lin Ming's match. Daiwahen thought. He increasingly felt that Lin Ming would play an unimaginable role in this great calamity. Perhaps, he might be able to shoulder the task of reversing the fate of the God race. Of course, this was all under the premise that Lin Ming was willing to shoulder such a heavy burden. As everyone was lost in their own thoughts, Lin Ming looked towards the cold ice mirror, waiting for his reward. Smokeless had lasted for a full 1,000 breaths of time. Although she wasn't a match for the ancient genius, she had still obtained a true divinity spirit treasure left behind by the Azura Roadmaster as a reward. Then what would he obtain? Lin Ming waited, but the cold ice mirror remained quiet, not sending out any reward. Instead, Lin Ming could faintly feel a trace of unusual aura percolating within the cold ice mirror. Reward? How come there's no movement? There should at least be a true divinity spirit treasure, and it should also be of a higher grade. Shinku asked, a bit puzzled. This was because the cold ice mirror remained quiet for far too long. The situation isn't as simple as it seems. I feel that the laws within the cold ice mirror are throbbing. Daiwahen said. Lin Ming was a bit startled. He had discovered something strange with the cold ice mirror, but that was because he was extremely sensitive to the Azura laws. But Daiwahen didn't understand the Azura laws at all, yet he was still able to feel the palpitations within the cold ice mirror. This was likely the so-called intuition that masters had. Once someone reached the level of a peak Empyrean, even if their talent wasn't considered too high by Lin Ming standards, they still had amazing experience and intuition. Lin Ming traced his ring and moved towards the cold ice mirror. Lin Ming? Daiwahen asked. At this time, countless Azura runes danced in the air in the world of the cold ice mirror, gathering in the skies to form a runic tornado. From these runes, a youth ran out. Black lightning curled around his body, and he grasped a saber as he stepped on the wind. This saber had a ghost head carved into the hilt, and beneath this ghost head were 2 words, Evil God. These 2 words were written in the language of the ancient God race. The strokes were long and winding, revealing a mystical aura. The 2 words joined along with the youth's blood-red pupils. A pair of black wings flashed out from his back. He was like a true evil god that had flown out from the depths of hell. This is... Everyone was stunned. There was another opponent. Lin Ming stepped into the world of the cold ice mirror, grasping the black dragon spear and facing this new enemy. This new opponent's cultivation was at the late Holy Lord realm, a small boundary higher than Lin Ming. From the early Holy Lord heavy sword youth to this current evil god with his saber, there was a sudden increase of 2 small boundaries, completely passing over the middle Holy Lord realm. This scene left the Empyreans watching, staring at each other in blank dismay. They originally that after defeating the opponent in the cold ice mirror, that would be considered as passing the test. They didn't think that after killing their opponent, a stronger opponent would appear, emerging without end. So that's how it is. Before Lin Ming's reward is handed out, he has to fight more opponents. According to his success, that will decide what his final reward will be. Daiwahen guessed. This guess was highly reasonable. If so, then Lin Ming's reward would truly be extraordinary. It would absolutely not be something that an ordinary true divinity spirit treasure could compare with. Lin Ming's strength should have been assessed by the Azura laws. If he is facing a late Holy Lord realm martial artist, that means the laws here have determined that Lin Ming's talent has surpassed the standard of ancient geniuses. Tobague uttered, his heart filled with shock. Currently, Lin Ming was jumping ranks to fight ancient geniuses. It had to be said that these ancient genius phantoms were all manifested from the standard of a true divinity. If Lin Ming could jump ranks to fight these people, what sort of future achievements would he have? Perhaps he might become an extreme true divinity. Or even, as Tobague thought to hear, his mind shivered. He didn't dare to continue with this line of thinking. Above extreme true divinity existed those like the Azura Roadmaster and the creator of the Holy Scripture. The strength of those two individuals was impossible to estimate, as they had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. At this time, within the mirror world, black thunder surged without end around the evil god youth. Even from a distance, one could feel a strange eeriness from this black thunder, as if it could scorch away one's marrow. Evil god and thunder? Lin Ming chuckled, a brilliant fighting spirit leaping into his eyes. When I was in the lower realms in the past, I once obtained the title of Evil God. And today it's a coincidence that you are also called Evil God and use thunder. To cross 10 billion years and for us to fight here, this could be considered fate. Lin Ming felt that these martial artist phantoms within the cold ice mirror weren't purely virtual creations. Rather, the Azura Roadmaster had used some ancient geniuses as templates and adjusted their various strength levels and laws. 10 billion years ago, these phantoms were likely real people, but they weren't necessarily so outstanding. Lin Ming stepped on the void, moving forwards one step at a time. Then suddenly he attacked. Spear light erupted. Within the void of the mirror, faint cracks appeared and regenerated. Lin Ming's speed rapidly drew to the extreme, but at the same time, in front of Lin Ming, the evil god youth's eyes also flashed with a brilliant divine light. The saber in his hands chopped down. A dreadful saber intent wrapped around the saber blade. A saber strike that seemed as if it could sunder the skies smashed into Lin Ming's spear light. Bang! The terrifying collision caused energy to wildly shoot outwards. As for Lin Ming and the evil god youth, neither of them were forced a single step back. That brief exchange just now had only been a probing strike. Lin Ming discovered that the thunder which twined around the evil god youth had merged into the surrounding space. The faint aura of the Azura heavenly Tao laws gathered along with the thunder, all of it pouring into the evil god youth's body to slowly supplement his strength. Thunder laws concept of life? Thunder could grow endlessly and even form life. In the legends, in the most primeval of times when the world was just born and everything was in chaos, it was a bolt of thunder striking the ancient seas that caused life to be born. If one understood the concepts of thunder, then a martial artist with extremely high attainments in the laws could derive energy from thunder to restore themselves. This wasn't strange at all. However, this caused Lin Ming to frown. He didn't want to waste too much energy on this youth. So, he intended to cut off this youth's ability to communicate with the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ming instantly made a decision. The Azura heavenly array diagram within his body rose like crystal columns, the tinkling sound sweeping out in all directions. On these crystal columns, the endless power of the Azura laws flooded outwards, wrapped in the melody of the great Tao. Amongst the sparkling light, the Azura heavenly array diagram wrapped around Lin Ming and the evil god youth. Wang! The array diagram emitted a boundless mystic strength, pressing down on the power of thunder. The Azura heavenly array diagram within Lin Ming had been personally carved by the Azura Roadmaster, and the heights of the laws within had reached the peak of possibility. The two strengths constantly collided, at the same time isolating the evil god youth from his connection with the mirror world. This sudden change caused a look of surprise to cross the youth's face. Although his communication with the world had been severed, he still fearlessly threw himself towards Lin Ming. The saber in his hands surged with black thunder, sweeping through the world. This thunder wove together, forming endless numbers of black lotus flowers within. Lotuses were born in the Sea of Thunder. This was the substantialization of the Thunder laws. Lin Ming knew that in terms of Thunder laws alone, this youth's attainments were higher than his own. Up to now, Lin Ming had placed the entirety of his efforts on cultivating the Asura laws and Holy Scripture laws. Thus he had temporarily postponed his advancement in the Thunder and Fire laws as well as the Space and Time laws. This was because he felt that the Asura Sutra and the Holy Scripture were the foundation of all laws within the world. One representing the outer universe, one representing the inner universe. The two great laws covered nearly all the learnings of martial arts, encompassing everything. As for the Thunder and Fire laws, Space and Time laws, they were simply branches. To lay down the foundation was the most important objective of all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each black lotus flower emitted a terrifying aura, as if they were stars. Even Lin Ming's heart shook. He knew that his opponent was uncommon. All the black lotus flowers shook together, releasing great Tao runes that billowed with ghastly black flames, all of them sweeping towards Lin Ming. Just from facing this, Lin Ming felt a tremendous pressure. It was as if an endless river of stars was violently impacting towards him, continuously striking his flesh and blood. The black lotuses bloomed with thunder. Their strength was incomparably strange. Not only did they attack his flesh and blood, they also struck at his divine soul. In that moment, within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, thunder recklessly blazed through even as black flames ignited everywhere. Each arc of thunder, each black flame, constantly wore down his soul force. However, when Lin Ming had cultivated in the soul world, he had experienced a transformation near rebirth several times. His soul force was as fathomless as a sea. It was impossible for a normal divine soul attack to wound him. Although he had been restrained, Lin Ming didn't panic at all. Waves of soul force gushed out from his spiritual sea. Wild waves rose up, resisting those black flames. Without hesitation, Lin Ming opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The black dragon spear fused with the power of the 9 stars. A spear thrust out, smashing through space with an overwhelming momentum. Shwa! 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 Countless black lotus flowers were smashed apart by the black dragon spear. The black dragon spear carried with it a tremendous blood vitality, forcefully pushing out the thunder that eroded Lin Ming's divine soul. The two intensely collided in the skies. Lin Ming constantly battled with the phantom youth. The brutal battle scene caused the celestial and god race martial artists to cry out in surprise. They found it hard to imagine that humanity could produce a genius that reached such a degree of talent. They had no idea what Lin Ming cultivated, how his background was so deep, or why his strength seemed endless. Even the strongest talent born in the last 10 billion years within the god race and celestial race would have to be inferior to Lin Ming. At this time, the phantom youth's saber thrust into a black lotus within the Sea of Thunder. Countless black runes scattered out, all of them pouring into the black lotus. All of the lotuses hummed, quickly transforming into a singular massive black lotus. It was like a crashing world, rapidly suppressing Lin Ming. As those outside watched this sudden reversal, they were left stunned. And then, they noticed that the boundless black lotus flower experienced another change. Dazzling black light emerged from within the lotus flower. A black spear tore through it like a fierce dragon, forcefully breaking it apart. The black lotus flower exploded. Endless runes dimmed and were destroyed, dissipating in droves. The phantom youth's complexion changed. He rapidly retreated, but it was too late. A bolt of black lightning slammed into his body, screaming and shooting out with endless power. The phantom youth was shocked. His body violently trembled and black blood sprayed out from his chest. His skin and inner organs began to rapidly collapse. The phantom youth had suffered grievous wounds. Using the last of his strength, he gathered all of the thunder laws within his body. For a time, a wave of even more powerful black thunder hurtled towards Lin Ming, bringing with it the pressure of the Asura heavenly Tao laws. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Behind Lin Ming, a giant Asura war god phantom appeared. It held 2 great wheels, blocking the entirety of this attack. This impact continued for several breaths of time. Behind Lin Ming, the Azura Phantom was like a peerless demon god, blocking everything. Pang! The Phantom Youth could no longer persist. His heavily wounded body had finally been completely exhausted of all energy. His body began to disintegrate, turning into countless Azura runes that faded into the skies. He won again. His opponent had a higher cultivation boundary, but in the end even he was killed. Moreover, he was an ancient genius. The god race and celestial powerhouses looked at each other in stark shock. To jump ranks to cut down an ancient genius, that was far too heaven-defying. Smokeless remained silent. She didn't know just what to say. Could there be more? Smokeless muttered to herself. But as she spoke, her words caused everyone's minds to shake. Smokeless was naturally speaking of Lin Ming's next opponent. Lin Ming had instantly killed a martial artist of a lower boundary, and had even killed a martial artist of a higher boundary. But now, it seemed that perhaps this was not the end. Tobague looked into the world of the cold ice mirror. He could feel the laws of the world palpitating. Could there really be a third opponent? If so, could this new opponent's cultivation be at the peak Holy Lord realm? At this moment, Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear. He still didn't leave the mirror world, but waited within. There was no need for him to suspect anything. He had already determined that the ancient genius he just cut down wouldn't be the end of this. According to Lin Ming's speculations, if he killed his opponent, another match would appear. If he could drag out the battle to 1,000 breaths of time without killing his opponent, then that would still be considered victory, but the battles would come to an end. At this time, the Azura laws reflected in Lin Ming's eyes danced in the air. Motes of divine light gathered, forming a sphere of light above Lin Ming. This sphere of light was incomparably mystical, carrying with it an ancient and terrifying aura. What is that? Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He could faintly feel that whatever was in that sphere of light was a treasure. Moreover, it had to be something truly incredible. As Lin Ming looked at this sphere of light, he could feel all the blood in his body be drawn in by it, as if his blood would howl out of his body. Supreme treasure. Lin Ming's eyes flashed with light. That thing might be his reward. At this time, it wasn't just Lin Ming who saw this treasure floating high in the air. Even the peak Empyreans felt their hearts shake as they saw this treasure. What could it be? Daiwahen asked with bated breath. Just from the aura alone, his emotions quivered and surged. Smokeless had obtained a true divinity spirit treasure before this. But Daiwahen could feel that the value of this treasure was at least 10 times that of Smokeless. Lin Ming stepped through the void, slowly flying towards the treasure. But at this moment, ahead of Lin Ming, there was a distortion in space. A woman appeared in front of him like a ghost. This woman was slender. Her back was towards Lin Ming and her rosy bare feet floated high in the black starry skies. She wore a long black robe and a thick black cloak fell down behind her. On the thick cloak, dark black metal spaulders were mounted. The feeling she gave off was one of mystery and power, as if this woman had fused together the heroic spirit of a war goddess and the slaughter intent of a demon goddess. Cold wind flapped through the air. The woman's black hair recklessly flew upwards. Her black cloak fluttered in the air. From head to toes, she seemed to melt into the dark night around her. Lin Ming raised his guard as high as he could. This was a terrifying woman. He didn't know why, but he faintly felt that this woman's aura was somewhat familiar. This person is. Lin Ming stepped backwards. He grasped the black dragon spear. His blazing eyes locked onto her. Lin Ming felt that this other person had already completely manifested, and there wasn't the slightest feeling of any virtual illusion to her. Lin Ming could even feel her potent blood energy and her raging fires of life. As if the woman standing in front of him wasn't a virtual simulation created by the array formation at all, but a real person. Lin Ming believed that if he didn't know she was condensed from the laws at the start, then by investigating her with his own divine sense, he would have never realized she was just a virtual phantom. Her cultivation is late Holy Lord. Similar to the person I just killed. Such a cultivation left Lin Ming surprised. According to his previous thoughts, his opponent's cultivation should rise more and more each time. But the reality was different. However, Lin Ming believed that the test would inevitably become more and more difficult. In other words, this woman before him might only have a late Holy Lord realm cultivation, but she would actually be far, far stronger than the youth he had just cut down. A greatest genius from the ancient era? This thought blazed through Lin Ming's mind. But then the woman turned around. Her two limpid eyes seemed to cross the river of 10 billion years to stare at Lin Ming. However, the moment the woman's two eyes met his own, Lin Ming felt a shock pass through his entire body. These eyes seemed to contain the galaxies from space, containing endless mysteries. But Lin Ming was startled not because of this, but because these eyes were very familiar. These eyes are... Lin Ming was shocked beyond comprehension. Images flickered through his mind, finally stopping on the sight of a certain beautiful face. Yes, these are her eyes. Her gaze is just like that of the woman in front of me. Xianxia. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. He had seen Xianxia multiple times before. Xianxia's eyes, her gaze, they were things that could not be simulated by others. Perhaps even in a vast sea of people, divided by endless crowds of people, Lin Ming could still immediately distinguish Xianxia's eyes from a group of millions. However, as he looked at this woman's face, her appearance was actually covered by a black veil. It was impossible to see what she looked like. Laws covered her veil, making it so that Lin Ming couldn't see through it. On the woman's jade-smooth forehead, Lin Ming saw a bright red flower mark. This flower mark was drawn with cinnabar dots. There were 9 flower petals, but the final flower petal was small, as if it hadn't fully stretched out. Is this really Xianxia? Lin Ming felt this unbelievable. This woman in front of him should be someone from 10 billion years ago, so why would her eyes look so similar to Xianxia's? In this world, could there truly be such an impossibly marvelous woman? Smokeless muttered from outside the cold ice mirror. She was already stunned. She only felt that before this woman. She was nothing but a pale firefly in front of the bright moon, completely eclipsed. Of course, what caused her to pale was not her appearance. In fact, when it came to martial artists, when the beauty of one's appearance reached an extreme, the disparity between them wouldn't be too great. For instance, Smokeless herself was as beautiful as the moon, and even if she was inferior in appearance to this woman, the difference wasn't too significant. What Smokeless truly lost in was aura and temperament. She felt that this peerless woman in the mirror was a true goddess, the source of all laws in the universe, the beginning of the heavens and earth. She made all others feel inferior. And at this time, standing beside Smokeless, Daiwahen, Tabague, Lanlu, and Shinku were similarly stunned. For a long time they were frozen where they were. Their hearts raced with thoughts. This peerless woman, she once existed in history? It seemed that there had never been any record of her. Daiwahen and Tabague looked at each other. Tabague shook his head, indicating that in the records of the Celestials, there had never been anything about this black-clothed woman. Otherwise, he should at least be able to find several similarly amazing women to compare her to. But 10 billion years ago, most ancient true divinities had been male. Even if there were female true divinities, none of them were able to compare to the aura of this peerless woman. Such an impossibly perfect woman. How could there not have been legends left behind about her? Her unrivaled elegance and talent. How could something so extraordinary be covered by a river of 10 billion years? Could it be she died midway? If she wasn't able to break into true divinity, then no matter how peerlessly talented or graceful she was, it would be impossible for her legends to be recorded in history. This was well within reason. As everyone was lost in their thoughts, a clarion voice echoed out, like a lilting immortal tune rising from the 9 nether abyss, causing everyone, including Lin Ming, to be dazed. Defeat me, and you will obtain the object behind me. The woman's cherry red lips parted as she spoke. Her faint smile was enchanting, leaving one intoxicated. You can speak. Lin Ming was astonished. He could feel that this woman in front of him was just far too similar. "Who are you?" Lin Ming asked the question in his heart. He really wished to know just why this person would have eyes so similar to Xiang Mei's. Crossing 10 billion years of time, Lin Ming wouldn't believe that Xiang Mei was this person's reincarnation or that they were somehow blood-related. After all, far too long a time had passed. The woman simply didn't reply to Lin Ming's words. Or rather, she replied with actions. She stretched out her right hand, casually stroking the air and ripping open a space crack, revealing a pitch-black void. From the void, she took out a sword that was black all over. On the sword blade, the image of a demon god was carved. The mysterious woman who extracted the black sword from the void floated in the air, overflowing with peerless grace and measure. What surprised Lin Ming was that the black sword in the woman's hand was clearly a supreme divine weapon. But as she held it, she didn't exude the least bit aura of fierceness, nor did she emit any killing intent. Even her aura began to turn ethereal, becoming one with the heavens and earth. If Lin Ming closed his eyes, he might have thought that there wasn't anyone in front of him at all. With sword in hand, the woman simply raised her arm and slashed it straight down at Lin Ming. Shwa! The sword broke through space. For a time, all the starlight in the skies was swallowed up by this sword. The sword light contracted together, forming a thin line no thicker than a baby's finger. But within this thin line was infinite strength. This strength twisted space and time, killing straight forwards. The strength contained within this sword light was no longer purely the power of divinity, but also contained the sword master's killing intent, combined with the will of the heavenly Tao. A single gesture, a single command, a raise of the hand to summon the great Tao of the world. When the opponent was heaven, when the opponent was the Tao, then fighting her was the same as fighting against the world. Facing this strike, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. He rapidly drew backwards. He was unable to understand how an ethereal being without the slightest killing intent he could sense could emit such a disastrously terrifying attack. He didn't use his spear to resist this attack but instead traced his ring. In front of him, a massive gate made of chaos stones appeared. This was the Primordius Gate. Chi! The thin sword light thrust into the Primordius Gate, causing it to violently shake. Although this woman held unparalleled talent and elegance, her cultivation was simply far too low. She was unable to pierce through the Primordius Gate. But at this moment, something bizarre occurred. The sword light that she shot out scattered as it struck the Primordius Gate, spreading out like a spider web as it covered the entire gate and passed around it, gathering and reforming behind the gate. Whoosh! The sword light separated from the Primordius Gate and continued slashing towards Lin Ming. What? Lin Ming's eyes widened. The celestial and god race powerhouses were also panic-stricken. This sword light seemed to have a mind of its own. This woman could actually control her sword light to such a degree. You are not my match. Although your talent could even dominate the rivals of the ancient past, the laws you cultivate are far too vast. With your boundary, you are unable to control them. With such shallow comprehensions, you cannot compete against me. My comprehensions of the laws are far deeper than yours. I have the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. You fighting me is the same as you fighting against the vastness of the universe. You will lose here. The woman's sound transmission instantly reached Lin Ming's mind, and at this time the sword light also reached him. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. At that moment, an Azura war god phantom appeared behind him. This Azura war god was grand and majestic, an indomitable being. It stood tall, gripping a massive black wheel that crushed all before it. This black wheel was the fusion of the myriad demon karmic wheel and the myriad essence reincarnation wheel. Zhi. A fierce collision sounded in the air. As the sword light stabbed into the black wheel, it emitted an eye-piercing sound that made one's teeth ache. Lin Ming's eyes were solemn. Behind him, 9 stars emerged from thin air, emitting endless starlight that covered him. He immediately opened 4 Tao palaces from the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. His muscles bulged out and the power of his bloodline billowed from his body, impacting straight into the deep skies. Ka. Under the support of this formidable power, the two fused wheels forcefully obliterated the woman's sword light. Seeing this, the mysterious woman was startled. A terrifying bloodline and a dreadful mortal bodily strength. With them you can actually surpass the boundaries of your laws and block my strike. Still, what I said remains true. The laws you cultivate are too grand and you cannot control them. Facing the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, you will still lose to me. The mysterious woman caressed the black sword's blade. The black sword emitted a bass howl like a dragon. In the next moment, she slashed out her sword once more. Sword light tore through the void. This time it was no longer a thin line but a 10-foot wide column of divine light. This divine light of the great Tao ripped open the void, pouring downwards. It was clear that this sword light was far stronger than the condensed finger-thin sword light from before. Lin Ming gripped the black dragon spear, staring right at the sword light. A brilliant divine light burst from his eyes like a crackle of thunder. He sneered. So what if you're the incarnation of the heavenly Tao? Defying the will of the heavens. It's not as if this is my first or second time. In that instant, Lin Ming cried out loud. His muscles rapidly grew and his joints emitted explosive crackling sounds. His body grew taller as black scales began appearing all over him. His hair grew longer, turning blood red. Above his two hands, the phantom of a true dragon and true phoenix appeared. Behind him, the Azura war god holding the black will appeared. Lin Ming had activated the power of the Azura blood. For a time, the Azura laws shook, affecting the entire mirror world. After all, the heaven and earth origin energy within this mirror world was all controlled by the Azura laws. Now that Lin Ming galvanized the Azura blood within him, it caused the surrounding laws to resonate with him. Bang! With a terrifying explosion, Lin Ming grasped the black dragon spear and smashed it onto the mysterious woman's sword light. The brilliant sword light was sundered in half by Lin Ming's strike. A storm of energy wildly swept outwards. What? This is... Outside of the cold ice mirror, everyone watching was bewildered. The aura that Lin Ming released just then was similar to their ancestors. Impossible. Isn't he a human? How come the feeling he gives off is a bloodline at least 100 times purer than our god races? Daiwahen's voice trembled as he spoke. After becoming an extreme Empyrean, there was little that could shake his composure like this. But now, with the great calamity before them and the life or death of his people on the line, in the darkness when they couldn't find the path to take, they had discovered that Lin Ming had an aura similar to their ancestors. How could they not be excited? This was because the bloodline of their primal god race had been at its most magnificent 10 billion years ago, when their ancestors ruled all. From that point on, they had slowly declined as their reproductive abilities grew worse and worse. If the current primal god race could recover their bloodline from 10 billion years ago, they might also be able to recover their glory from 10 billion years ago. Incredible! How could this be? Tobague was also left shell-shocked. Their celestial race originated from the Azura lineage, and in the past he had gone to the land of inheritance for those of the Azura lineage. The inheritance totem in that land was similar to the present Lin Ming. And, what was even more inconceivable was that the aura on Lin Ming's body seemed even purer than the inheritance totem, making them want to kneel and prostrate themselves before him. This Lin Ming, just what is he? Everyone glanced at each other. Lin Ming was simply a box of riddles. He was the first to understand the Azura heavenly Tao and have the ability to repair God decrees. Then, he had displayed a combat strength far surpassing his boundary. Now he revealed his Azura bloodline. Before this, even when Lin Ming was able to repair God decrees, Smokeless was still able to maintain a faint arrogance in front of him. This was because she was part of the ancient races, and she was proud of her bloodline. Even though her race's bloodline had already declined from the past, it still wasn't something that other races like the humans, saints, or spiritas could compare with. Her people could naturally use the power of divinity, and they had a superior talent for cultivation. They were a proud race. But now, facing Lin Ming's Azura blood, Smokeless felt that her own bloodline was nothing but a little firefly in front of the brilliant moon, simply not worthy of mentioning at all. All of her previous pride and ego had been crushed. She was thoroughly ashamed of herself. As everyone was shocked, Lin Ming hurtled forwards. He opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, the heretical god force erupting to its limits. Fighting intent fused onto the black dragon spear. Lin Ming became one with his spear, shooting towards the mysterious woman like a blazing meteor. The mysterious woman grasped her peerless black sword, a light leaping into her watery eyes. A thin layer of divine light covered her body. She wielded her sword and thrust it towards Lin Ming's black dragon spear. Bang! Spear and sword crossed. The void shattered, breaking open like an endlessly growing spider web. The mysterious woman was forced backwards. Her hair flew up and her cloak fluttered about her. She finally stabilized herself after drawing back several hundred feet. As she held her black sword, a wisp of blood flowed out from between her slender jade fingers. This wisp of blood was like a red plum blossom blooming in stark white snow, containing a monstrously alluring beauty. "I didn't think you'd have such strength." The mysterious woman's expression finally changed. As she looked at Lin Ming, a strange light appeared in her eyes. "The blood of Azura. It seems you have already obtained a part of his true legacy." The mysterious woman had used the word his. The his she referred to was naturally the Azura Roadmaster. But this term caused Lin Ming to feel confused. The Azura Roadmaster, just how was he related to this woman before him? Lin Ming could confirm that this mysterious woman before him really did exist 10 billion years ago. She was a phantom, an illusion left behind by an ancient genius. Rather, perhaps it could be said that her strength and her laws hadn't been adjusted by the array formation but completely reflected her past state. Such a peerless character. Just what was her identity? Her eyes were so similar to Xianxia's. If so, then beneath that veil would her face also be the same as Xianxia's? Lin Ming's eyes were brilliant as he looked at the woman, as if his gaze and sense could pierce through her concealment. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, he couldn't see past the laws that covered her veil. After being stared at so impolitely by Lin Ming, the mysterious woman didn't seem to care at all. She raised the black sword in her hand and wiped the sliver of blood that had leaked from her jade-like hands onto it. This caused Lin Ming to be startled. However, when the blood was smeared across the sword's blade, another shocking incident occurred. The black sword absorbed it like a sponge absorbing water, and in the next moment, the sword blade changed color, from black to red. The sword glowed blood red, as if it had been soaking in a blood pond for thousands of years. The sword blade revolved with the aura of the great Tao. A bass rumbling sound echoed in it, as if wild demons were roaring out from within. In that moment, the mysterious woman's aura changed once more. It was no longer ethereal, but now it was filled with killing intent. Her vision turned sharp and fierce, piercing through the void. As her eyes locked onto Lin Ming, the mysterious woman said, "Azura's legacy? Are you his descendant? Good. I have waited in the cold ice mirror for so many years, and I've long been wanting to experience your strength. Let me see just what sort of character the lineage of Azura is like." This mysterious woman's voice held a light, taunting tone. Her words left Lin Ming shocked. "Let me see just what sort of character the lineage of Azura is like?" These words were clearly dripping with disdain. It seemed that this mysterious woman had a grudge with the lineage of Azura. It wasn't just Lin Ming, but Daiwahen, Tabague, and the others outside were all bewildered. They originally believed that this mysterious woman had some significant relation to the Azura Roadmaster, perhaps even his wife, concubine, daughter, true lineage disciple, or something similar to that. Otherwise, how could she possibly be so mind-numbingly strong? But now it seemed that she was opposed to the Azura Roadmaster. If they were opposed, how would she appear in the cold ice mirror? Before they could think of a possibility, the mysterious woman had already lashed out. After being dyed with her fresh blood, her blade had reached incomprehensible levels of speed. This sword strike didn't bloom with any sword light, but that bright red sword blade seemed to come to life, as if a blood pond from hell was sealed within it, containing infinite killing intent. Facing this sword, Lin Ming felt as if his life force would be cut apart by the blade. This would be impossible to survive. This is death. Lin Ming was alarmed. The move that the mysterious woman displayed contained inherent laws that didn't come from the Azura Road Master, but came from the Holy Scripture. Holy Scripture, Death Book? Lin Ming was panic-stricken. Still, even though he was shocked, his movements didn't slow down. The black dragon spear howled, carrying with it the supernatural might of the Azura blood. Laws gathered upon it, violently clashing with the mysterious woman. His cultivation was lower than hers, but by relying on the great power of his bloodline and his mortal bodily strength, he didn't fall behind at all. The woman's sword cut apart life force, but Lin Ming's blood vitality was like a fiercely blazing sun. It simply could not be cut in half, could not be extinguished. However, the longer the battle continued, the more startled Lin Ming became. The mysterious woman's understandings of the Holy Scripture's life and death concepts had already completely surpassed Lin Ming's imagination, reaching unbelievable heights. Although the mysterious woman had said he would be defeated no matter what, Lin Ming had thought little of it. But there was one point she was right about. That was that the laws Lin Ming cultivated were far too vast. He cultivated essence, energy, and divine, and the inner and outer universes. Could be said that Lin Ming was dabbling with every great Tao in the world. In this sort of situation, with Lin Ming's low cultivation, it was impossible for him to have deep attainments. From either the Heavenly Sutra or Holy Scripture, Lin Ming had only comprehended the tip of the iceberg. If he wanted to fuse the two of them anytime soon, that would be impossible. If so, then facing this mysterious woman who only cultivated the inner universe, when it came to laws, Lin Ming certainly fell into a disadvantage. Bang! A terrifying explosion rang through the world. Lin Ming and the mysterious woman clashed once more. The two of them drew backwards. The entire surrounding sky had been devastated as if a hammer had been smashing onto a pane of glass, splitting the skies open again and again. The mysterious woman's complexion was flushed with blood. The wound on her hand grew, with more and more blood streaming out. As for Lin Ming, scales had broken all over his body and his inner aura was in disorder. This was a brutal battle. On both sides, one was an ancient genius and one was a modern genius. Moreover, they were evenly matched. Outside the cold ice mirror, Smokeless was long since unable to express the shock she felt. Just the mysterious woman's titanic strength left her crying out in praise. But what was even more incredible was that in the current era of martial arts that had long since declined, how could a miracle like Lin Ming be born in the 33 heavens? This was really a battle between Holy Lord Realm opponents? Your laws are lower than mine, and your cultivation is lower than mine, yet you can fight to a draw with me. I believe this is because you utilize the power of the Azura blood. But soon you will exhaust your strength. I don't think your blood vitality can remain so potent for much longer. Your life force is exuberant, so you have lasted until now. But you don't seem as if you can drag things out to a 1,000 breaths of time. There was still a long time until 1,000 breaths of time passed. And as the mysterious woman said, because Lin Ming had used the Azura blood and erupted with so much power, he consumed his strength that much more quickly. Even though he had a terrifying endurance ability, it would be difficult for him to continue this battle much longer. If things continue like this, then you can last for another 100 breaths of time before my attacks wear down the rest of your strength. If so, then I will have won by default. However, I don't wish for this to happen. I want to defeat you while you are still propped up by the power of the Azura blood, and defeat you at your full strength. As the mysterious woman spoke, her black hair fluttered upwards and a Tao pagoda appeared behind her. This Tao pagoda had 6 levels, and the pagoda seemed to be suppressing countless races, gods, and even demons. After the Tao pagoda appeared, the mysterious woman's aura rapidly climbed to an astonishing height. Moreover, this time it was no longer just the concept of life or just the concept of death, but a fusion of them both. The mysterious woman had never attacked with the fused power of life and death. But now, she was going to attack with the entirety of her strength. In fact, with her present cultivation it was incredibly difficult for her to perfectly fuse together the concepts of life and death. But once she did, then with her profound attainments in the laws the power behind this strike could be imagined. Facing this strike, Lin Ming's complexion was solemn. Two figures rushed out from his inner world, standing beside him. These were his avatars. With the appearance of these two avatars, the mysterious woman was left stunned. Essence, energy, soul, three embryonic bodies, of them you have two. To think your Azura heavenly Tao was originally already cultivated to such a degree. I suppose your next step will be to fuse together the laws of the 33 heavens. Really, you have surprised me. However, that is as far as you go. You cannot block my final strike. You have already consumed more than half of your strength, but I am still gathering my potential to strike you with everything I have. No matter what the mysterious woman said, it didn't affect her attack. The majestic Tao pagoda carried with it the ancient and boundless will of the great Tao as it came hurtling down at Lin Ming. Life and death samsara. The mysterious woman brought her hands down. Like a star crashing to earth, the vastness of space seemed to fall down with it. For a time, the surrounding void was completely fixed in place. The entire mirror world seemed to have solidified, making it impossible to struggle. In that moment, Lin Ming moved. He knew just how dreadful this woman's attack was, and he didn't plan to avoid it in the least. He grasped the black dragon spear and hurtled towards it. The mysterious woman had spoken correctly. Even if Lin Ming displayed his full strength and burned his blood essence, he still wouldn't be a match for this strike. Whether it was the Holy Scripture or Heavenly Sutra, the degree to which Lin Ming cultivated them was far inferior to the mysterious woman. With the great disparity between their laws as well as the massive amount of strength he had already used up, he would lose without a doubt. Then, in that moment, Lin Ming made a decision. He planned to simultaneously use the Holy Scripture and Heavenly Sutra laws. But, to simultaneously use two laws, that was the same as unifying the Heavenly Sutra and Holy Scripture. Wasn't that easier said than done? With Lin Ming's current cultivation and his comprehension of laws, it was impossible for him to achieve this. However, he had another method. He didn't need to completely fuse together the two great laws. Rather, he only needed to temporarily join them together for use. He himself couldn't use the two laws at the same time, but he had his avatars. At that instant, Lin Ming moved. He burned his blood essence. His blood vitality boiled over, growing without end. And then, in the next moment, it returned to a deathly silence. These were the concepts of life and death. They rushed through his body along with the 10 golden pages and the laws he had grasped atop the shrine platform at the fallen God Mountain range. Everything ran through his heart like a raging river. And at the same time, on both sides, his two avatars revolved their energies accordingly. The myriad demon karmic wheel and myriad essence reincarnation will revolved in their hands. With his true self as the inner universe and his two avatars as the outer universe, together they simultaneously utilized the two laws. Like this, all of Lin Ming's strengths erupted to their limits. This was also the strongest attack that Lin Ming could use. Whoosh! The black dragon spear howled, guiding the two great laws and Lin Ming's martial arts will to fire towards the mysterious woman. What? Not only do you understand the Holy Scripture, but you've cultivated it to such a degree. The mysterious woman was startled. She never thought Lin Ming, who had fallen into a perilous state and would lose without a doubt, during his final moments would actually use the Holy Scripture laws and fuse them together with the Azura Heavenly Tao laws to emit such a terrifying strike. Lin Ming's laws were inferior to her own, but by combining these two laws together, he was able to make up for the disparity. At this time, the mysterious woman had no time to think about how Lin Ming, as the descendant to the Azura legacy, would have managed to cultivate the Holy Scripture to such a degree, nor did she have time to discern whose attack was stronger. At this moment, all she could do was attack with everything she had, striking out with the god-demon Samsara Pagoda. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Samsara Pagoda howled, crushing the world. But facing this titanic force, Lin Ming showed no fear. Holding the black dragon spear, he broke into the pagoda. The Samsara Pagoda violently shook. Countless runes broke apart, disintegrating. As for the gods, demons, and intelligent lives sealed within the pagoda, they were also killed off by the terrifying spear light. Laws danced in the air. Energy howled. Lin Ming's mortal body forcefully withstood with dreadful energy storm. The black scales that covered his body splintered off, dripping with blood. But by relying on his will alone, he courageously moved forwards, unstoppable. Pong! 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 Floor after floor of the god-demon Samsara pagoda was pierced through by Lin Ming. In that intense collision, Lin Ming's arms were left covered with blood. The bones of his arms nearly revealed themselves beneath his wounds. But he grit his teeth, recklessly rushing forth. "Open for me!" Lin Ming roared. The roof of the Samsara pagoda violently exploded open, and Lin Ming broke out like an unsealed dragon, soaring into the air. Gripping the black dragon spear, his momentum was like a ray of light, thrusting straight towards the mysterious woman's throat. His speed reached the extreme. With the Samsara pagoda broken and her attack just used, the mysterious woman couldn't summon any new energy. It was impossible for her to defend. Seeing Lin Ming's disheveled hair and his entire body stained with blood, he rushed forwards like an ominous Azura war god. The mysterious woman's complexion paled. Even with the absolute disparity between the depths of their laws, Lin Ming had actually managed to break through her life and death samsara. His terrifying conviction and momentum left her bewildered. The black dragon spear's spear point was already less than 10 feet away from her jade-white neck. She could already feel the chilling cold of the spear point in the air. In the next thousandth of the moment, her protective power of divinity would be relentlessly torn open by the black dragon spear, and her throat would be pierced through. Even if she had far more strength remaining than Lin Ming, even if her background was far deeper than Lin Ming's, facing the spear light, none of that was useful. Pong! With an explosive sound, the mysterious woman's protective power of divinity shattered open. The black dragon spear continued unabated. Her face paled. But she didn't cry out in alarm. She simply closed her eyes. Yet in that last moment, Lin Ming veered the angle of his spear point, changing the trajectory so that the spear instead scratched the mysterious woman's cheek. The mysterious woman simply felt a cool feeling pass her face. Startled, she subconsciously traced her cheek. She discovered that her veil had been torn away by the black dragon spear. A trace of blood flowed down her cheek. And at this time, Lin Ming had already rushed past the mysterious woman like a bolt of lightning. The veil had been torn to pieces by the black dragon spear's terrifying spear light. Lin Ming himself continued for another 1,000 feet before he came to a stop in the void. He fell to his knees, nearly every drop of his strength used up. He was no longer able to maintain the power of the Azura blood. The shattered scales on Lin Ming's body slowly faded back into him. With a deep breath, he turned around and looked towards the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman's back was to him. Her cloak was ripped apart and there were many tears in her clothes. But she didn't look distressed or embarrassed at all. Rather, she gave off a chilling and poignant atmosphere. The mysterious woman slowly turned around and looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's final act of mercy had allowed her to live. Although Lin Ming no longer had the strength to fight back, she knew that she had been defeated. "You are truly incredible. Even though your strength is beneath mine, you were actually the one to win." As the woman spoke, Lin Ming also saw her face. Her appearance was as perfect as a bright moon, almost completely similar to Xianxia's. "Just who are you?" Lin Ming looked at the mysterious woman. After tearing off her veil with the black dragon spear, he was able to confirm the guess he had all along. Her appearance was almost an exact copy of Xianxia's, and it was impossible for such a coincidence to occur. This woman had some unknown connection to Xianxia. Was Xianxia also someone from the god race? As this thought crossed through Lin Ming's mind, he immediately thought it impossible. In his impression, Xianxia cultivated spirit essence as well as the cultivation methods of the spiritas. If she was someone from the god race, she would have cultivated the power of divinity. This would have made her even stronger. The mysterious woman looked to Lin Ming and faintly smiled. "You asked who I am. Is there a meaning to that?" You and I are divided by the endless river of time. We have never crossed paths. As the woman spoke, she turned to leave. But at this time, Lin Ming said, I have seen a woman. Her appearance is exactly the same as yours. And she is someone from my era. Lin Ming's words caused the woman to pause. She turned around and stared at Lin Ming with surprise. Is that so? The woman's voice was light and airy, without any hint of what she was thinking in her heart. She stepped upon the wind and vanished into the boundless mirror world, melting into the world and disappearing without a trace. Lin Ming watched as the mysterious woman left. For a long time he remained silent. The mysterious woman's appearance was a mystery left behind in Lin Ming's heart. Xianxia's life, just what had she gone through? Lin Ming recalled that after he finished cultivating in the ancient galactic battlefield of the Akashic Dream universe, he had run into the Soul Emperor, and then afterwards he had met Xianxia. Xianxia asked him whether or not he was willing to abandon humanity and leave alone with her, going to some distant place for 100 million years. At that time, Xianxia seemed to have things she couldn't bring up, but Lin Ming also had things he couldn't lay down. Thus, he chose to refuse her. Now, in this Azura forbidden land, Lin Ming recalled all the words that Xianxia had said to him and had various thoughts in his heart. All these complicated ideas gathered together, and Lin Ming didn't know where the truth lay. As for Xianxia, he didn't know when they would next be able to meet, or whether he would be able to ask her all the questions he had. Lin Ming, are you okay? Outside of the cold ice mirror, Daiwahen and the others rushed over, all of them unable to calm their mood. In particular, the God Race martial artists. They understood that the primal God Race had really picked up a treasure this time. Lin Ming took the saints as his enemy. His appearance had brought a tremendously favorable turn for the God Race. That last spear strike, does it have a name? Smokeless asked. Before that final strike, she had thought Lin Ming was likely to lose. But in the final showdown, the battle had experienced a sudden reversal. That spear strike was simply stunning. Lin Ming shook his head. At this time, he felt something. He looked up into the skies. Within the skies of the mirror world, the floating sphere of light was falling down towards Lin Ming. For a time, everyone held their breath. They knew that this sphere of light was Lin Ming's reward. People didn't know what this reward was, but they could feel the terrifying aura of a true emperor rolling off from it, as if the grade of this treasure already surpassed the true divinity level. Could this be an ultimate weapon used by the Azura Road Master? Everyone thought, their eyes earnest and curious. Although this was Lin Ming's treasure and wasn't too related to them, they were still all excited at the chance of being able to experience such a divine object. The sphere of light slowly fell into Lin Ming's palm, gradually manifesting into reality. Everyone looked closely. All they saw was that the space in Lin Ming's palm seemed to have collapsed. Infinite energy wrapped around Lin Ming's palm, as if he were holding a universe within his grasp. And in the center of this universe was a black vortex that sucked in all light as well as isolated out everyone's senses. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't see what was within. However, Lin Ming had a faint feeling of what it was. The energy in his palm caused him to feel a summoning from the laws. If it was said that he was grasping a universe in his palm, that wasn't wrong. Yet this was no ordinary universe, but a self-made inner universe. Contained within was the inherent aura of the laws. These were the existence laws. It was like countless lives were born and then extinguished in this universe, life and death spinning round and round. In a flash, all the aura of the laws converged. Lin Ming finally realized that the truth was the object in his palm was a drop of blood. This was the blood drop of a great emperor. It exuded an endlessly terrifying aura, floating up and down like a star. Within it was the deep meaning of the life and death laws as well as the dreadful will of a great emperor. The aura of this blood drop was extremely familiar to Lin Ming, and this familiarity caused his mind to shake. In the Akashic Dream universe, from the golden pages that Lin Ming had obtained, the aura within those pages was the exact same as that exuding from this drop of blood. If he wasn't wrong, then this drop of blood was left behind by the creator of the Holy Scripture. It's not Azura blood, but blood of the Holy Scripture creator. This left Lin Ming extremely shocked. Why would blood from the creator of the Holy Scripture be left in the Azura Roadmaster's forbidden land? Lin Ming couldn't help but recall the grand battle he had witnessed in the ancient galactic battlefield between the Azura Roadmaster and the creator of the Holy Scripture. In that battle, the creator of the Holy Scripture had been wounded by the Azura Roadmaster. The Holy Scripture had shattered and he had lost a great deal of his divine blood. Could it be that the Azura Roadmaster collected the divine blood from the Holy Scripture creator and sealed it away in his own forbidden land so that his successors could take it as their lucky chance? Lin Ming stared at this drop of blood. This was no ordinary drop of blood, but was the essence congealed from a tremendous amount of blood. After 10 billion years, not only had the essence energy within it not diminished, but because of the laws of life and death, it actually grew stronger and stronger like an aged wine. The more time passed, the more precious it would become. I have already absorbed the Azura blood. If I absorbed a drop of blood from the creator of the Holy Scripture, what would happen then? Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. The drop of blood fell onto his palm and melted into his body without the slightest ripple. He planned to absorb and refine this drop of blood here. By doing so, he would be stronger in case there's something else he needed to face in this Azura Forbidden Land. As for Daiwahen and the others, since their interests were so closely intertwined with his own, they would naturally serve as his protectors. Lin Ming sat cross-legged in the void, calmly composing himself. He felt the great currents of energy within his body. At this time, within his spiritual sea, dreadful waves were rising up into the air. In that moment it was like he hadn't fused with a drop of blood, but had fused with a vast and profound universe. This drop of blood seemed to have numerous trembling galaxies, trillions of stars glistening together. Each star was a complex and exhausting character. With the countless stars gathered together, they formed an endless scripture. On this ancient scripture, there was a dim figure sitting above it all. Just by sitting there, he seemed to be sitting in the infinite past, sitting at the end of all time. It was like he had died, without the least bit of life vitality. Around him, the limitless void began to shake and collapse. Death energy lingered around him without end. Massive galaxies were annihilated beneath his feet, decaying to tatters, turned into ashes that scattered in the icy cold of space. At this time, the ancient scripture gently shivered and began to emit a gentle, luminous light. At the end of this universe, standing in hazy opposition, there was another silhouette. This figure was that of a woman. Compared to the man that seemed dead, this woman was as bright as a moon. Her body exuded a magnificent brilliance. Each wisp of brilliance that she released seemed to have a small figure sitting within it, chanting holy texts and filling the air with life. Her light swept through the galaxies, illuminating the pitch-black cosmos. Covered by the curtain of her light, many dim and gloomy stars began to shine with a potent life force. Many of the dead stars began to experience a wondrous change. Grass filled with life burst out from the ground and towering trees drilled up from the rocks. Birds flew through the wide skies and beasts galloped through the fields. Leviathans swam through the waters, submerging and stretching out without end. A single drop of blood contained the two different mystic strengths and boundaries of life and death. They oppose each other, but coexist in the same universe. Lin Ming began to enlighten himself on this ancient sutra, his mind seeming to have risen above the mortal coil. This blood contained the deep meanings behind the Holy Scripture. Compared to the golden pages, it was even more precious. This was an extraordinary lucky chance. The advantages that this had for Lin Ming comprehending the laws of the inner universe were unimaginable. Before this, I've only looked at the life section of the Holy Scripture. In other words, the golden pages. But I've never looked at the death pages. Yet this drop of blood has not only deepened my understanding of the life pages, but also allowed me to faintly extrapolate what is contained in the death pages, obtaining a deeper meaning of death. Lin Ming had once grasped the principles upon the shrine platform at the Phantom God Spirit Cliff. He had resonated with the world and had seen many different sceneries of time. His comprehensions of the Holy Scripture were no trifling matter. Now, within his spiritual sea, some of those golden page texts that he hadn't yet comprehended began to rumble, resonating with the mysterious and vibrant power within the blood he had absorbed. Lin Ming knew to take advantage of this chance. The Davik I Dao palace opened and a dazzling light shot out, bringing with it a power that could pierce through all mysteries, shining upon the ancient scriptures. Some obscure and unknown texts began to shine. The mists that shrouded them retreated, revealing a cold and weak light beneath it all. This cold light was bizarre. Although it was weak, it continued without end, like an eternal flame that would never extinguish. It shot through the endless darkness, slowly breaking through time and space until it reached the soul world and then delved into the Akashic Dream Universe. As the mysterious Akashic Dream Universe was shot through with this cold light, from all parts of the Akashic Dream Universe, wisps of incomparably pure and boundless mystic power shot back out, following the path of the cold light and gathering into Lin Ming's mind. Bang! Lin Ming's entire body shook. From his flesh and blood, light began to emit, resonating with the ancient scriptures all around him, completely enveloping him. This strange light was black on one side and white on the other, like a yin-yang diagram. It contained the true meanings of life and death as it wrapped around Lin Ming. Gradually, the laws turned into a black and white cocoon of light. Nestled within, Lin Ming would beat with life from time to time, and other times he would be deathly still. Within the cocoon, Lin Ming experienced a long, long dream. In this dream, he witnessed a great calamity sweep through cosmos. The scale of this great calamity was far more terrifying than the invasion of God race by the saints. It was one that affected nearly every race in every universe. He saw demons rampaging. He saw countless lives perishing, trillions of quadrillions of miles of space being wiped clean of life as great worlds were destroyed one after another. This horror of this calamity even changed the rules of the heavenly Tao. It caused some universes within the 33 heavens to be annihilated of civilization, turned to wilderness, and this era was the era in which the Azura Roadmaster and the creator of the Holy Scripture lived. Lin Ming seemed to pass through 10 billion years of time to witness all of this. There were blurred fragments, but the scenes within left Lin Ming shocked beyond comprehension. Those dreadful devils overwhelmed the skies. The worst amongst them were holy lords, and there were countless additional World King and Great World King demons. Not just that, but there were numerous Empyrean level and true divinity level demons. The greatest powerhouses of the ancient races fiercely warred with these demons, exhausting all of their energy. Many races were completely exterminated, but for humans, saints, and spiritas during this time they were still small races. Through virtue of their weakness they survived and multiplied, slowly seizing the 33 heavens and developing their own martial arts civilization. The accumulated wisdom of the universe declined, but rose again and began to vigorously flourish. This process was like the alternating pattern of life and death. Glory was life, destruction was death. Lin Ming felt that without a doubt. The scenes he saw were memories within the drop of blood. These demons, are they the so-called abyssal devils? The primeval realm that stands separate from the 33 heavens? Could it be the entrance connecting the abyss and the 33 heavens? This explanation was the most reasonable. The primeval realm was likely to be the entrance to the abyss. Thus it wasn't able to be destroyed. This was why it remained for 10 billion years, eventually becoming a ruin. The boundless universe, all lives in the cosmos, the civilization of martial arts. In this world, nothing can escape the samsara of life and death. Life and death laws are the most common laws in the universe. They are everywhere. If so, then can the law of eternal life really exist? All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Unconsciously, he saw his mortal body slowly fuse together with the blood cocoon, gradually transforming. On the surface of the blood cocoon, innumerable runes appeared. They faintly circulated with a bright light, emitting a dense rosy glow. This scene continued for an unknown period of time. At a certain moment, the Azura laws within the mirror world began to gather together. These law fragments formed a giant vortex that funneled into the blood cocoon. At the same time, in the blood cocoon, the Azura blood within Lin Ming began to resonate with the Azura heavenly Tao laws. A dreadful sound reverberated outwards. From time to time, black scales appeared on Lin Ming's body and then hid themselves again. His joints emitted crackling explosive sounds as if the Azura blood within him was violently clashing with the blood of the Holy Scripture creator. The two different bloodlines waged war with each other, nearly taking Lin Ming's body as their battlefield. An agonizing pain echoed through Lin Ming like a tide. His flesh and blood tore apart again and again, collapsing and disintegrating. A massive amount of blood leaked out, flowing into the cocoon. At that moment, it was like Lin Ming's body was soaked within a blood pond. However, even watching his body being ruined, Lin Ming's heart was as still as placid water, without any panic at all. This was similar to the deep meanings of the life and death laws. To break something down and then reform it. Without experiencing destruction, how could one experience new life? As for those endless waves of pain, Lin Ming relied on his willpower to endure every last bit of it. Thus, even in such a situation he was able to remain in an ethereal condition. His cultivation rapidly rose. He instantly broke past the barrier of the late Holy Lord realm. But his cultivation continued to dramatically increase. His mortal body continued to break down until even white bone was exposed. Lin Ming only staunchly defended his inner world and spiritual sea, allowing his mortal body to undergo all of these transformations and allowing the two surging energies within him to continue washing away his meridians. He believed that these two strengths within him would inevitably fuse together. Otherwise, wouldn't the Azura Road Master have left behind a death trap in his forbidden land instead of a reward? If his successor who inherited the Azura Heavenly Tao legacy was to obtain this drop of blood from the creator of the Holy Scripture, would it really be poison? The pain of fusion continued for a long time. Lin Ming's flesh and blood, and even the black scales, slowly rotted away, scorched black until they finally fell off. But beneath this ruined flesh and blood was new flesh and blood, crystalline and pure white, like warm jade. 10 days passed. The Azura Heavenly Tao laws had completely gathered into the blood cocoon. And at this time, with a snapping sound, a visible crack presented itself on the surface of the blood cocoon. Daiwahen and the others had been constantly keeping watch over the surroundings. As they noticed this change, they all turned to look. Lin Ming was emerging. The blood cocoon split a little at a time until it completely tore open. Within, Lin Ming was sitting down, drenched in blood and mucus. Feeling the aura of the outside laws, Lin Ming opened his eyes and slowly stood up. His clothing had already been completely destroyed, but his body was wrapped in the light of the great Tao laws. He looked like a blazing sun, making one unable to see him clearly. Has he already refined the blood? Daiwahen muttered. He should have. It's really enough for anyone to feel envy. A complex look flashed into Bague's eyes. While he didn't know which ancient peerless character had left behind this drop of blood, in terms of quality it had already completely surpassed the limits of his understanding. Such a lucky chance, how could he not envy it? At this time, the light of the great Tao condensed, forming into new clothes that draped over Lin Ming. Lin Ming's cultivation had unexpectedly risen to the peak Holy Lord realm. The blood of two existences that were beyond divinity had violently clashed within his body, the fallout causing Lin Ming's cultivation to rise to the late Holy Lord realm and break past it into the peak Holy Lord realm. Such a rapid pace of cultivation had never been experienced even by Lin Ming. Daiwahen, Smokeless, Bague, and the others were all left incomparably shocked. Peak Holy Lord? This is too fast. Even a genius often needs several hundred years to rise from the middle Holy Lord to peak Holy Lord realm. But to surpass two small boundaries all of a sudden, would that make his foundation unstable? Everyone wondered, worried. No matter which race, their geniuses always suppressed their cultivations to temper their comprehension of laws. Otherwise, if one's cultivation rose too quickly but their laws couldn't follow them, then the gains simply weren't worth the losses. For instance, take a martial artist that cultivated the fire laws. If they entered into the Holy Lord realm after comprehending the 6th level concept of fire as opposed to entering the Holy Lord realm after comprehending the 7th level concept of fire, the effects of entering the Holy Lord realm would naturally be completely different between the two. This was especially true for Lin Ming. The laws he cultivated were far too vast and his understandings into them weren't profound enough. If he couldn't gain a deep comprehension of these laws and made cultivation breakthroughs rapidly and randomly, that would inevitably affect his future achievements. Towards all of this, Lin Ming remained silent. Indeed, his cultivation boundary had risen far too fast. From the early Holy Lord realm to the peak Holy Lord realm, he had only used a mere several dozen years. Compared to other geniuses, he was at least 10 times faster. He would have to make up for the consequences of having his cultivation progress so rapidly. In other words, Lin Ming would have to spend a long time at the peak Holy Lord realm before he broke into the World King realm. Breaking into the World King realm would be an important step in Lin Ming's road of martial arts. He couldn't be even the least bit careless about it. Then, Lin Ming examined his body. He discovered his inner world had expanded yet again. The size of his inner world was actually much broader than many World King level powerhouses' inner worlds. Even so, Lin Ming could feel that within his body, the two strengths which belonged to the Azura Road Master and Holy Scripture Creator still stood opposite to each other like water and oil, unable to fuse. They each occupied a part of Lin Ming's body, faintly opposing each other with equal force. Indeed, wanting to fuse these two strengths together is far too hard. Lin Ming sighed. The road he wanted to walk down was one that no one had ever walked down even in 10 billion years. To many geniuses, if they could only cultivate their inner or outer universe and bring it to the limit, that was already an unimaginable achievement. And wanting to fuse the two together, that was just the wishful thinking of a crazed idiot. Lin Ming had a faint premonition that these two strengths were lying in ambush deep within his body. If he couldn't fuse them together, then they would slowly develop with time. For himself, this might be an extremely dangerous matter. To fuse together two laws that were beyond divinity, as well as to consolidate his foundation and break into the World King realm. These two brutally difficult missions were like two large mountains that lay in front of Lin Ming's road of martial arts. To cross over them one at a time, that was easier said than done. At the very least, it will take 100 years to consolidate my foundation and break into the World King realm. But 100 years from now, just what sort of situation will the divine realm be in? Lin Ming silently thought to himself, gripping his fists. After Lin Ming absorbed the blood essence from the Holy Scripture Creator, the earth began to shake. The massive cold ice mirror that stood tall in the world started to descend, falling back into the earth. And at the same time, in front of Lin Ming and the others' eyes, a blue stone road appeared. This blue stone road rose into the skies, and at the end, a shrine emerged. This shrine was old, emitting the aura of endless years. It had floated in the skies for an unimaginable span of time. Around the shrine was a giant array formation. This array formation contained a terrifying energy. Thick chains wrapped around the shrine like black dragons, fixing the shrine in the skies. The shrine should have already existed here, but it was covered by the cold ice mirror before. Everyone glanced at each other. Just what was in this shrine? This is the final road. If I'm not wrong, then this is the Azura shrine recorded in the ancient texts of my god race. If there is a path to salvation in the Azura Forbidden Land, then it should be sealed within that Azura shrine. Daiwahen suddenly said, his voice quivering. With the end so close, he couldn't contain his excitement. He felt a deep anticipation but also a deep fear. He anticipated that there was something within the Azura shrine which could turn the tide of war. But he also feared that this was nothing but a one-sided wish from their side. He was afraid that there was no way to save their primal god race. This blue stone road? Can we go up? Smokeless frowned. She felt that only Lin Ming had managed to pass the test of the cold ice mirror, and she had barely been able to mix herself into the pool of victors. As for the others, they weren't close at all. In this situation, did they have the qualifications to step into the final shrine? Smokeless words caused Daiwahen to hesitate for a moment. He paused at the blue stone road and then carefully said, "The ancestors are merciful. Even if I have lost honor for the god race, I am still their flesh and blood descendant. With the destruction of our race arriving, even if we are useless trash, the ancestors still shouldn't be indifferent towards us and let us perish." As he spoke, Daiwahen raised his robes and knelt on the floor, deeply bowing towards the shrine. Behind Daiwahen, Shinku, Lanlu, and the others also knelt, all of them deeply bowing towards the shrine. After kneeling for 10 breaths of time, they stood up. Then, Daiwahen took a slow and careful step forwards and stepped onto the blue stone road. Finally, he discovered that he wasn't forced back by the array formation. Daiwahen was overjoyed. He stepped forwards, allowing the others to step onto the blue stone road. "We can go." On this road, Daiwahen was covered with a strange feeling. It was like his entire being had become ethereal, as if he were withstanding a baptism of the endless laws of the universe. Shinku, Lanlu, and the others also followed up on the blue stone road. Then there was Lin Ming. He looked at the blue stone road, finding it similar to the blue stone road he had encountered in the Azura Road's final trial, within the planet-sized heavenly palace. The blue stone there had also contained the aura of laws. Everyone carefully moved towards the Azura shrine. The road didn't seem too long, but everyone walked for an entire day. They walked extremely slowly, allowing themselves to become aware of the laws here as much as possible. Finally, the 6 people neared the shrine. Lifting their eyes, they saw the entire temple shrouded in blue light. There was a formidable energy contained within that grew endlessly, not seeming like it had experienced 10 billion years at all. The great doors of the shrine were shut tight, but as the group neared, the doors swung open. Daiwahen and Tobague walked at the front, cautiously leading the way into the Azura shrine. There were no dangers within the shrine. Lin Ming could feel that the laws here were peaceful. Most of them were defensive array formations. As long as no one tried to destroy the shrine, then there wouldn't be any killing intent. The passage leading into the shrine wasn't too long. The 6 stepped in, their feet walking on tiles that had been untouched for countless hundreds of millions of years. Light pattering sounds echoed within. At the end of the passage was a vast grand hall. This grand hall was over 1,000 feet long and wide, similar to a city square. The light of the laws illuminated this hall, making the entire hall shine as if it were daytime within. As the 6 people entered the grand hall, they could see an altar at the center. This altar was only several dozen feet high, but had a stairway of 9 steps. Each step was carved with beautiful images with faint, multi-hued lights sparkling from them, bursting with auspicious sights. But at this time, no one bothered with the stairs. Instead, all of their eyes were focused on the skies above the altar. There, floating in the air, were 6 items, each one of them completely different from the others. Standing outside the altar, because of the light of the laws and their shadows, it was hard for people to immediately discern what these 6 items were. What a powerful aura! These were left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. Lin Ming could confirm that these 6 items were not ordinary treasures at all. Beside Lin Ming, Shinku, Tobague, and the others were all panting loudly. Because of these precious treasures, it was hard for them to suppress their mood. These were supreme treasures from 10 billion years ago. Any one of them was countless times more precious than a true divinity spirit treasure. There are words here, Smokeless suddenly said. Everyone followed her gaze to see that somewhere on the altar, there were words of the primal god race carved onto it. No one present had a problem understanding the primal god race language. They soon understood what it meant. It was the division of treasure. Of the 6 treasures, only 3 could be chosen. Of these 3, 1 belonged to them all. But as for 2 others, they belonged solely to the person who had passed the cold ice mirror. In other words, they belonged to Lin Ming. Seeing the rules of assignment, everyone glanced at Lin Ming with envy. To choose 3 treasures and for 2 of them to go to Lin Ming, this was truly enough to arouse one's envy. Of course, because of the protection of laws in the Azura Forbidden Land, as well as the old god sovereign's support of Lin Ming, and also the immeasurable function that Lin Ming had in helping the ancient races survive this great calamity, no matter how much anyone envied Lin Ming, none of them would think about plotting against him. Choosing treasures. Daiwahen sucked in a deep breath, his voice shaking. The reason they came to the Azura Forbidden Land was for this moment. Whether or not they could see a ray of hope in the dark, all of that would depend on what these treasures were. The group slowly flew towards the altar. They could feel the vast power of laws swell towards them like a wave. The first treasure was facing the group. It was a large furnace. This furnace was 30 feet high and had a simple and plain design. There were runes carved onto it with a Taotai diagram and all sorts of other flowers and birds. These carvings didn't seem exquisite at all. In fact, they appeared rather rough. Looking at the furnace, there didn't seem to be anything special about it, as if it were some common bronze antique found within the mortal world. However, for this furnace to be placed here, everyone knew that it had to be some uncommon treasure. Without a doubt, it was likely some supreme magic tool that the Azura Roadmaster carried with him in the past. There are markings within the furnace, Smokeless suddenly said. Everyone looked in to see that within the furnace, there were dense, small writings. These writings were in the language of the primal god race, each word flooded with the power of mystical lore runes. They were faint, seemingly covered with fog, making one unable to see them clearly. This furnace is a beyond divinity-level supreme treasure. A brilliant light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. This furnace? He wanted it. Not to mention the terrifying strength of the furnace itself. Just the runes and writings within the furnace left him blinded with desire. If he could perceive them, then the advantages would be unimaginable. What an excellent furnace! Daiwahen sighed in praise. But he only looked. This furnace was precious, but it wasn't enough to save their god race. Not to mention anything else, just its terrifying grade of beyond divinity meant that it wasn't something the average person could operate. Perhaps even an extreme Empyrean might only be able to display a few % of the furnace's power. How could anyone think of killing the good fortune Saint Sovereign with this alone? The group continued to look. On the side of the furnace was a pillbox. The pillbox was completely sealed, as if there was a separate universe within. Lin Ming didn't know what pill it was, nor could he smell the medicinal fragrance. Everything had been blocked out. But Lin Ming could faintly feel that there seemed to be the rhythm of a heartbeat echoing from the pillbox, exuding an incredible life force, as if there was some spiritual existence being bred within. The pill has manifested spirituality? The Azura Roadmaster has left behind a pill that had been enshrined on this altar for 10 billion years. Just what would it be like now? This pill had likely become an existence similar to the Essence Spirit Embryo Stone. Upon opening this pillbox, the pill might fly out into the skies, developing its own mind and intelligence, even being able to cultivate on its own. Such a pill left everyone shocked. Xinku and Lanlu even wondered whether they would be able to keep the pill from running with their current level of strength after opening the box. Wanting to prevent it from escaping wouldn't be easy, and as for swallowing it, the difficulty of that task could be imagined. A pill on this level, would swallowing it cause the body to explode with energy? As Tabague spoke, he looked at Daiwahen. Daiwahen shook his head, indicating that he wouldn't choose this pill, because the pill wasn't enough to save their people. Daiwahen looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming was silent. He alone could choose 2 items, so he wasn't in a hurry. The third item was a black symbol paper. This symbol paper had dense and complex runes drawn across it. This was a divine runic symbol as well as a so-called God decree. This was different from the God decrees Lin Ming had seen before that had already turned yellow. This God decree contained an incomparably horrifying strength. The power of laws within hadn't faded in the slightest even after 10 billion years, and instead faintly enhanced. This God decree. Lin Ming's eyes brightened. He looked at the lines atop the God decree, slowly analyzing its function. The fourth supreme treasure was a small green bottle. This bottle exuded a halo of light. As Lin Ming probed it with his sense, he felt a familiar aura. He had felt an aura like this before, in the planet-sized heavenly palace at the Azura Road's final trial. He would absolutely not mistake what this was. It was the aura of Azura blood. This green bottle contained a drop of Azura blood. and from the aura it exuded, it was even beyond that of the drop of blood within the planet-sized heavenly palace. This doesn't seem like an object of salvation either. As Daiwahen spoke, he felt his heart tighten. In this Azura forbidden land, would there not be anything that could save their people? Out of these 4 items Lin Ming had seen so far, he had difficulty deciding which to choose. Each one would be useful to him, so which should he select in the end? At this time, Lin Ming's gaze swept towards the 5th supreme treasure. This treasure was the most unusual. It was a jade ship the size of a palm. The jade ship was covered with array formations and emitted a deep blue divine light all over it. Although this divine light was bright, it was gentle, without glaring in the least. This palm-sized jade ship was undoubtedly a beyond divinity-level supreme treasure. But after clearly seeing this jade ship, it wasn't just Daiwahen, but Tobague also began to sweat. Of these 5 treasures, none of them seemed able to force back the saints. Jade ship. Should we have all the people of our races take refuge in this jade ship? Smokeless muttered. Daiwahen shook his head. It's useless. Even if this is a beyond divinity-level treasure ship, it will be difficult for us to display its strength. Once we are surrounded by a true divinity, that means we will be intercepted. At that time we would be nothing but a turtle in a jar. Even if the good fortune Saint Sovereign could not break apart this treasure ship quickly, he could easily kill us once this treasure ship exhausts itself of energy. What Daiwahen had described was something Lin Ming had personally experienced for himself. Before, he had used Primordius Heavenly Palace to flee from Tianmingzi and had ended up in such a situation. Although Tianmingzi wasn't able to break apart Primordius Heavenly Palace, he was actually able to slowly exhaust the energy within it. Once that time came, he would have died. Then there was the last treasure. This last treasure was the smallest. It was shrouded in divine light, making it difficult to see what it was. Everyone focused their senses into threads and slowly probed this light before verifying what the supreme treasure appeared to be. It was a piece of jade the size of a baby's palm. The jade was carved with numerous mystical runes. Besides that, it didn't seem particularly special at all. This? Daiwahen's voice shivered. He looked at this jade piece and was unable to discover anything strange about it. Nor did he understand its function. By relying on this, could they defeat the saints? Daiwahen, Tobague, and the others felt as if they were drowning in despair. Of these 6 treasures, could any of them be the salvation their people needed? However, at this time, as Lin Ming looked at the 6th and final supreme treasure, his heart began to race with excitement. The Emperor Jade of Fate. It was impossible for him to be mistaken. This 6th supreme treasure was the Emperor Jade of Fate he had been searching for all this time. Those with fate would encounter it eventually, those without fate would never meet it. This was the final mysterious key needed to open the last level of the Azura Road's final trial. Unfortunately, it wasn't time for the final trial to open. Otherwise Lin Ming would have wanted to re-enter the Azura Road and use the 2 other Emperor Jades he had with this one to open the final divine treasure trove. Lin Ming's change in state of mind was undetected by anyone else. They were all stuck making a difficult choice. This choice was just far too important. Daiwahen said, "Choose, but be careful. These 6 treasures concern the future of not only the ancient remnant races, but even the future of the entire 33 heavens. They are something that will change the result of the great calamity. In choosing the treasure, we must consider the choice carefully and make sure we unravel and understand the functions of each supreme treasure." As Daiwahen spoke, the truth was that he was speaking to Lin Ming. He knew Lin Ming was proficient in the Azura laws, and only he could easily see through the functions of these supreme treasures. Of these 6 supreme treasures, they were the Jade Ship, Emperor Jade, God Decree, Furnace, Pill, and Azura Blood. For Tobague and Daiwahen, it was far too difficult to differentiate just which supreme treasure would be the most valuable. Or maybe, Daiwahen looked at the God Decree. If he had to choose from the 6 items, he would think that the God Decree of which they currently hadn't discovered the function would most likely be the treasure of salvation. If they could rely on it to kill the good fortune Saint Sovereign, Little brother Lin, look at the God decree. Its function is, Tabague asked Lin Ming, hope thick in his voice. Lin Ming's eyes moved to the God decree. In truth, he had been paying attention to the God decree for a long time already. It was impossible for him to repair or to duplicate a divine runic symbol personally drawn up by the Azura Roadmaster. But to simply discover its function, that was within the realm of possibility. Slowly, he began to discern the lines atop the divine runic symbol, gradually extrapolating just what its use was. Everyone impatiently huddled around Lin Ming, waiting for him to finish. Choose this. After an hour of silence, Lin Ming slowly and clearly said, "Oh, this is." Tabague and Daiwahen's eyes shined. These past days they had gotten to understand Lin Ming's character. They knew that if he said such things, he naturally had a reasonable explanation. Perhaps they might be able to find a favorable turn in this great calamity. This God decree, can it kill the good fortune Saint Sovereign? Daiwahen couldn't help but ask. Yet Lin Ming shook his head. No, it has no striking power, and it is not an offensive God decree. What? Daiwahen staggered backwards. That is. Lin Ming thought for a moment and then said, if I'm not wrong, then this God decree can be used multiple times, and its function is to shuttle through the 33 heavens. In other words, to pierce through the God-lamenting wall. Lin Ming's words were shocking. Everyone was stunned. Pierce through the God-lamenting wall? The path to salvation? Then wasn't it to flee? Daiwahen and Tabague looked to each other. They knew that in the universes of the 33 heavens, there were some heavens that were complete wildernesses. These universes had no smoke of the mortal world, and there were few intelligent life forms. But this didn't mean that they were completely unsuited for survival. It was just that the God-lamenting wall separating these wild universes was too strong, and they were isolated far away from other universes. If they could flee to these universes, then it was possible for them to contend with the saints. This was because even for the good fortune Saint Sovereign, if he wished to pierce through the God-lamenting wall, he would have to pay a deep price. To run away. Daiwahen didn't know what taste was on his tongue. He muttered these words again and again. This is the only choice. Tabague bitterly sighed and patted Daiwahen's shoulder. To have them leave the primeval universe like this, to leave the homeland that their races had lived in for 10 billion years, it was inevitable that they would be moved by this. However, for them, this universe had become a dead end. The heavens bless my God race. Daiwahen meditated in his heart. In the air, he bowed deeply once more, and then reached out with his hands to take the God decree. Under the protective rules, the array formation around the God decree didn't stop Daiwahen. Like this, he smoothly took the God decree into his hands. The soft, silky feeling caused Daiwahen's hands to quiver. What he held in his hands was the future of the ancient remnant races. Little brother Lin, we have already made our choice. What about yours? Tabague asked. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment. From the 5 remaining items, choosing 2 of them wasn't easy at all. After pondering over the choices for 10 breaths of time, Lin Ming bowed and then reached out his hands. First, he took the Emperor Jade of Fate. No matter what, he had to obtain this item. He believed that deep in the Azura Road's final trial, that was where the Azura Roadmaster had left behind his most core inheritance. Seeing Lin Ming receive the Emperor Jade, they were all surprised. Smokeless frowned. She looked at Lin Ming, confused. The first item that Lin Ming chose should be the one that he thought was the most precious. However, in Smokeless' opinion, of the 5 remaining treasures, the most valuable one was the mysterious pill. The other items were all external items, but a pill could directly enhance a martial artist's strength. Its value was naturally the greatest. She couldn't understand Lin Ming's choice. Could this Emperor Jade be some extraordinary thing? Did Lin Ming see just how precious it was? There's still one more. Lin Ming's eyes swept over the 4 remaining items, one at a time. The Azura blood? The Azura blood was definitely good, but Lin Ming had already absorbed it once. If he absorbed this Azura blood a second time, the effects would be greatly diminished. Moreover, Lin Ming had already obtained the blood of the Holy Scripture creator. Lin Ming's plan was to fuse the two different strengths within him through cultivating. Considering this, it would be far easier fusing together the two different powers if they were balanced. Thus, Lin Ming first gave up on the Azura blood. Then there was the furnace, mysterious pill, and jade ship. Lin Ming considered his choices again and again. Finally, he grit his teeth and reached out for the jade ship. This jade ship was the size of his palm. As it fell into Lin Ming's hand, it spun around, its entire body white and emitting a soft atmosphere. Thus, Lin Ming finished making his choices. He had chosen the Emperor Jade as well as the Jade Ship. Lin Ming's second choice was the Jade Ship. Seeing this, Tabague, Smokeless, Daiwahen, and the others were all left stunned. This Jade Ship should have once been the personal transportation of the Azura Roadmaster, a beyond divinity-level spirit treasure spirit ship. Creating a spirit ship was far more difficult than forging a weapon or refining a pill. Moreover, the materials required for the construction were also far higher. But to Lin Ming, the furnace with the law runes engraved within or the pill would have been much more useful for his cultivation. To him, this spirit ship wasn't too meaningful. Lin Ming, you chose this spirit ship for? Daiwahen had already guessed why Lin Ming made this choice, but he didn't dare to randomly assume. Thus, he asked Lin Ming this question. To escape, otherwise, even with the God decree, none of you will be able to escape the Chaos Star Ocean. Without reaching the edge of the primeval universe, there will be no way to break through the God-lamenting wall. Currently, the primal God race and the Celestials were under a deep siege by the Saints. They had only managed to delay for time by relying on the endless black holes and space-time vortexes within the Chaos Star Ocean. In this situation, wanting to break through the ranks of the Saints was unlikely. Daiwahen and Tabague were at a loss for how to respond to Lin Ming's words. Lin Ming had used one of his chances to choose a supreme treasure to pick the spirit ship, all in order to allow the ancient remnant races a slim ray of hope. This benevolence was far too heavy. Lin Ming shook his head. You do not need to thank me. First, the old God Sovereign has treated me well, and second, I am also doing this for my own people. I think that the ancient remnant races can break through the space barrier to fly to the divine realm, and then use the spirit ship to carry away a part of the divine realm's people to break through the God-lamenting wall once more and fly to a wild universe together. The great calamity lay before them. Lin Ming was well aware that just by relying on himself as well as the Empyreans of humanity, it would be impossible to resist the Saints. It was inevitable that the divine realm would be captured by their enemies. The divine realm had quadrillions of trillions of people as well as millions of worlds. The total number of humans was incalculable. Moreover, they were widely dispersed throughout the vast divine realm, so wanting to exterminate them all was a nigh impossible task. Even if the Saints used crowds of Empyreans and world kings to search through each world and kill all humans they could find, they might not be able to finish the job even with 100 million years. But the truth was that the Saints didn't need to totally annihilate humanity. Rather, they simply needed to destroy the inheritances of humanity. As long as they destroyed all the human holy lands and large influences, humanity would lose their foundation. They would devolve into the humans that lived in the soul world, becoming nothing but a race of slaves that were ruled by others. After that, they would slowly decline until they were finally destroyed. Thus, the elites of humanity could not be allowed to die. Divine Dream, Emperor Xianxia, Dragon Fong, June Blue Moon, Hang Chi, as well as the many Empyreans, world kings, Empyrean descendants, the peerless proud children of heaven. These people were all the future of humanity. They represented the greatest achievements in martial arts that humanity had developed. In order for the inheritances of humanity's martial arts to continue onwards, these people were all needed. With a short 100 years, this was all Lin Ming could do. In fact, this could be said to be the only choice possible in a situation where they were cornered and without a path out. Pass into the divine realm and join together with the human race? Daiwahen was thoughtful. The ancient remnant races allying with humanity was perhaps a good decision. Since they both had the goal of destroying the Saints, this was a union of interests. Of course, such a significant prospect had to be reported to the old god sovereign so that he could make the final decision. Oh, like this, the venture into the Azura Forbidden Land ended. Lin Ming had obtained what he wanted the most, the Emperor Jade of Fate. What followed next was waiting for the Azura Road's final trial to open. But before then, he had to assist humanity and the ancient remnant races in evacuating their universes. All of this was a perfectly ideal situation, but would the future really develop in the road he wished? Lin Ming couldn't judge that. As they said, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Even if he failed, even if humanity was destroyed, even if he died, he would not regret the choices he made for himself. He wouldn't regret refusing Xianxia. Everything he did was to follow his heart. This was especially true after he saw Empyrean Primordius in that dark chamber, and those alarming words he had etched into the ground. Seeing them had strengthened Lin Ming's belief. Even if he suffered a cruel death, he wanted to follow his heart and walk forwards, one step at a time. Lin Ming returned to the primal god race. The old god sovereign had already been waiting for him for a long time. After seeing everyone return safely as well as after hearing Daiwahen's recounting of what happened, the old god sovereign was extremely startled. Although he knew that Lin Ming was extraordinary, he didn't think that his performance in the Azura Forbidden Land would have been so amazing. He had jumped ranks to strike down one of the strongest geniuses from the ancient era. As for allying the god race with the human race, the old god sovereign readily agreed to this. Although taking a detour to the divine realm would make their escape far more dangerous, this would be greatly beneficial to the reformation of their race in the future. Moreover, if it weren't for Lin Ming, they would have had no chance of fleeing. They would have only been able to sit here and wait for death. This is a spirit ship left behind by the Azura Road Master? Next to a black stone table, the numerous powerhouses of the god race and celestial races had gathered together. An emergency summons had been sent out, calling them all here. Yes, we've studied this spirit ship. It can change size at will, and there is a separate dimensional space within it, one that is extremely vast. It can completely fit all the ancient remnant races that are currently residing in the Chaos Star Ocean. Wanting to fit several billion martial artists in the spirit ship wasn't difficult at all. A 30 by 30 mile square plane could fit 1 billion people, and if divided into levels, it could fit dozens of billions or even hundreds of billions of people. And this spirit ship was far, far larger than that. Moreover, those within the spirit ship also carried their own spatial magic tools. These magic tools could also hold people, increasing the holding capacity at exponential rates. Currently, the god race's population only consisted of a pitiful several dozen millions of people. And these people weren't all located within the Chaos Star Ocean. Even with the Celestials and all the other races added together, the spirit ship could still fit many times more their number. The plan will commence 1 month from now. At the appointed time, we will begin a covert operation and convene all our people here. We will have them all shifted into the spirit ship within 20 days, and afterwards the spirit ship will set off. The fate of our people will depend on whether or not we can break through the siege. The old god sovereign waved his hand, loudly declaring. The truth was that this was not a meeting, but simply a notice. An escape plan had been formulated long before this. No matter who or where they were, all had to obey. Break through. Hearing these words, the numerous powerhouses present fell silent. They knew that breaking out of the siege wouldn't be easy. Making sacrifices was an unavoidable matter, and if they were unlucky, it was possible they would all be annihilated. The great war that would happen 50 days from now, that would concern the life or death of all the ancient remnant races. After everyone was silent for a long time, the old god sovereign quietly spoke up. Lin Ming, Jr. is present. Lin Ming stood up. The old god sovereign lovingly looked at Lin Ming. He slowly said, "This is a spirit ship that you brought back. Its name has long been lost to time. Why don't you give it a new name?" Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. His eyes moved away from the old god sovereign. At that moment, his eyes seemed to pierce through the space barrier of the Grand Hall and gaze into the boundless starry skies. "Let's call it Hope. The Ark of Hope," Lin Ming whispered. "Oh, News of Lin Ming, Daiwahen, and the others bringing back the method to salvation from the Azura Forbidden Land was completely blocked off. Only the high-level figures of the God race and celestial race were aware of it. This was in order to avoid anything being revealed to the saints, so that they wouldn't launch a desperate invasion into the Chaos Star Ocean. Currently, the God race needed time. The old God Sovereign had chosen to leave a month before the summoning of the people and the start of the plan. The truth was that this was all in order for Lin Ming to repair God decrees. As soon as Lin Ming returned to the God race, he threw himself into a chamber. There wasn't much time until they fled. With the God race's current strength, even with the support of the Azura Roadmaster's spirit ship, wanting to break out of the Saint race's encirclement would be mind-bogglingly difficult. And if they had a batch of high-quality God decrees assisting them, this mission would be much easier. For a time, the entire God race was shrouded in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Lin Ming repaired the God decrees without a sense of day or night. His cultivation wasn't high to begin with, and these God decrees were top divine runic symbols left behind by true divinity-level supreme elders. Wanting to repair them wasn't easy at all. Thus, the old God Sovereign had sent out several peak Empyreans to be on standby and assist Lin Ming wherever possible. These peak Empyreans also considered following Lin Ming to learn some techniques. At this time, they wanted to learn divine runic arts not to steal anything, but only to help Lin Ming. They wanted to assist him so that there would be more God decrees and stronger God decrees to deal with the saints. But they slowly discovered that no matter how diligent they were in their studies, they weren't able to learn anything at all. This divine runic arts technique seemed exclusive to Lin Ming. Besides him, no one else was able to understand anything about it. Another God decree was repaired by Lin Ming. His soul force frequently ran dry. Then, he would sit in meditation, slowly restoring himself. Lin Ming, His Majesty the Battle Sovereign has bid me to send these soul recovery pills. After Lin Ming completed a repair job and was beginning to rest, Smokeless entered his chamber. In order to break out of the besiegement, the Celestials gave every effort they could. These soul recovery pills that Smokeless brought were top-quality pills amongst top-quality pills. Several soul-forging specialized celestial Empyreans had collaborated in order to refine these, using all sorts of precious soul-nourishing materials without hesitating to pay any price. At this time, no one felt there wasn't anything they weren't willing to give up. They would spend anything as long as it helped that much more. Thank you. Lin Ming's voice had a hint of exhaustion that was hard to conceal. At this time, his face was white and his eyes were bloodshot. Piles of materials were haphazardly thrown about all over his chamber. This was because some God decrees were incredibly damaged. Lin Ming even needed to redraw some tiny runes on these God decrees. Adding runes was even more taxing on Lin Ming. Even if it was just a little, this exhausted his soul force. Smokeless looked at such a Lin Ming, a complex light in her eyes. Because she had taunted Lin Ming and had even been hostile to him in the past, she felt nothing but a crushing guilt. Make sure you rest well. Smokeless bit her lips, speaking in a soft voice. If an ordinary person were to say such words, it would only be considered polite. But to Smokeless, who was born arrogant and coldly indifferent, these were rare words. I understand. Thank you for the soul recovery pills. Lin Ming had incredible attainments in the soul. He was naturally able to see how uncommon these soul recovery pills were. To him, repairing these God decrees under a high period of stress was a good chance to temper himself. And with these precious soul recovery pills, he could wantonly overdraw his soul force without consideration of whether there would be any lasting damages left over. Smokeless nodded. She looked deeply at Lin Ming and then left the chamber. The repair process of the God decrees continued on as intensely as it did before. At this time, Lin Ming, who had overdrawn his soul force numerous times already, didn't know that in a place countless miles away, something terrifying was brewing. In the deep vastness of space, there was a metal planet. On the surface of this planet, there was a cave entrance that was over 1,000 miles wide. The edges of this massive hole were smooth and uniform, clearly not formed by natural forces but forcefully carved out by a powerhouse using their great supernatural might. This cave was fathomless. If one entered, they would find something even more astonishing. After entering 1,000 miles deep, there was a titanic space over 10,000 miles wide in radius. This was the same as the entire planet being carved out from within. And in this massive space was a crimson blood pond that stretched out for thousands of miles. Blood surged and rippled. Killing intent soared to the heavens, alarming to the senses. In the skies above the blood pond, a middle-aged man in a rainbow-hued robe quietly floated. This middle-aged man had deep red hair and his looks were ancient and profound, as if his appearance were carved by a saber. At this time, his eyes were shut tight and his hands were grasping across his chest. His 10 fingers splayed outwards, tightly grabbing onto his shoulders. His lips murmured as if he were reciting some ancient text. Beneath him, the blood pond seethed and roiled. The scent of blood filled the world. Slowly, countless bubbles slowly emerged from the blood pond, as if it were boiling over with excitement. More and more bubbles emerged, becoming increasingly dense. The splashing of the blood pond grew larger and larger until finally, with a loud explosion, a massive head thrust out from the blood pond, bringing with it a wave of blood over 100 miles high that crashed into the horizon. An endless rain of blood fell down like a torrential waterfall. But the middle-aged man still remained motionless, his eyes shut tight. He floated within this torrent of blood, but not a single drop touched his body. What had just come out of the blood pond was a fierce demonic head. This head was 100 miles long with a pair of curved horns and a great maw, just like a malevolent red dragon. This malevolent red dragon wildly roared, its massive head swinging from side to side. At this time, massive bubbles emerged from the blood pond once more. With a great rumble, another ferocious dragon head hurtled out, tumbling about in the skies. And following that, fierce dragon after fierce dragon drilled out from the blood pond. It was unknown just how many there were. If a martial artist were to enter this planet at this time, they would definitely be bewildered. They would think that this blood pond was a giant dragon nest and there were many wicked dragons slumbering within. However, what followed next was shocking. After over 30 fierce dragons rushed out from the blood pond, the entire pond of blood began to rapidly lower, drying up. The surface of the blood pond dropped again and again. Eventually, a titanic 10,000-mile-long spherical object was exposed. This ball-like object was the same color as the blood pond, and if one didn't look carefully they might even think it was the same. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Viscous blood poured down from the surface of the sphere like a waterfall, eventually revealing thick black chains. These black chains overlapped each other, firmly locking down that sphere and completely binding it. As the blood pond lowered more and more, the sphere began to slowly wriggle. There were even beating sounds from within, like the beating of a heart. Faintly, one could feel a vast aura of life emitting from this sphere. It seemed to be a mass of flesh and blood. As for the 30-plus fierce red dragons, at the end of their necks that were hundreds of miles long, they were connected to this massive ball of flesh and blood. In other words, the 30-plus cruel red dragons were not individuals, but part of a whole. They were branches of this humongous sphere. It was hard to imagine what sort of terrifying life form this sphere was. In size alone, it was 10,000 miles wide and had more than 30 fierce red dragon heads extending from it, each one emitting a terrifying aura no less than that of a true dragon. As this horrifying monster appeared, the rainbow-robed man floating in the skies frowned. Beads of sweat had developed at his temples. He had clearly consumed a great deal of energy. His lips changed as fast as a bolt of lightning. He continued to chant, his words becoming faster and faster. The words he spoke formed visible runes in the air that flew towards the bizarre giant monster. Then, like water into an ocean, they submerged into the monster's body. The middle-aged man consumed more and more energy. His blood vitality tumbled in his body and astral essence gushed out from him. He became increasingly bright, sparkling like a bright afternoon sun. Mark of the Saint Ancestors' seal. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly popped open. At that moment, all of the texts he chanted gathered together, forming a massive cursed seal that flew towards the monster. Then, this cursed seal reflected atop the middle-aged man's head. It slowly sank into the monster and disappeared from sight. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. The monster emitted a deep and bass cry like an earthquake. The entire planet shook, as if it were affected, thundering together with the monster. This process continued for half an incense stick of time. Then, with a crashing sound, something strange occurred. Of the monster's 30-some dragon heads, one of them suddenly melted away, turning into bright red blood that rained down to the ground. And after several more breaths of time, another dragon head exploded, turning into blood rain once more. Like this, the 30-some dragon heads each exploded one after another, all of them turning to blood. Blood gushed down, soaking the monster. After the monster was soaked in this blood, its main body also began to slowly melt away, like a piece of thick lard being heated into liquid. Finally, the main body completely disappeared, turned into a blood pond. To begin with, there was no blood pond in this planet, but instead a transformed giant monster. When the blood pond completely calmed down, the rainbow-robed man closed his eyes, meditating in the void. Chanting all those texts and using the technique he just did had consumed a great deal of his strength. As the man was meditating, a flame lit up in front of him. The man frowned and opened his eyes. Soul Emperor. That old monster. Just why is he looking for me? The man's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance. In the next moment he casually tore open the void and stepped forwards. His surroundings changed as he suddenly arrived in a grand hall built of crystal. Floating in the center of this grand hall was a person's shadow. This shadow was fuzzy and undefined. It was clearly just an illusion. This illusion was that of a youth with smooth, fair skin and black hair that fell like a waterfall. But what was bizarre was that this illusion's eyes were filthy and spiritless, as if on the verge of death. Such an appearance made one's scalp creep. The old youth looked at the middle-aged man. His lips slightly parted. You seem to have exhausted yourself considerably? I wonder what it is that can cause the sovereign of the saints to work so hard. The rainbow-robed man was the saint race's good fortune saint sovereign. You worry about too many things. The good fortune saint sovereign indifferently said, with no intentions of mentioning the spell he just cast. Just what are you doing here? The good fortune saint sovereign's eyes glared at the soul emperor. Although they had come to a temporary truce, they were absolutely not friends. I have come here especially to tell you some news. The soul emperor's voice was old and empty, without the least bit of feeling, as if he were speaking words of ice. Then speak. There is a person. He has gone to the primeval universe. He is something you might be interested in. His name is Lin Ming, the soul emperor quietly said. As the good fortune saint sovereign heard this, his eyebrows leapt up. Lin Ming. He has arrived at the primeval universe? The good fortune saint sovereign was certainly not unfamiliar of the name Lin Ming. Lin Ming was a terrifying youth. At a mere 100 years of age, he could suppress seniors several times his age. He was even able to defeat the good fortune saint's son, someone that was an entire large boundary higher. If such a person were allowed time, then their future would be unimaginable. But now Lin Ming was weak. The good fortune saint sovereign certainly wouldn't allow Lin Ming to freely grow. He had already planned to kill Lin Ming in the next few hundred years and eliminate all potential problems, cutting the weeds at the roots. However, before this the good fortune saint sovereign always had matters he needed to attend to. For instance, dealing with the spiritas or dealing with the saints, or even refining that mysterious blood pond in the planet just now. But now, the good fortune saint sovereign actually learned from the soul emperor that Lin Ming had arrived at the primeval universe. This was also the universe that the saints were invading. If so, then he could completely annihilate the ancient remnant races and conveniently kill off Lin Ming while he was at it. Really? You choose not to walk the road to heaven but would rather burst through the gates of hell. The good fortune saint sovereign sneered, a bloodthirsty light shining in his eyes. Killing Lin Ming was the same as wiping out the hope of humanity. Soul World, Soul Rapture Holy Lands. In a grand hall crafted from soul crystals, an old youth stood beside an altar. His hands were crossed in front of his chest. His eyes were closed and his divine sense stretched out like the tentacles of a monster, piercing through the god-lamenting wall. This youth was the Soul Emperor. In a normal situation, even the Soul Emperor who ruled the entire soul world would find it impossible to penetrate the god-lamenting wall with his sense. But if he was able to leave a mark on someone ahead of time, then even if that person wasn't in the same universe, he would still be able to pass through the 33 heavens to sense them. The Soul Emperor and the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had both left marks on each other's bodies. As long as they wished for it, they could cross the layers of universes to communicate. Currently, the Soul Emperor had contacted the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign in order to tell him about news related to Lin Ming. The Soul Emperor's eyes opened. At the same time, the connection between him and the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was interrupted. In front of the Soul Emperor, the blurry shade of the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign slowly disappeared without a trace. The Soul Emperor was silent. He descended from the altar one step at a time. With his long black hair and his snow-white robe, from the back he appeared like an extraordinarily beautiful youth at the peak of his prime. And standing in front of the Soul Emperor was a woman wrapped in a black cloak. This woman was Xianxia. At this time, Xianxia had lowered her eyes. Her expression was faint and indifferent. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. "Has your heart gone soft?" the Soul Emperor suddenly asked. Xianxia pressed her eyebrows together, not responding. The Soul Emperor smiled. "There is no need for you to put on a play before me. I already have a general feeling of the thoughts within your heart. You personally spoke with Lin Ming and blocked out my sense. Afterwards, Lin Ming went to the primeval universe. You spoke with him in private for almost a quarter hour. Just what did you talk about?" A light smile hung on the Soul Emperor's face. But this smile was terrifying. Xianxia still remained silent. She only stood in the dark hall, looking like a sculpture of white jade that was enveloped in a black cloak. The Soul Emperor stared at Xianxia for 10 breaths of time and then chuckled as he shook his head. "Your heartbeat remains the same and there isn't the slightest disturbance to your aura. Even the energy circulating within you is perfectly uniform. You really do not shame the reputation of being called my soul race's Soul Empress." However, the Soul Emperor's voice suddenly changed. The atmosphere around him turned icy cold, his entire body surging with killing intent. His filthy dark eyes turned murderous. "I will not allow you to disobey me again. You should know just how valuable Lin Ming is to me. He is the key to opening my future. After so many years, I have discovered the turning point for all my ambitions. I will not allow anyone to ruin my plans." The Soul Emperor overflowed with killing intent, like cold winds that howled from the 9 nether abyss. As Xianxia faced this violent killing intent, her protective spirit essence trembled. She took a deep breath and looked at the Soul Emperor. Her voice was equally cold as she said, "You don't need to threaten me. I already have no other path to take. Your choice is also my choice." Although Xianxia said this, she still didn't know what taste was in her heart. In truth, this so-called choice was not hers alone, but one that Lin Ming helped her make. Rather, it could be said that Xianxia had already expected Lin Ming's choice, and she was simply using their conversation to once again steady her resolve. "Good, good, very good," the Soul Emperor said, shouted out "good" 3 times. "A worm that lives in the dead leaves and fallen branches will never understand the beauty and greatness of the world, because their field of vision is far too narrow and their life is far too short. They will never be able to live past the winter snows. I think you don't want to become such a worm." As the Soul Emperor spoke, he stepped forwards until he was a mere foot away from Xianxia. He wasn't tall and only had the appearance of a newly minted youth. As for Xianxia, she was tall. With that, their eyes were completely even with each other. As their eyes met, countless complex emotions were contained within Xianxia's gaze. The Soul Emperor's last words were also the words that Xianxia had spoken to Lin Ming. But compared to when she had said them, the feelings behind them were completely different. Time slowly passed. With the descent of the great calamity, waves would rise and winds would surge. These were troubled times. Overlords of the various universes were hatching their own plans, taking this one-in-several-billion-year chance to realize their ambitions. Mortal desires were without end. In particular, the true divinities that stood at the peak of their universes. They had accumulated countless lucky chances and had passed through countless massacres, withstanding innumerable tribulations to arrive where they were. They weren't willing to meekly follow the road that fate had assigned them. They weren't willing to obey the samsara of the heavenly Tao. They wanted to control their own destinies, rising above the world and grasping the heavenly Tao in their hands. As for the Soul Emperor and Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, they were both among them. Oh, it's time. Chaos Star Ocean, Primal God Race Headquarters. The old God Sovereign stood on the edge of a stargazing platform, looked at the endless galaxies circulating around him. His old eyes seemed to see through the fog of the universe, peeking into the future fate of the God race. Reporting to Your Majesty God Sovereign, all people of the ancient remnant races have already boarded the Ark of Hope. This includes the God race's 22 million citizens, the Celestial race's 350 million citizens, the Roaring Bone race's 810 million citizens, the Titan race's 80 million citizens, the Ancient Spirit races. An Empyrean respectfully stood behind the old God Sovereign. Daiwahen had stepped forwards, reporting everything to the old God Sovereign. The old God Sovereign slowly nodded. Do they all understand how dangerous this battle will be, and what it means to our ancient races? They understand. Daiwahen responded with absolute surety. Everything is ready. We can break out at any time. Good. The old God Sovereign finally turned around. He slowly tidied his sleeves. On his sleeves, 3 pure black symbol papers were attached. These 3 symbol papers were God decrees personally drawn by the Azura Roadmaster. Seeing these 3 God decrees, all of the Empyreans present had changed complexions. These God decrees were their greatest trump cards in breaking through. Otherwise, they would have no way to overcome the hurdle that was the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. Your Majesty. 3 peak Empyreans stepped forwards together and knelt on the ground, their hands raised over their heads in reverence. Please bestow us the God decrees. You all, are you ready? The old God Sovereign looked at these 3 people, his tone ancient and powerful. As God decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, wanting to activate them wasn't simple at all. If a true divinity galvanized them, they would be drained of strength. And if an Empyrean were to do so, they would affect their own life source and burn the fires of their lives, greatly diminishing their lifespan. Honorable Master, please bestow me a God decree. Daiwahen stubbornly lifted his hands. It is not your turn. 2 elderly peak Empyreans stood in front of Daiwahen. Please grant them to us. The old God Sovereign looked at these 2 old God race Empyreans. They were already over 80 million years old. With a wave of his hand, 2 God decrees flew into the hands of the 2 Empyreans. The word of sealing as well as the word of striking, the 2 of you can take one. As for the last one, I will hold it myself. The old God Sovereign's voice echoed out. As Daiwahen heard this, his heart shook and he quietly drew back. He knew that he could not change the decision of the old God Sovereign. Out of all the primal God race's peak Empyreans, he was the youngest. The young and those in their prime, they were the future of the God race after this great war. Let us go. The old God Sovereign took a deep breath. We will fight. Oh! In the starry black skies, the void was quiet and endless. Within the chaos star ocean that was filled with space-time storms and black holes, a pure white spirit ship cut straight through space, flying out without slowing. At the center of this pure white spirit ship, there was a massive array disk. 12 Empyreans sat in a circle around this array disk, providing energy to the spirit ship. Countless energy stones burned within the array formation. Lin Ming stood outside the array formation, quietly watching all of this. Nearby, he could see the vast endlessness of space rapidly passing him by. It's begun. Lin Ming had a faint premonition that this battle to break through would be the spark that lit the explosive flames of war. The future of humanity, the future of the ancient races, as well as his own future, everything would depend on this battle. Reporting to your majesty, in front of us lies the Saint's space blockade. At the bow of the spirit ship, a messenger soldier from the Titan race reported the information. Run it over, the old god sovereign simply and mercilessly replied. His voice carried a deep killing intent. As you will. The messenger soldier passed on the command. The entire spirit ship suddenly accelerated. Bang! With a loud explosion, the void shook. The Saint's space blockade had been directly ripped open. The Arc of Hope didn't slow in the least, piercing through the spatial barrier like an arrow through thin paper. This was the spirit ship left behind by the Azura Roadmaster and driven by numerous Empyreans. How could such a massive blockade possibly hope to stop it? Enemy attack! Amongst the fleet of the Saints, someone cried out loud. Hundreds of sound transmitting talismans lit up together, rapidly passing down information through various channels. Who dares? They are courting death. Over 100 Saint martial artists rushed out. These people were mostly small battalion leaders and team commanders. They were originally enjoying themselves and playing around, and now that they suddenly heard the enemy was attacking, their festivities were interrupted and they naturally didn't feel well. These small group leaders were mostly all holy lords. As they saw a massive pure white spirit hurtling towards them, they all stared in a stunned daze. High-grade spirit ship. The Saint martial artist in the lead was a tall and fat man with a great world king cultivation. All things considered, he had good eyesight and was able to immediately recognize that this white spirit ship was extraordinary. It was as large as a small planet, and even though it was still hundreds of thousands of miles away, it was clearly visible. Do they want to break through the defensive line of our Godstep Heavenly Palace? Activate the defensive array formations and prepare to meet the enemy. Report to Empyrean Godstep what is happening. I think those God race bastards have finally become too bored. The fat great world king immediately ordered. These Saint martial artists had gone through numerous battles. Although they were all boisterous and rowdy, when they truly met the enemy they wouldn't be lazy. They immediately opened the array formation to meet the incoming enemy. However, the white spirit ship didn't fire towards their battle array, but hurtled in another direction. What? The fat great world king was stunned. That direction was where Godstep Heavenly Palace was. That Godstep Heavenly Palace was personally guarded by Empyrean Godstep. It had to be known that many Empyrean heavenly palaces were themselves top-grade magic tools. Their combat strength was amazing. Are they insane? Do they want to commit suicide? The fat great world king was dumbfounded. The other group leaders laughed. Nothing but trying to break a rock with an egg. They're just looking to die. With Empyrean Godstep status, he shouldn't be willing to meddle in such a battle. But if they are going to run up to his doorstep to die, no one's going to stop them. People chuckled as they spoke. However, the fat great world king's complexion was somewhat odd. The situation was too suspicious. That white spirit ship. As the fat great world king was thinking, something amazing occurred. The spirit ship shot towards Empyrean Godstep's heavenly palace and didn't seem to be slowing at all. From the current trajectory and speed, they were going to collide. Insane! The fat great world king was panic-stricken. Such a terrifying strike would absolutely cause a riotous detonation. After the array formation of a high-grade spirit ship exploded along with the massive amount of energy stones within, the energy shockwaves produced would suck up every nearby holy lord and tear them all to shreds. Whoosh! 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 Floating in space, Godstep Heavenly Palace began to shine with the luminescence of an array formation. Divine light shot out from within the Heavenly Palace. This was the Heavenly Palace's defensive array formation. With such a large-scale array formation in addition to the personal management of Empyrean Godstep, even the all-out strike of a peak Empyrean wouldn't be able to shake the barrier. But the fragile-seeming spirit ship continued rushing forwards. It was the suicidal appearance of someone trying to crack open a stone with an egg. This is suicide. Many people waited to see that white spirit ship crash and blow up into countless fireworks in the starry void. However, when the white spirit ship struck the array formation at high speed, The front of the spirit ship also shined with the light of an array formation. Infinite divine light gathered there, forming a massive blade. The blade recklessly tore through all. With a loud explosion, the heavenly palace's array formations were torn asunder. This was like a knife tearing through ordinary paper, without the least bit of resistance. Then, the white spirit ship fired forwards with unbelievable speed, straight into Godstep Heavenly Palace. Bang! The Heavenly Palace violently shook. The walls were ruthlessly torn through by the white spirit ship. The white spirit ship broke through, crashing into the Heavenly Palace. A monumental tide of energy swept out. In that single collision, countless Saint martial artists within Godstep Heavenly Palace had perished. Even the world kings within were sucked in and injured. However, the white spirit ship continued forth with unstoppable momentum. With nearly constant speed, it pierced through the massive Godstep Heavenly Palace, penetrating all the way from one side to the other, bringing with it a brilliant detonation of fireworks as it passed through. This sort of feeling was like a javelin piercing right through a target. At that moment, the entire Godstep Heavenly Palace collapsed. Endless fragments were sent flying away as countless martial artists that were within Godstep Heavenly Palace were thrown into the cold vacuum of space. As for the white spirit ship, it was like a phoenix flying out from an inferno, continuing to race deep into the universe. Several hundred thousands of miles away, the fat great world king and the others looked on with horrified expressions, all of them scared witless. They thought that this was a futile battle and the white spirit ship would blow apart. But the white spirit ship had actually come out unscathed while the entire Godstep Heavenly Palace had been destroyed. The result was the complete opposite to what they had thought. Heavens, what is that? Who is it? From within the ruins of the destroyed Heavenly Palace, an angry and thunderous voice echoed outwards. A skinny man with a mane of white hair stepped out, chasing right after the white spirit ship. This skinny man's hawk-like eyes blazed with a severe light. He was Empyrean Godstep. His own heavenly palace had been ruined. How could he silently endure such an insult? "Break for me!" The skinny man shouted and slapped out his palm. His palm transformed into a 1,000-mile palm that shined with a golden divine light, grasping towards the white spirit ship's driving array formation. He wanted to destroy the spirit ship's power source. Bang! The golden hand smashed against the white spirit ship. The spirit ship suddenly shook and slowed down. However, the tremendous impact carried Empyrean Godstep forwards. "Your Majesty God Sovereign!" Within the spirit ship, the Empyreans managing the driving array formation suddenly felt the spirit ship slow down, receiving a great resistance. An upper Saint Empyrean is hindering our spirit ship from several tens of thousands of miles away. Erase him, quickly and decisively. The old God Sovereign's voice was as cold as ice. Yes. 3 peak Empyreans received the order and flew out from the white spirit ship. Even for a peak Empyrean, wanting to instantly kill an upper Empyrean from tens of thousands of miles away was difficult. After all, even if the opponent couldn't fight, they could still run. But this time, one of the 3 peak Empyreans held a yellow symbol paper in his hand. This was a god decree left behind by an ordinary true divinity, but after being repaired by Lin Ming, its might could no longer be compared to how it was in the past. Divine light sparkled and the god decree lit up. At the same time, the 2 other peak Empyreans also assisted in the attack. 3 beams of divine light cut through the void, hurtling straight towards Empyrean Godstep with inconceivable speed. In particular, the central beam of light was overwhelming, tearing through the cosmos. Empyrean Godstep was alarmed. He could feel a terrifying strength within that middle divine light. Moreover, the strength of the 3 people attacking him had far surpassed his imagination. "This is bad," Empyrean Godstep cried out in shock. He rapidly drew backwards, but it was too late. The light that blossomed from the god decree was too dreadful. After it locked onto Empyrean Godstep, there was no way for him to avoid it. The brilliant divine light swallowed up Empyrean Godstep. Meanwhile, the attacks of the other 2 Empyreans also collided. The 3 attacks joined together, completely piercing through Empyrean Godstep's body. Ah! Empyrean Godstep howled pitifully. His mortal body was torn apart by the divine lights and his soul was annihilated. Like this, an Empyrean, and even an outstanding person amongst Empyreans, had been erased from existence, instantly killed in a horrifying manner. What? Hundreds of thousands of miles away, the fat great world king's heart shriveled as he saw this. In his lifetime, this was the first time he had ever seen an Empyrean die, and an upper Empyrean at that. In ordinary times, an Empyrean was no different from a god in their eyes, an unreachable existence. But in that brief moment just then, an upper Empyrean had been instantly killed, turned to nothing but ashes and smoke. This frightening scene caused the fat great world king to freeze where he was, looking like a statue. And beside the fat great world king, the other martial artists weren't able to withstand such a sight. They shivered and a cold sweat dripped down their bodies. Just what kind of spirit ship was that? With a single move it was able to erase an upper Empyrean. The ancient races, have they all emerged from their nest? The fat world king suddenly realized this possibility. The ancient races finally weren't willing to resign themselves to being encircled and were planning to break free. Quickly report the news. The fat great world king's mind was in utter chaos. He began to realize that this opening salvo would be the fire that lit the fuse for the final decisive battle between the saints and the ancient races. In fact, it wasn't just the fat great world king who realized this. From the destroyed Godstep heavenly palace, many world kings had rapidly sent out news of what happened. This sudden change of events would soon reach the ears of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Deep within the primeval universe, within the center of an icy metal planet, the good fortune Saint Sovereign sat atop a massive blood-red sphere that was 10,000 miles wide. This crimson sphere constantly wriggled. Fierce dragon heads jutted out from the bloody sphere before melting back into it with a rain of blood. Repeating this process again and again. At the same time, loud sounds rang out from within the center of the crimson sphere. Bang! 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 With the thunderous roaring of the earth, the entire planet vibrated with this sound. The terrifying sound echoed through the semi-sealed interior of the planet. If a martial artist with an insufficient cultivation were to stand in this space, they would be affected by the horrifying high-energy sound waves. Their body and organs would resonate with the sound waves until they turned to mush. In this environment, a young man knelt before the good fortune Saint Sovereign, his hands splayed on the ground in reverence. Your Majesty, Sovereign Ancestor, your child requests to go to battle. This young man had already been kneeling here for a long time. He was tall, with broad shoulders. His facial features were sharp and fierce, a faint hostility creeping in his eyes. This youth was the person who had been defeated by Lin Ming in the past, the good fortune Saint Sun. In that 100-year duel, when only 60 years had passed, the good fortune Saint Sun had been defeated by Lin Ming. Not only had he been defeated, he had lost in a miserable fashion. In the face of numerous people with the Empyreans of the Saint race, human race, monster race, and demon race present, the good fortune Saint Sun had been publicly cuckolded by Lin Ming. His fiancée was stolen and he was beaten to a pulp. This event would forever be the greatest shame in his life. Now 20 to 30 years had passed. The good fortune Saint Sun had endured this humiliation, torturing himself, diligently training, all for the fervent wish he had of wiping away that shame. But Lin Ming seemed to have disappeared without a trace. No one was able to find him. It was only a few days ago that the good fortune Saint Sun learned Lin Ming had entered the primeval universe. With this, he could no longer sit still. Thus he requested to be sent to the battlefront by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. However, the good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't respond. And just now, he also learned that the ancient races were riding a top-grade spirit ship to break through their encirclement. Because of this, the good fortune Saint Sun volunteered himself for battle once more. Your Majesty, Sovereign Ancestor, your child can confirm that Lin Ming is riding aboard that white spirit ship. The reason Lin Ming came to the primeval universe should have been in order to form an alliance with the ancient remnant races. It even seems that Lin Ming has convinced the leaders of the ancient races. They should be trying to escape the primeval universe and flee to the divine realm to meet up with the humans. As Lin Ming's rival, the good fortune Saint Sun had somewhat of an understanding of Lin Ming. He was already able to guess part of the truth. However, the good fortune Saint Sovereign shook his head. You are not Lin Ming's match. You have diligently cultivated for 20-some years. But even now, the disparity between you and him has only grown larger. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's words were like a bucket of cold water tossed atop the good fortune Saint Sun's head. The good fortune Saint Sun gripped his fists. Although he didn't want to acknowledge it, he was well aware of just how terrifying Lin Ming was. In the past, Lin Ming was able to jump ranks to defeat him, and he was younger, in the prime of his youth. Now, over the past 20-some years, the disparity would only have grown larger and larger. The good fortune Saint Sun grit his teeth, saying, I might not be his match, but I do not need to defeat him head-on. As long as I can lead the army to rout him on the battlefield and kill him there, that will equally restore my heart of martial arts. I beg your Majesty's sovereign ancestor to allow your child to command the troops into battle. The good fortune Saint Sun deeply bowed. But the good fortune Saint Sovereign continued shaking his head. You don't need to be so stubborn. Many times, when a peerless genius reaches the final stage of their growth and must comprehend the laws of the heavens and earth and step onto the road of divinity, leading a smooth life without problems and bumps isn't necessarily good. Martial artists are creatures that need setbacks at times, just like a phoenix needs to undergo nirvana. Your road has been far too smooth. Experiencing such a strike might not be bad for you. As for Lin Ming, he is the same. Although he had experienced some hurdles as he grew, compared to chasing after the heavenly Tao, all his problems have been insignificant so far. You and Lin Ming both need to fail. However, you have me standing behind you, so even if you are defeated, you can start over from nothing. As for Lin Ming, he has no one behind him. Once he is defeated, there is nothing but death. As the good fortune Saint Sovereign spoke to hear, the massive blood-red monster beneath his body seemed to have become infected by his aura. The monster wriggled more and more, causing the entire planet to shake. Go, it's time to end this charade. I will not allow a mere human boy to destroy my plans. Before he has grown, I will kill him. Killing intent erupted from the good fortune Saint Sovereign, recklessly gushing out like a tide. The good fortune Saint Sun, who was less than 10 feet from the good fortune Saint Sovereign, felt his heart chill, as if he had fallen into the nine-nether abyss. Even he had never earnestly felt the horrifying might of the good fortune Saint Sovereign like today. Woo, woo, woo. The crimson monster wriggled more and more. The tiny remaining amount of the blood pond rapidly dried up. The blood pond had been absorbed by the crimson monster, completely swallowed up. On the surface of the monster's body, massive runes began to appear, and the divine light that these runes shot out all gathered between the good fortune Saint Sovereign's eyebrows. In that moment, a rune also appeared between the good fortune Saint Sovereign's eyebrows. This rune was gold, similar to the runes that covered the monster's body. Could it be? The good fortune Saint Sun was shocked upon seeing this. He could clearly feel that at this time, the spiritual sea of the crimson monster had become one with the good fortune Saint Sovereign's. Bang! 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 With a terrifying explosive sound, from the crimson ball beneath the good fortune Saint Sovereign's feet, dozens of fierce red dragon heads rushed out. These fierce dragons roared with overweening power, breaking into the walls of the metal planet. The entire planet violently shook. The wicked red dragons tore apart the earth. Endless energy shot out, firing into the vast nothingness of space. If one watched this planet from millions of miles away, they would see something horrifying occur. The planet began quietly collapsing from within, and in the cracks of the disintegrating planet, boundless blood-red light filled the air, becoming thicker and thicker until the entire planet was swallowed. This sort of feeling was like a monster being born from a mother, but because the monster was too powerful, it even swallowed the mother. Seeing such a vast and horrifying sight, the good fortune Saint Sun's mind shook. The crimson monster was devouring a planet. the holy beast of my race. Famine, the good fortune Saint Sun gulped. Your Majesty, Saint Ancestor, have you already established a spiritual connection with the holy beast? You can control it? The good fortune Saint Sun was panic-stricken. He had long known of the existence of their saint race's holy beast. Rumors said that this holy beast was originally an extremely terrifying existence even amongst abyssals. Its full name was the Abyssal Demon Famine, and its special attribute was to devour all. The abyss of the ancient ruins was a dreadful place, so frightening that no one could understand it. The entrance was blocked off by a terrifying enchantment. This enchantment was called the Heaven-Sealing Enchantment. The Heaven-Sealing Enchantment was said to contain the phantoms of the Azura Roadmaster and the Holy Scripture Creator. Through any reasoning, even an abyssal that surpassed the realm of a peak Empyrean would be unable to break past the Heaven-Sealing Enchantment. But famine had emerged. As for how it did so, no one knew. There was only one truth, that after famine left the abyss, its strength had precipitously fallen. Even so, it still possessed a dreadful strength capable of swallowing most true divinities. The appearance of famine set off an unprecedented disaster for the saints. It swallowed a massive number of saint powerhouses and countless saint martial artists, eating them up to make itself more powerful. But finally, the saint race's ancient saint sovereign had led many true divinities to join forces and besiege famine with overwhelming strength. Finally, famine was grievously wounded. Even 90% of its recovered origin energy had disappeared. Even so, the saints weren't able to destroy famine. In this situation, famine then signed a contract with the ancient saint sovereign. This was an equal contract. The saints would look for blood and food for famine to devour, and famine would fight on behalf of the saints. Like this, famine became the holy beast of the saints. The saints were always ambitious. They wanted to rule the 33 heavens. However, in the Great War 3.6 billion years ago when the saints fought the humans, the saints had paid a dire price. Your Majesty, Saint Ancestor, wasn't famine heavily wounded in the battle 3.6 billion years ago by Empyrean Divine Seal burning away his life as the price? Ever since, famine has fallen into a deep slumber. How did you manage to awaken it? The good fortune Saint Sun couldn't believe his own eyes. More than one Saint Empyrean had wanted to awaken famine, but they had all failed. But now, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had not only awakened famine, but even seemed to have gained control of it. This left the good fortune Saint Sun gasping in disbelief. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of terrifying explosions continued. From that giant spherical body of blood, more and more blood dragon tentacles stretched out, digging into the earth of the metal planet and recklessly swallowing its energy. Strength streamed into famine's body, but the entire planet withered away. Its origin energy dried up, the seas evaporated, and massive fissures raced through the world. Even the dried-up land that had lost all spiritual energy was completely swallowed by famine. Like this, a giant planet that was tens of thousands of miles in radius was eaten by famine. This process lasted less than a quarter hour of time. Such a drastic change in the world left the good fortune Saint Sun struggling to compose himself. Although he had heard that famine possessed the ability to swallow worlds, stories were only stories. Now that he saw these stories come to life with his own eyes, he was utterly shocked. To pierce through a planet wasn't difficult, but crushing apart a planet was hard. As for completely swallowing up a planet, what sort of mighty power was that? As a martial artist who wholeheartedly chased after the peak of martial arts, the good fortune Saint Sun had a zealous obsession with strength. If only the strength was his own, how wonderful would that be? At this time, the good fortune Saint Sun discovered that the good fortune Saint Sovereign's feet had submerged into the blood of famine at some unknown time. Rather, it was more accurate to say that he didn't submerge, but the good fortune Saint Sovereign's mortal body had already fused together with the blood plasma of famine, sharing blood vessels. Ha! The good fortune Saint Sovereign coldly sneered. On his neck, blood vessels rose up like red worms, making him look fearsome to the extreme. Swallowing a planet is nothing. 3.6 billion years ago, when famine was in its peak state, it even swallowed up the destiny of the human bloodline, in other words, one of humanity's heavenly Taos, the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. In ancient times, human martial artists had been exceptionally strong. Besides the essence gathering system, humans also had high achievements in the body transformation system. The body transformation system, that was the first 6 levels of body transformation, followed by the 8 inner hidden gates and then the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. Many human martial artists chose to walk the road of body transformation. Some human martial artists even chose to dual cultivate body and energy. In this era, numerous human elites rose up. But afterwards, in the Great Calamity 3.6 billion years ago, the rules of the heavens and earth changed and humanity's road of body transformation instead became a curse upon them. It became rare for people to break into the 8 inner hidden gates. As for breaking into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, that was nigh impossible. This was why humanity from then on had referred to those who chose to take the route of body transformation as defying the heavens. Even in the 3.6 billion years that followed, a mere 2 humans had ever managed to break into the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. One of them was Empyrean Primordius, who relied on the flesh and blood-refining Grand Mist Spirit bead to break through. The other person was Lin Ming. Although he didn't possess the Grand Mist Spirit bead, he had inherited Empyrean Primordius' legacy and wishes. Moreover, there was Xiao Moxian, who had given him her primaline energy and pure phoenix blood, causing Lin Ming's inner yin and yang to become harmonized. With that, Lin Ming had finally been able to break past the chains of the heavenly Tao. And if there was a reason for all these hurdles, it was because the rules of the heavenly Tao had changed 3.6 billion years ago. In the past, when the saints invaded humanity, many Empyreans and true divinities had poured their strength into famine and had it swallow one of humanity's heavenly Taos, forcefully severing the connection between humanity and the 33 heavenly Taos 9 stars of the Tao Palace. To change the heavenly Tao and the destiny of an entire race, that was a dreadful might which neared the level of a beyond divinity existence. And ever since that great war, the human race, which had lost the ability to cultivate the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, was like a person who had an arm chopped off. Following that, inheritances that involved the 9 stars of the Tao Palace were also slowly lost to time. Moreover, in that great war, Empyrean Divine Seal and numerous other human Empyreans had sacrificed themselves, causing innumerable inheritances to be destroyed and many holy lands to be annihilated. The result was that the human race began to decline ever since. As for the saints and spiritas, one race possessed the primeval realm ruins and the other possessed the Akashic dream universe. These 2 races became stronger and stronger. In terms of population, humanity could still be considered one of the 3 peak races. But in terms of strength, the human race was far inferior to the saints and the spiritas. If famine managed to swallow one of the humans' heavenly Taos, how come my saint race wasn't able to thoroughly conquer humanity in the Great Calamity 3.6 billion years ago? The abyssal demon famine had already begun racing deep into the universe. The speed was unbelievable, swiftly passing through the endless void. The good fortune Saint Sun stood atop famine's planet-sized body, asking a question to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. In the war 3.6 billion years ago, the only universe that the humans managed to defend was the divine realm. In the divine realm, my saint race suffered defeat after defeat. If there was a reason for this, then it would have been the leader of humanity at the time, Divine Seal. I have no idea what lucky chance he found, but his strength was even able to suppress the ancient Saint Sovereign. Amongst true divinities, he was almost unrivaled. He led the true divinities of humanity to violently clash with the true divinities of the saints, even suppressing us. But afterwards, the ancient Saint Sovereign used famine to devour humanity's heavenly Tao of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, drastically weakening them. However, Empyrean Divine Seal was able to meld his Divine Seal art with the ancient Elysium Seal in a massive array formation. He took advantage of the fact that famine had used up the majority of its energy to swallow the heavenly Tao in order to directly seal away famine's soul. This is the reason why famine fell into a deep slumber ever since that war and had become impossible to awaken. Over so many hundreds of millions of years, many peerless saint sovereigns appeared amongst the saints, but none of them were able to awaken famine. Famine, which had lost its soul, then turned into a massive sea of blood called Famine Sea. Many Saint Empyreans didn't know what the use of this wild sea was, but the truth was that it was Famine's true body. Originally, I also didn't have the ability to awaken famine, but that changed when I obtained the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Using the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, I swallowed in a large portion of Famine's flesh and blood essence and fused it into my body. Like this, I connected to the bloodline of Famine and was able to have my spirit mark be remembered in the depths of his soul. Now, Famine has already become controlled by my spirit mark. It is almost my avatar. Speaking to hear, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's voice filled with terror. His face, neck, chest, all were covered with bulging blood vessels. The blood vessels pulsated, making him look like a demon. The good fortune Saint Sovereign clenched his fist together, as if the entire universe would be held in his hand. With Famine as my avatar, in the vast space of the 33 heavens no one can stop me. The good fortune Saint Sun's voice echoed through the cosmos. With his energy as a medium, it spread for millions of miles, causing planets to shake. Characters on the level of the good fortune Saint Sovereign each had their own deep ambitions. In this great calamity, when the God-lamenting wall vanished all over, a majority of the 33 heavens universes had nearly merged into one whole. Infinite mystic realms opened, allowing nearly endless resources to be plundered from them. Everything that could not be obtained before was now obtainable. This was the turning point for everyone to realize their ambitions. At this time, innumerable trillions of miles away, the Ark of Hope had already begun a life-or-death battle with the main forces of the saints. Saint Empyreans appeared one after another, all of them trying to stop the Ark of Hope. The Ark of Hope was a supreme treasure, a beyond divinity-level spirit ship. However, those driving it were only God-race Empyreans. In the hands of Empyreans, the Ark of Hope could only display a minuscule amount of its true strength. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Ark of Hope broke into an array formation created by several peak Saint Empyreans working together. Its speed instantly plummeted 30%. Energy fiercely collided. Divine light brilliantly burnt around the Ark of Hope, making it seem as if they had plunged into a sun. Everyone attacked together. Stop that ship! On the Saint Race's side, a peak Empyrean sent out a sound transmission. They had paid such a great price to encircle the ancient remnant races. How could they possibly allow them to escape in the final moment? 3 peak Empyreans as well as 15 middle and upper Empyreans behind them gathered together, forming a battle array. With over 18 Empyreans and each one an outstanding existence amongst Empyreans, the might of the battle array they formed could be imagined. In the blink of an eye they could even turn a planet that was hundreds of thousands of miles wide into dust. Looking at the powerful foes looming before them as well as the terrifying array formation, the old God Sovereign's complexion was cold. Prepare. The Azura Primal God Cannon. The Ark of Hope was not some simple transportation spirit ship. Massive array formations were carved into its hull, and it came with a dreadful weapon. That was the Azura Primal God Cannon. Just the Azura Primal God Cannon itself was also another beyond divinity-level supreme treasure. When all the great array formations on the Ark of Hope were activated, the energy of the Azura Primal God Cannon would accumulate to its limits. Once the Azura Primal God Cannon emitted a shot, it could easily destroy a star. The subsequent explosion that followed would spread for trillions of quadrillions of miles, eventually destroying the entire galaxy. Unfortunately, the God Race Empyreans were unable to display the true strength of the Azura Primal God Cannon. Otherwise, let alone the battle array of these Empyreans, they would even be able to trample over the good fortune Saint Sovereign. For a time, countless precious energy stones lit up. They were thrown into the Ark of Hope's array formation without a care of cost, all of them burning together. Within the array formation, a giant ancient black cannon appeared. The barrel of this cannon was carved with countless Azura runes, each one making the mind shake with fear. The Azura Primal God Cannon was a magic tool personally refined by the Azura Roadmaster in the past. As it appeared, a horrifying pressure exuded outwards, passing through the void and causing all the Saint Empyreans to tremble at its killing intent. What is that? The Saint Empyreans saw the Azura Primal God Cannon on the bow of the Ark of Hope lock onto them. As they were fixated in its sights, they felt as if they were being glared at by the God of Death. For a time, the infinite energy of the universe turned into motes of lights that gathered into the Azura Primal God Cannon. Then the void collapsed. With a deafening roar, the ancient Primal God Cannon shot out a beam of light that was hundreds of thousands of miles thick, piercing through space. Kacha! With a furious rumble, the void collapsed like thin ice. Looking from far away, all one could see was endless divine light. Even one's divine sense couldn't see through this light, as everything was completely twisted up by the terrifying energy storm. Ah! Two Saint Empyreans cried out in pain. As their bodies were covered by the light of the Azura Primal God Cannon, they were instantly reduced to ashes. Even the powerful mortal bodies of Saint Empyreans couldn't resist the impact of the Azura Primal God Cannon. A single bombardment had directly killed two Saint Empyreans. For a time, the might of the Azura Primal God Cannon frightened and deterred all present. Damn it! In these past years, numerous Saint Empyreans had fought through the primeval universe while suffering little damage. But in this battle, 3 of them had already died before much fighting had even occurred. Moreover, they were all upper Empyreans. Upon reaching the level of an Empyrean, wanting to defeat a similar opponent wasn't difficult. However, wanting to kill one was a completely different matter. After all, every person that managed to reach the heights of an Empyrean was an extreme talent that was blessed with a great destiny. They had experienced innumerable lucky chances as they grew and had countless life-saving cards hidden up their sleeves. And their own defensive capabilities were particularly powerful, their life force almost unparalleled in tenacity. But such characters had been instantly annihilated to dust upon facing the White Spirit ship, killed without a chance to react. This left the rest of them frightened. It had to be known that in the all-out war between the humans and Saints 3.6 billion years ago, the Saints only had several hundred Empyreans die, and most of them were lower Empyreans and middle Empyreans. Now, to lose 3 upper Empyreans like this, the losses were mind-boggling. Several other Empyreans were also severely injured. Their combat strength had weakened. However, their mortal bodies were formidable and their regenerative abilities were outstanding. These wounds slowly healed. That spirit ship, how can it be so strong? Just what sort of ancient treasure is that terrifying? Several Empyreans felt fear rise in their hearts. Before this, they were already accustomed to the ancient remnant races scattering to flee upon the beginning of a fight as they were all immediately routed. To the Saints, invading the primeval universe was the same as beating up a crippled man. It was a completely overwhelming and one-sided battle. They had never experienced such frustration before. Slow them down, but do not face them head-on. Be careful of that God Cannon. The ancient races have countless treasures. Once they die, they are all ours. A peak Empyrean sent out a sound transmission. At this time, more and more Saint Empyreans were catching up. The Saints possessed 7 universes, each universe having Empyreans that numbered in the triple digits. With all the universes added together, they had over 1,000 Empyreans. This was an incomparably terrifying strength. Compared to this, the ancient races were far too weak. Even with all of them combined together, they only had several dozen Empyreans, even less than humanity. In the cannon blast just now, how much energy was used up? The old god sovereign calmly asked as he stood before the Azura Primal God Cannon's array formation. Approximately 2%. At most we can send out 20 cannon blasts. We have to retain at least 60% energy for our protective barriers and the flight array formation. Moreover, if we fire the cannon too many times, we will also consume a considerable amount of strength. The Azura Primal God Cannon could burn energy stones to attack, but it needed an Empyrean to manage the array formation. In order to operate a beyond divinity level magic weapon, the pressure it placed on the Empyreans could be imagined. 20 strikes. The old god sovereign placed his palms together, wrapping his fingers as he was lost in thought. Without a doubt, there was a massive disparity in strength between the ancient races and the saints. It was impossible to make up for this difference by depending on the Ark of Hope alone. Even if they sent out another 20 cannon blasts, they wouldn't be able to kill many more Empyreans. This was because the Saint Empyreans were now wary and would avoid the direction of the Azura primal god cannon. This made killing these Saint Empyreans far more difficult. Rush out. Don't try to fight them. The old god sovereign was incredibly calm. The Ark of Hope was the only thing they could rely on to escape, so they had to avoid the saints as much as they could. As long as they could break out of the encirclement and penetrate past the spatial barrier that surrounded the Chaos Star Ocean, they could use the Ark of Hope to warp forwards with a greater void shift. With that, they would be provided temporary safety. But the Saint Empyreans wouldn't let the ancient races do as they wished. In the void of the primeval universe, everyone was far away from each other. The low-level martial artists had long since fled, leaving behind only the Empyreans. Only an Empyrean-level martial artist could play a role in fighting the Ark of Hope. A blinding divine light wove through the starry void. Astral essence swelled forth, gushing out like a growing galaxy. Many Empyreans attacked together. The scene was dazzling to the eyes. Slow them down, delay for time. Two peak Saint Empyreans thrust out their hands. Golden astral essence transformed into giant palms that grabbed onto the Ark of Hope's hull. These two Empyreans attacked from a tricky angle. They avoided the Azura primal god cannon and chose a relatively safe area. Soon after, another peak Empyrean summoned a magic tool. This magic tool was a large bronze bell. The bell rolled like an oncoming thunderstorm, smashing into the Ark of Hope. Bam! With a loud explosion, the giant bell smashed into the Ark of Hope's defensive barrier. The bell collapsed and was sent tumbling away. Although the Ark of Hope wasn't damaged, the ship had used up a great deal of energy. Everyone strike. Move as far back as you can to attack and use up the ship's energy. This ship should be a peak true divinity spirit treasure. Although breaking it is impossible, as long as we can exhaust its energy supplies, then that ridiculous pack of dead ancient races will be nothing but a turtle in a jar. We will be able to kill them as we please. The peak Empyrean who threw the bell shined with a golden light, his voice indifferent as he spoke. "Ha! That's right. We don't need to frontally face them at all." The Saint Empyreans all drew back, cold sneers on their face. They pulled out all sorts of magic tools, and soon endless divine light enveloped the entire void for millions of miles. The Ark of Hope's energy was slowly consumed. The Empyreans managing the array formation also consumed their soul force. The ancient race Empyreans were fighting an enemy with 10 times their numbers. Bang! The Azura primal god cannon blasted out once more. The thick beam of light pierced through the void, causing a horrifying energy storm to roll up. However, the Saint Empyreans were already prepared. They could keenly feel the Azura primal god cannon gathering energy and were able to move away a step ahead. Only a lower Empyrean, because he was too slow and his sense wasn't too sharp, was sucked up into that energy storm. After being pulled into the horrifying energy storm, that lower Empyreans was immediately reduced to ashes. Damn! One of the god race Empyreans managing the Azura primal god cannon pounded his fist onto the array formation's altar. The magic tool left behind by my ancestors has been shamed beneath my hands. Although the energy is powerful, my abilities are lacking and I cannot kill this damned pack of dogs. The Azura primal god cannon was too high-grade a weapon. If the martial artists of the ancient remnant races wanted to operate it, they simply lacked the ability to freely use it. They were no different from little children picking up heavy axes and trying to wield them. It required far too much energy to lift the axe and their dexterity was lacking. As long as someone was fast enough and moved just a little, they could easily avoid the strike. In front of the array formation's altar, Lin Ming silently looked upon all of this. He was rapidly replaying the 2 blasts of the Azura primal god cannon. The shimmering lights of the array formation's runes reappeared in his mind as he constantly analyzed them. Then, with another explosion, the hull trembled. The Saint Empyreans were barraging the protective barrier of the Ark of Hope. Once the protective barrier was destroyed, the Saint Empyreans could even invade the Ark of Hope and fight directly with those on board. Once that happened, the 10 billion plus members of the ancient remnant races on board would be slaughtered like lambs at the butcher, recklessly killed. The hull's energy had been reduced to 95%. Someone reported. A gloomy cloud covered the old god sovereign's face. The leaders of the other ancient races also appeared ill. This was because the good fortune Saint Sovereign had yet to appear. The truth was that all the powerhouses present had already decided to bet their lives on this battle and were willing to give up their lives if needed. But if they used up all of their strength before the good fortune Saint Sovereign appeared, then their sacrifice would be meaningless. The ancient races had already come to this point. All the Empyreans present, especially the elderly ones, no longer feared death. Death was not frightening. What was frightening was dying without meaning. Let me try. At this time, a hesitant and slightly unsure voice sounded out. Everyone turned. The one speaking was the only person in the central control room of the Ark of Hope that didn't even have a World King Cultivation, Lin Ming. You want to control the Azura Primal God Canon? The eyes of some of the elderly leaders lit up. Lin Ming had conjured numerous miracles already. If he were to propose something like this, everyone's first reaction was hoping that he could create a miracle once more. Lin Ming slowly nodded, his eyes still unsure. While he had studied the Azura Primal God Canon's array formation before this, he hadn't obtained any substantial results. The array formation was too unwieldy and the laws involved were far too profound. Moreover, the requirement of absolute strength was extremely high. After all, Lin Ming had yet to study the complete Azura Sutra. He wasn't omnipotent. I can only say I can try, and I will also need your assistance. My strength is far too lacking to activate the Azura Primal God Canon. I can only try to steer the direction so it is more accurate. Lin Ming discreetly said after deeply thinking over it. Great! Hearing Lin Ming's words, many ancient race martial artists immediately perked up, their lowered morale somewhat restored. In a corner of the room, Smokeless watched all of this occur, a strange light flashing in her eyes. She discovered that unknowingly, Lin Ming's status within the ancient remnant races had become invaluable. Every word and action he took could inspire morale within the Empyreans. This was almost unthinkable. Open the array. The old god sovereign looked at Lin Ming, a wizened and affectionate smile on his face. Like the name of the spirit ship, what the ancient remnant races needed was hope. And the peerless elites of the younger generation were the source of this hope. With Lin Ming here, the old god sovereign felt much more at ease. His life was already winding down to its end. Even if he didn't live to see the day that the ancient races overcame the great calamity, he could still die in peace. Wang Wang Wang. Beneath the constant barrage of the saints, the Azura Primal God Canon's array formation activated once more. For a time, the scattered energy within the universe began to crazily stir. The energy in the primeval universe was thin, but these energies were varied and profound, with all sorts of origin energies contained within it. Like a whale drinking water, all of these energies rolled up towards the Ark of Hope, to absorb as much energy from the universe as possible while keeping the energy use of the Ark of Hope to the barest minimum. This was one of the changes Lin Ming made to the Azura Primal God Canon's array formation while operating it. Of course, this change was all based upon Lin Ming's profound understanding into the Azura laws. More and more energy accumulated. Lin Ming's complexion was solemn, his composure dignified. To borrow the strength of so many Empyreans and manage such a high-grade array formation, this was a tremendous consumption to his divine soul. If it weren't for Lin Ming having adventured through the soul world for over 20 years, experiencing the ancient galactic battlefield twice and grasping the principles atop the fallen God Mountain range, he would have found it impossible to persist. Heh! Here they come. They're trying the same old trick again. Why not try something new? As the Azura Primal God Canon began condensing energy, many Saint Empyreans immediately noticed it. Avoid the muzzle. Have that blast hit empty space. Those ancient race retards, While we're worrying about how to consume their spirit ship's energy, they actually do something so stupid like wasting their energy to attack us. That's just what we want. Although many Saint Empyreans were speaking in a relaxed manner, the truth was that no one underestimated their opponent. They each used their own methods to avoid the Azura primal god canon. Some distorted space, using the space laws to erratically drift from place to place and making it impossible to latch onto their position. Some people created layers upon layers of illusions, making it impossible to find their true body. Some people even took out hundreds of puppets to block the line of sight. There were even those that laid down illusory magic arrays to hide themselves. The Empyreans present were all outstanding individuals even amongst elites. Before this, they had experienced 2 blasts already and had found out the general rules in order to dodge it. Thus, the methods they used to avoid became increasingly sophisticated, and even lower Empyreans with enough experience were confident they wouldn't be sucked into the blast. These devious bastards! Seeing the originally distant and blurry Saint Empyreans vanish or create layers of illusions, the ancient race martial artists all had ugly complexions. Lin Ming remained tranquil as he watched all of this. His hands guided the energy gathered by the ancient race Empyreans, as he carefully sensed the Azura primal god canon's array formation. This array diagram was all-encompassing and included numerous laws of the universe's void. Calming his mind, Lin Ming's consciousness seemed to stand in the void of space. Beneath his feet was the Azura primal god canon's array formation. This array diagram spread out in his mind, covering the surrounding space for countless millions of miles, forming a comprehensive spatial projection in his mind. And all life within this array diagram, including himself, including the ancient races, including the saints, was shown within this projection without a single omission. Lin Ming didn't hurry. He closed his eyes, his mind like a placid lake. His mind tightly wove together with the Azura primal god canon's array formation, rapidly catching the projection of every person. Slowly, he locked onto a position. In this position there were 9 Saint Empyreans, and each one had a cultivation of a middle Empyrean or above. Here it is. Within the array diagram, Lin Ming's eyes suddenly flashed open, a cold killing intent bursting out from them. From his body, the energy gathered by the ancient race Empyreans started to rush out without reserve. With Lin Ming as the guide and the energy from the many Empyreans as the power source, he began to activate the Azura primal god canon. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire arc of hope vibrated. Heaven and earth origin energy began to condense in space, forming innumerable spheres of light, all of various sizes. These spheres of light came in different colors, each one representing different types of energy. Now, they all gathered into the Azura primal god canon as they were inhaled into it. For a time, the Azura primal god canon emitted a divine light in all directions, as if a sun were being born within. What a death wish, a Saint Empyrean sneered. He could feel that the energy within the Azura primal god canon was over twice as large as that of the 2 previous strikes. The more they consume energy, the quicker they will die. Everyone be careful, especially lower Empyreans. Make sure to avoid their attacks and have this bunch of ancient race idiots fail. The Saint Empyreans communicated to each other with sound transmissions, rapidly flying back and forth in the distance. And at this time, the Azura primal god canon erupted. Bang! A terrifying explosion echoed out, as if 100,000 god beasts were roaring out as one. In that moment, the world seemed to lose its color. A beam of divine light millions of miles long lit up the void, seeming as if it would cause the universe to collapse. The brilliant light could even pierce through and blind a world king's eyes. For a moment, the Saint Empyreans felt as if their 5 senses had been stripped away. Their hearts shook. On reflex, they all drew backwards. This is bad. Some people realized that this cannon blast wasn't the same. The Saint Empyreans present were all elites. Although their senses were eliminated, they still had their own methods to feel danger in the ruinous tide of energy. However, as their divine sense touched upon the massive beam of light emitted by the Azura primal god canon, all of them were left panic-stricken. What? They watched as the beam of light split apart in the void. 1 divided to 3, 3 divided to 9, and then each beam of light changed paths, separately veering off into 9 directions, shooting towards their targets like the arrows of a divine god. And in these 9 directions, each place had an Empyrean that was locked onto by a divine light. In that instant, no matter what illusion they used, no matter what technique or avatar ability they tried, no matter how they twisted the void, all of their attempts of evasion were utterly destroyed by the Azura heavenly Tao laws, leaving them without a place to hide. Even those Saint Empyreans that weren't aimed at felt a sharp and severe light shoot towards their heads. It was like a person had pointed a cold sword at their heads, ready to kill them in the next moment. Ah! An Empyrean cried out miserably. The divine lights were far too fast. The Empyreans had been able to avoid the cannon blasts not because they were faster, but because they had calculated the avoidance path ahead of time. But now that they were directly focused on by the divine light, this was a completely different situation. The Empyrean that cried out was punctured by a beam of divine light. His body instantly evaporated to ashes as he blew up in a cascade of fireworks. Following that, more and more fireworks lit up the void. Saint Empyreans were killed off by the Azura primal god cannon one after another. An Empyrean that hid in a spatial distortion didn't even have time to cry out. The spatial distortion he hid in was pierced through. The space barrier he made simply wasn't able to block the Azura primal god cannon. Among the others, those that had used an illusory magic array or released puppets were all annihilated without exception, instantly slain where they stood. Only a peak Empyrean, the one who had struck the Arc of Hope with the giant bell before, was able to use his terrifying strength to forcefully avoid the killing trajectory of the Azura primal god cannon. Bang! The divine bell covered him. Half the energy from the shockwaves of the Azura primal god cannon were absorbed by this peak Empyrean spirit treasure. The divine bell caved in and the spirit treasure nearly twisted in half. Within, the divine bell old man bled from every orifice. He rapidly retreated in distress. By taking severe wounds and almost ruining his spirit treasure as the price, he had avoided the final fatal blow. In a brief moment, of the 9 Empyreans that were locked onto by the Azura primal god cannon, 8 had died and a 9th was severely wounded. The 8 Empyreans that died were all middle or upper Empyreans, and the one that was injured was a peak Empyrean. Lin Ming hadn't bothered attacking the lower Empyreans, because it just wasn't worth it. Among the saints, many Empyreans were completely shell-shocked. Even the divine bell old man who had managed to survive the disaster hadn't managed to recover his scattered wits yet. His face was pale. No one had expected that the might of the cannon blast would reach such a degree. In the blink of an eye, 8 Empyreans had perished. Just what sort of concept was that? Even the all-out strike of a true divinity might not be able to replicate such an effect. Within the Arc of Hope, the ancient race martial artists were all overjoyed by the cannon blast. Well struck. That felt great. Currently, there were only 100 to 200 Saint Empyreans on the battlefield. If a single barrage could kill 8, then they only needed to fire the cannon several more times to eliminate half of them. Moreover, the key point was that the cannon blast just now had boosted group morale. The originally depressed ancient race martial artists began to burn with confidence once more. You were actually able to split the cannon blast into 9 beams and have each beam attack a different enemy. Lin Ming, you've done well. In our hands, we've simply disgraced this magic tool left behind by our ancestors. The several ancient race Empyreans that spoke had already tried using the Azura primal god cannon. They were well aware of how difficult it was to control the firing direction of the Azura primal god cannon. Hitting people with it was already difficult to begin with, let alone dividing the attack into 9. When they shot out a cannon blast, they wasted over 90% of the energy. However, Lin Ming was able to reasonably divide the energy of the Azura primal god cannon. The disparity was just too great. Lin Ming forced a smile. His face was paper white. In that cannon blast just now, although he hadn't used his own body's energy and had used the energy gathered from the Empyreans, he had still been the one controlling and directing the energies. And to direct the array formation along with that, this had drained Lin Ming. After all, He was only a peak holy lord, and he had yet to consolidate his foundation. The Azura Primal God Canon's array formation is too complex, and there are highly profound Azura heavenly Tao rules contained within it. I found it extremely difficult to control and barely managed to divide the blast into 9. Moreover, I failed to kill one of those people. If I was a bit more skilled in the Azura heavenly Tao, I would have been able to enliven each beam of light with its own spirituality so that they could actively target enemies. However, that wasn't what happened. I overdrew my soul force just then. I won't be able to guide a second cannon blast for some time. As Lin Ming spoke, the ancient race Empyreans also saw how exhausted he was. Smokeless quickly handed a soul recovery pill to Lin Ming. Of the pills that the celestial race elders refined without a care for the cost, she still had some remaining. And at this time, outside of the Ark of Hope, the Saint Empyreans had already begun to panic. How could that strike just now have strengthened by so much? Could they have been lulling us into a sense of false confidence so they could cut us down at a critical time? It shouldn't be. The first time they attacked, we weren't on guard. If they were to use their strongest attack at that time, then the effects would have been much better. Saint Empyreans rapidly passed around sound transmissions, a growing horror evidence in their voices. Many middle and lower Saint Empyreans felt a shadow cast over their hearts. Without a doubt, if they had been aimed at instead of those 8 dead others, it would have been them turned to ashes. No matter how great the heavens or earth were, they placed their own lives at the greatest level of importance. After all, this wasn't some critical life or death battle for their race. The reason they had joined this war was for the inheritances and treasures of the primeval realm ruins and the many resources promised to them by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. However, if their lives were in danger or if there was a high chance of them perishing, it was inevitable that they would develop thoughts of fleeing. However, even though ordinary Empyreans were frightened, the many peak Empyreans didn't retreat. There were 12 of them together, and they were the true commanders of the primeval universe war. The Saint Empyreans were naturally able to see how strange the spirit ship was. If they freely allowed it to escape and use great void shifts, then it would be even more difficult to chase after them, and because of this they would all be guilty of failing in their duties. On the other hand, if they could keep the ancient remnant races from escaping, they would be able to obtain generous rewards from the good fortune Saint Sovereign. These past years, they had been busy guarding the primeval realm ruins. And the good fortune Saint Sovereign, as the most powerful true divinity amongst the saints, his resources, whether in quality or quantity, were enough to make others drool with envy. The 12 of us can join together. We just have to be a bit more careful. A peak Empyrean sent out a sound transmission. The other peak Empyreans nodded. That blast just now must have consumed a considerable amount of their strength. If that cannon light divided into 9, there must have been an extreme degree of control behind it. With the soul force needed for such control, they shouldn't be able to send out such a blast every time. A peak Empyrean analyzed the situation. He wore red robes and his figure was tall and wide. Amongst the 12 peak Empyreans, he held the greatest authority. Magic tools were taken out one after another, forming a wall of light blocking out space. They moved back, preparing to engage in a battle of attrition once more. They only wanted to delay the Ark of Hope and wait for the good fortune Saint Sovereign to catch up to the battlefield. As the supreme commander of the Saints' War, the good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't stay near the Chaos Star Ocean. The peak Empyreans only needed to hold the battlefield until his arrival. These fellows, a Titan Empyrean gripped his fists. It was easy to see what the Saint Empyreans' plans were. They needed to flee from the Chaos Star Ocean that was blocked in by a spatial barrier and then cross through space using great void shifts. Then, they needed to fly to the nearest edge of the God-lamenting wall that bordered the divine realm, and break through that God-lamenting wall to enter. Whoosh! The red-robed peak Empyrean took out a gourd. As he opened this gourd, billowing black smoke gushed out, covering the surrounding space. It's all heaven demon smoke. Some god race martial artists recognized this demonic item. This was a rarely seen type of spirit treasure. The spirit treasure was in the form of smoke, and once it touched a magic tool it could corrode it. Chi. The all-heaven demon smoke sunk through the protective shields of the Ark of Hope, slowly draining away its energy. "This person is troublesome," the celestial patriarch thoughtfully said. This red-robed Empyrean faced the head of the ship and also faced the Azura primal god cannon. To do this meant that he had sufficient confidence in himself, otherwise he wouldn't dare to stand in such a position. The other 11 peak Empyreans all spread out in other directions, encircling the Ark of Hope. "Break out from the right side. That is where the protections are the weakest," Daiwahen suddenly said. The right side was where the old man with the divine bell was standing, and he had already been injured by Lin Ming using the Azura primal god cannon. His divine bell had lost most of its spiritual power, and it had also become deformed. It was clearly weakened tremendously. If they broke through on that side, the resistance they faced would be much less. But now they couldn't yet use the Azura primal god cannon. Without Lin Ming using the Azura laws to guide the cannon, it would be almost impossible to aim the Azura primal god cannon in the right direction and hit a target. "Let me." Looking at the Saint Empyrean holding the divine bell, a cold light appeared on to Bague's face. He slowly traced his spatial ring and took out a plain wooden box. Opening the wooden box, there was a yellow symbol paper inside. This was a god decree left behind by an ancient upper true divinity, and was one of the treasures that the Celestials were willing to take out to repair the chain of calamity in order to receive 3 spots to enter the Azura Forbidden Zone. But because of Lin Ming, this precious god decree didn't need to be used, so it was saved. Not just that, but in the past month, this upper true divinity god decree had also been repaired by Lin Ming. It had recovered the damaged energies it had lost over 10 billion years, and now its power was incomparable to how it was just a month ago. "Wuhin, Whitemark, go with the battle sovereign and assist him," the old god sovereign issued an order. Whitemark was one of the peak Empyreans of the god race. It was only that he was considerably old and didn't have much time left remaining. In Daiwahen and Whitemark's hands, they each grasped an upper true divinity god decree. These 3 upper true divinity god decrees were the trump cards of the ancient remnant races. Once they used them in battle, they would display a terrifying effect, enough to reverse the tide of a battle. Look for a chance and rush out of this encirclement. The old god sovereign felt that they couldn't be delayed for much longer. He was well aware in his heart that the good fortune Saint Sovereign would soon catch up to them, and that, when he arrived, that would be the true final battle. "You wretches, come and get it." Bague stepped onto the bow of the Ark of Hope, facing the Saint Empyreans in the vast starry space. Behind him stood Whitemark and Daiwahen. As the Saint Empyreans saw these people suddenly appear, they felt dread coil within them. But they didn't stop their barrage, instead only saving more strength to deal with any dangerous situations. "Be careful," a Saint Empyrean reminded. But at this time, with a loud humming sound, a horrifying divine light began to bloom from around Bague, making him blaze like a sun. The common-looking ancient god decree in Bague's hand melted away into light. For a time, countless law runes spun around. These law runes fluctuated and changed, finally turning into the phantom of a primal god ancestor. This primal god ancestor held a long scythe in his hands as it rushed forwards like a god of death. The Saint Empyreans were horrified. As people with extraordinary vision, they could naturally see how terrifying this strike was. As the divine Bell Peak Empyrean saw this attack, his face drained of blood. This attack was specifically aimed at him. The 2 Peak Empyreans standing on either side of the divine Bell old man wanted to help him, but they were locked down by Daiwahen and Whitemark's killing intent. The 2 Peak Empyreans could see that Daiwahen and Whitemark were also holding on to yellow symbol papers. Moreover, Daiwahen and Whitemark were both individually strong to begin with. With their killing intent locked onto the 2 Peak Empyreans, the 2 Peak Empyreans were too busy thinking of protecting themselves. Neither of them was willing to risk their life to help rescue someone else. Now, the divine Bell old man had to face this god decree that was activated with all of Bague's strength. This was an upper true divinity god decree. Even though a glorious period of 10 billion years had passed, it still possessed an incredibly destructive power. "Humph! Do you think I'm easy to bully just because I'm injured?" As a peak Empyrean, the divine Bell old man was arrogant to his bones. Even though he was injured and realized how frightening the strike was, he didn't think he would die like this. He formed seals with his hands even as he drew backwards. At the same time, he stimulated his protective astral essence to its limits. The divine bell in his hands also spun outwards, emitting a clear ringing sound. 9 suns illuminate the void, he roared. From the divine bell, 9 spheres of light formed by astral essence shot out, linking together in a line in the void. They were like 9 suns that came crashing down at the phantom of the death god. But at this time, the death god also slashed down its scythe. Who-dash! With a nearly indiscernible sound, like a gust of wind blowing open doors, the death god phantom vanished. It had only appeared for an instant and made this single strike. The strike didn't seem grandiose at all. The death god had only slashed down his scythe, with barely the whisper of a sound following it. But this faint trace left behind by the strike remained in the skies. Silence spread, and the void seemed to be cut apart like thin paper, leaving behind a clear rift. As for that divine bell, it struck the tear in space with a ring and was immediately sliced in half. Seeing this, the divine bell old man was left dazed. From his left shoulder to his right rib, a straight line of blood appeared. And then blood sprayed out. The old man's body shook and almost slipped apart. Guru Gold Bell. The Saint Empyreans were dumbfounded. From behind the divine bell old man, several peak Empyreans stepped towards him like bolts of lightning. As they reached him, they discovered that the divine bell old man's situation was extremely bad. He was dead soon. Empyreans of the saint race all had extremely formidable mortal bodies. Even after suffering a serious physical wound, they wouldn't die. But in that strike just now, the death god's energy had pierced through the old man's flesh and blood, directly extinguishing his life force. This was an irreversible loss that could not be recovered from. In other words, this divine bell old man was done for. A peak Empyrean had been heavily wounded with one strike and would die in the next moment. And in frontal combat, and in a situation where the divine bell old man wasn't injured, his combat strength wouldn't be much worse than Tobague's. What terrifying power! Tobague gasped, amazed. As one of the leaders of the Celestials, he definitely knew how powerful the God Decree in his hand had been. He also knew that after being repaired by Lin Ming, its strength should have risen even more. But he didn't think it would rise to such a degree. Ever since the war began, this was the first time a peak Empyrean had died. Generally speaking, when one reached the level of a peak Empyrean, they could freely wander through the universe with a wide smile, with almost nothing being capable of threatening them. But in this battle, a peak Empyrean had died. Break through! The old god sovereign firmly acted and sent out an order. The Ark of Hope changed directions, hurtling towards the nearly dead divine bell old man. And on the bow of the Ark of Hope, Daiwahen and Whitemark tightly grasped the 2 other upper true divinity god decrees, glaring at the other Saint Empyreans. With the threat of the god decrees present, the 2 peak Empyreans near the divine bell old man felt their breath catch in their throats. Neither of them dared to stop the spirit ship. The miserable fate of the divine bell old man was openly displayed in front of them, and they didn't think they were much stronger than he was. Once they were targeted by those terrifying god decrees, even if they didn't die, they would suffer heavy wounds and either directly drop in cultivation boundaries or lose a tremendous portion of their lifespan. As for the other 9 peak Empyreans, they were hundreds of thousands of miles away. They couldn't immediately help. Bang! With a thunderous rumble, the Ark of Hope used its dreadful speed and strength to break past the spatial barrier set down by the Saint Empyreans and then rushed deep into the starry cosmos. The Ark of Hope's speed was astonishingly fast, with dozens of ancient race Empyreans joining forces to drive it. Once the spirit ship broke past the blockade, it would be difficult for Empyrean powerhouses to overtake them. Have we made it? An ancient race Empyrean held his breath. Did they really escape successfully? Just as this thought passed through the minds of everyone, at this time, the old god sovereign shook. The old god sovereign looked deep into the void of space. Within his old eyes, fear began to rise. Heavens, what is that? At the words of the old god sovereign, the ancient race martial artists all began looking out the porthole. Through the deep porthole, amongst the endless ocean of stars that was the universe, they could see a dim blood-red light. Then, they could clearly see a massive crimson sphere, one that was 70,000 to 80,000 miles in diameter. On the upper part of the crimson sphere, dozens of blood dragons recklessly roared out. Only half the bodies of these blood dragons appeared. They seemed to have been bred from within the crimson sphere, making them look like tentacles. The blood dragons roared, revealing red fangs. As the ancient race martial artists saw this titanic and horrifying beast appear, they were all struck dumb. It didn't seem like any vicious beast or god beast they knew of, and the aura it emitted was over 100 times more terrifying than a god beast. Facing this horrifying monster, the ancient race Empyreans felt their hearts quiver. The crimson monster was incredibly fast. It was originally far off in the distant space, but in just several breaths of time it flew close, like a blood-red ghost. Deep red filled the universe. This feeling was like a drop of blood falling into clear water, slowly spreading out until it covered everyone's eyes. This is, even to Bague, the war-hardened battle sovereign that never chose to give up, began to feel fear. On the side of the primal god race, the old god sovereign sucked in a breath of cold air. His wizened features had turned completely pale. As he looked out the porthole, he was unable to say anything. His heart began to slowly sink. He was able to guess just what the origin of this monster was. Billions of years ago, the ancient races had also fought with the saints. In the texts of the ancient races there were records about this dreadful monster. But according to the information written down in these ancient texts, this monster should have had its soul erased billions of years ago and plunged into a state of eternal slumber. Why would it reappear here? Recalling the terrifying description of this monster from the ancient primal god race texts, the old god sovereign felt as if he were drowning in despair. Could this really be our destiny? Do the heavens really wish to annihilate my god race? The old god sovereign whispered. His words were heard by many ancient race Empyreans. They all looked at him with shock. Your Majesty, what is that? At this time, not too far from the old god sovereign, the celestial patriarch spoke up. His voice trembled, making him seem far older in this moment. That is likely famine, the totem holy beast of the saint race billions of years ago. Famine rampaged through the universes, devouring countless lives, including even many true divinities. What? Devouring true divinities? The ancient race martial artists all shook. In the current 33 heavens, only 2 races possessed true divinities, the saints and the spiritas. Even so, the number of true divinities they had was extremely small. Among them were those who deliberately retired to their homelands and didn't wish to participate in the disputes of the world, as well as those mysterious true divinities who people weren't even sure were still alive. I never would have imagined that famine would still exist. An old man from the roaring bone race deeply sighed as he shook his head. Many of the Empyreans present hadn't read the ancient texts, and there weren't many records of famine to begin with. With our current strength, if we wish to overcome this great calamity, we must slay the good fortune Saint Sovereign. That was already a nigh impossible mission to begin with, but now even famine has appeared. The roaring bone old man looked away from the porthole. He shakily slumped into a chair, listless. He was the patriarch of the roaring bone race and one of the leaders of the ancient remnant races. According to custom, he shouldn't have said anything that would lower the morale of the troops. But the gloom in his heart was simply too great. The appearance of famine caused him to feel as if the world was collapsing. Famine? Is it even stronger than the good fortune Saint Sovereign? Someone asked. The one who spoke up was Lin Ming. He had taken the soul recovery pill and was sitting in meditation. He had also seen the terrifying monster outside the porthole. Yes, according to the ancient texts, it is likely stronger than the good fortune Saint Sovereign, and it is absolutely more horrifying than the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Can swallowing 1 trillion lives, swallowing even a world. The more it swallows, the more powerful it becomes. The speed at which it can destroy a world is 100 times faster than the good fortune Saint Sovereign. I understand. Lin Ming's eyes darkened. Facing this new catastrophe, even he began to feel lost. Humanity had to face the saints which were far, far stronger than them, and they also had to face the mysterious spiritas, whose goals were yet unknown. The situation of humanity was becoming increasingly complex. He recalled the strange conversation he had with Soul Empress Xianxia, and he also recalled his meeting with the old youth, someone who he didn't even know was a friend or foe. With the arrival of the great calamity, all forces were surging upwards, everything becoming confusing. As nothing but a little peak holy lord martial artist, no matter how many more lucky chances he had or how powerful his laws were, in the end, without a formidable cultivation base, he would be nothing but a tiny gust of wind in this great calamity. Just what could he do? Lin Ming felt a sense of morbid exhaustion creep over his heart. In his ears, Xianxia's words unconsciously echoed. Give up and leave the storm, because all of your efforts will be for nothing. Don't you know the story of Empyrean Divine Seal from 3.6 billion years ago? He was a truly peerless character, a true dragon of the world, but he also chose to shoulder the destiny of humanity, and in the end he died in battle. What a pity! What a loss! Lin Ming closed his eyes. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles emitted loud cracking noises. Look at that monster's back, an ancient race Empyrean said. Everyone looked over. They could see that the crimson monster was carrying two people on its back. One was a tall and middle-aged man wearing a gold cloak. The other was a handsome young man with sharp eyebrows and gloomy eyes. Seeing these two people, the old god sovereign's complexion changed. That man is the good fortune Saint Sovereign. His body, how could it? Has he become one with famine? The old god sovereign muttered with disbelief thick in his voice. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's legs had sunk into famine's body. Moreover, he could see that the flesh and blood of famine was spreading into the good fortune Saint Sovereign, their blood vessels linked together, as if famine was swallowing the good fortune Saint Sovereign. However, logic told him this was impossible. Perhaps it was the opposite. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had swallowed famine, or perhaps famine had even become the good fortune Saint Sovereign's avatar. So he is the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Lin Ming looked at the man wearing the golden cloak. This was the first time he had laid eyes upon the good fortune Saint Sovereign. He could feel this other person's eyes pierce through the vastness of space and gaze upon him. This was a bizarre feeling. They were separated by a great distance of space as well as the Ark of Hope's protective shields, so it should have been impossible for him to be seen. But for some reason, Lin Ming felt as if the good fortune Saint Sovereign was looking at him, as if there were no barriers between the two. And standing beside the good fortune Saint Sovereign was someone Lin Ming was long since acquainted with, the good fortune Saint Sun. At this time, the good fortune Saint Sun had a wild grin on his face. This was the smile of a victor, carrying with it a hint of pity, a hint of ridicule. And then, beyond Lin Ming's imagination, the good fortune Saint Sun began to speak. His voice spread through millions of miles of space using energy as a medium. Lin Ming, I know you are on board that spirit ship. Today is the day you die. Ha 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 ha. The day of our 100-year duel has yet to truly arrive, right? Unfortunately, you won't have such a chance. Today you will be killed. The good fortune Saint Sun raved. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. The good fortune Saint Sovereign knew he was with the primal god race. But why would the good fortune Saint Sovereign know his whereabouts? Lin Ming had carefully disguised and hidden himself away and was positive he hadn't been discovered by the saints. If his whereabouts were revealed in this sort of situation, then it was either because there was a spy amongst the god race, or Xianxia had informed the good fortune Saint Sovereign of his location. The chances of it being a spy weren't too great. This was because the ancient races didn't know of Lin Ming's past history with the saints. Moreover, after the escape plan was finalized, all information was limited to the high-level figures of the ancient races in order to prevent anything from being leaked out. Then, could it be Xianxia? Lin Ming faintly frowned. Although he and Xianxia were no longer friends, and might even be enemies, he still didn't believe that Xianxia would betray him like this. Perhaps, when he left the soul world and entered the primeval universe, His location might have been locked down by the Soul Emperor. For the Soul Emperor, this wouldn't be difficult. The Soul Emperor, does he want to sentence me to death? But as these thoughts flashed through Lin Ming's mind, in the starry skies, that massive crimson sphere suddenly distorted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Atop the blood sphere, dozens of fierce red dragons roared and came rushing forwards. These blood dragons possessed an overwhelming killing intent. They tore through the void, manically racing forwards, and their target was the Ark of Hope. This is bad. The Empyreans managing the Ark of Hope's array formation began to panic. They did everything they could to control the array formation and change the direction of the Ark of Hope. But with their abilities, how could they compare with famine? Bang! A loud explosion rang out. Dozens of fierce dragon tentacles smashed into the Ark of Hope's protective shield. The Ark of Hope violently shook, nearly spinning around. The Empyreans within were able to use energy to stabilize their bodies, but the common ancient race citizens were far worse off. They cried out in alarm, some of them even injured in the fierce impact. Damn it! Tobague was incensed. They were originally about to escape into the heavens and break through the god-lamenting wall. But at this critical moment they had encountered such a disaster. All of their plans were toppling over. That strike just now consumed 2% of the hull's energy, a roaring bone race Empyrean reported. Famine's attack had used up 2% of the ship's energy. This was the same as a single blast from the Azura Primal God Cannon. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to last too many strikes before the Ark of Hope's energy was used up. Haha! Lin Ming, aren't you strong? What? You don't have the strength to fight back. The good fortune Saint Sun's voice reverberated in space, insolent beyond compare. Bang! 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 The dreadful crimson monster far off in the vast starry space formed numerous blood-red dragons that smashed into the Ark of Hope's protective shield. The Empyreans directing the spirit ship were completely unable to control its movements. For a time, the entire spirit ship began to violently rock like a small leaf caught in a storm. Energy reserves have been reduced to below 90%, an Empyrean shouted. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the Ark of Hope's energy reserves were completely depleted. At that time, they would all die. The time has come. We can only use our final trump cards, the Celestial Patriarch said. He looked towards the old God Sovereign and sighed. The so-called final cards were in truth the God decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster. These were God decrees personally drawn by the Azura Roadmaster. There was a total of 3. 1 offensive, 1 sealing, 1 support. As beyond divinity-level treasures, if a peak Empyrean were to activate these God decrees, they would have to burn away most of their life as the cost in order to potentially kill a true divinity. Of course, the good fortune Saint Sovereign was not an ordinary true divinity. To kill the good sovereign Saint Sovereign might be impossible, but they should still be able to at least heavily wound him. And if they combined the other 2 Azura decrees and the rest of their God decrees, they might really be able to exterminate the good fortune Saint Sovereign. However, currently, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had somehow fused together with the body of Famine. The abyssal demon, Famine. An inconceivable existence with an incomparably terrifying life force. If they only burned part of their lives to activate the God decrees left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, would they even be able to severely wound it? Everyone's hearts grew heavy with doubt. If they couldn't severely wound Famine, how could they hope to escape? The old God Sovereign silently traced his spatial ring. He slowly said, I never imagined that as we stood on the precipice of life or death, the good fortune Saint Sovereign would show up even more formidable than before. I originally thought that with our God decrees and the peak Empyreans of my race burning their life to activate them, they could at least pose a threat to the good fortune Saint Sovereign. But now it seems that merely burning a part of their life won't be enough. In fact, even a peak Empyrean alone will be insufficient. Everyone who is willing to step up? The old God Sovereign never thought that things would turn out like this. Only peak Empyreans could activate the Azura decrees. And in this situation, in order to display the greatest might of the Azura decrees and damage Famine as much as they could, those activating the God decrees would have to completely burn away every last vestige of their life. In other words, That was to sacrifice themselves. Moreover, a single person wasn't enough. With all the Empyreans of the ancient races added together, there were a total of 7 peak Empyreans. This was a relatively high number. 7 peak Empyreans. 3 god decrees. The old god sovereign planned to have 2 peak Empyreans activate the first god decree together. 2 was the best number. The second Empyrean would only be able to increase the might of the Azura decree by less than half, and a third Empyrean would add even less than that. Originally, activating the Azura decrees didn't mean death. Thus the old god sovereign was willing to appoint others to use them. But now, using them meant certain death. So the old god sovereign didn't force anyone, but instead asked those present. The old god sovereign's elderly eyes swept over the peak Empyreans present. Guilt showed heavily on his face. He also desired to go to battle, but he couldn't die now. During this escape, they needed a leader to command the troops, and he was the backbone of the ancient races. "I am willing to go to battle," an old primal god Empyrean said. He was a peak Empyrean and had already lived for 80 to 90 million years. He was reaching the twilight of his years and didn't have much time left remaining. "I also want to go. Allow me. I volunteer." Oh, peak Empyreans stood up one after another. This great calamity involved the life or death of their people. These ancient race Empyreans had long since hardened their resolves and were willing to die. Seeing so many Empyreans stand up, the old god sovereign's wizened eyes filled with tears. Now he had to choose. Those he chose would be those that died. Lin Ming stood not too far away, silently watching all of this occur. Besides the old god sovereign, the other 6 peak Empyreans didn't avoid their duties at all. And Lin Ming knew that if the old god sovereign needed to sacrifice his life, he wouldn't have even blinked in doing so. This scene left Lin Ming shocked. A feeling that had long been absent from his heart began to quietly linger within him. He clenched his fists. Some people fought in order to kill others and steal their possessions. Some people fought to take revenge and cut down their enemies. Some people fought to obtain lucky chances and treasures. But there were also those who fought and were even willing to sacrifice themselves, all for the sake of others, for the sake of the greater good and the continuation of their people. "Wuhan, battle sovereign, the 2 of you draw back." The old god sovereign waved his hand. The battle sovereign and Tabague were both Empyreans in the peak of their prime. They were the hopes and future leaders of the ancient races in this great calamity, and it was impossible for the old god sovereign to sacrifice them. "But, Your Majesty," Daiwahen and Tabague's eyes turned red and misty, but the old god sovereign had directly dismissed them. "White Mark Dugu, I am sorry." The old god sovereign chose 2 people, both of them peak Empyreans of the primal god race. The old god sovereign silently closed his eyes, 2 lines of tears running down his wrinkled face. "Understood. Great." The 2 old Empyreans stepped forwards. As Lin Ming saw their white hair and bent backs, he didn't know what to feel. The other ancient race martial artists looked at them and were unable to restrain the sorrow in their hearts. "If you have any words you wish to say," the old god sovereign asked. White Mark was silent. He took out a scroll painting from his spatial ring and a jade pendant. He silently unrolled the scroll. The paper of this drawing was extremely ancient, as if it had been stored away for an illustrious span of time. The painting on the scroll was of a childish and innocent youth. The youth had a jade pendant hanging from his waist, the exact same as the one White Mark was holding. "This is my grandchild." His natural talent couldn't be considered too great, but he was diligent in his youth and always gave his best efforts. During his youth, he stubbornly left to go adventuring, and he entered the primeval realm ruins to temper himself in the dangers of the mystic realms there. But after that, he didn't return. The old man's voice was aged and hoarse. This was his only grandchild. The primal god race was a race that wasn't accepted by the heavenly Tao. They could not compare to the 3 peak races because their reproductive capabilities were extremely poor. They had few descendants, and even then the descendants of Empyreans weren't necessarily peerless geniuses. The reasons that the humans and saints were able to find talents amongst their ranks was because of their thriving populations. Their innumerable descendants were screened through layer upon layer of tests until the best were remaining. If you can find him, please take care of him for me. In my life, he is my only remaining worry. The old man passed the 2 items to Daiwahen. Daiwahen didn't know what to feel. He parted his lips as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. He eventually sighed. He knew that the chances of finding this young man were nearly non-existent. In all likelihood, he had already perished. However, in the primal god race that had low numbers to begin with, they valued their descendants above all and couldn't bear the thought of losing them or even giving up on them. In particular, now that Whitemark was soon about to die, in his heart he hoped that this own bloodline could continue onwards. Dugu, and you? The old god sovereign looked at the other Empyrean, his eyes wet. Dugu looked back indifferently, slowly shaking his head. Compared to Whitemark, Dugu had grown up in the wilderness since his youth, living by drinking the blood of birds and beasts. His disposition was more detached. Once, he had ventured into the primeval realm ruins as an assassin. His hands were stained with the blood of saint martial artists. I have nothing much to say. I have no descendants, only myself. Dugu's eyes were neither sad nor happy. Instead, they contained a calm tranquility and an iron-hard resoluteness. He had once been young, and he had also deeply loved someone. However, in his long life, the woman he loved was not able to give birth to a child. The reproductive capabilities of the primal god race were far too low. It was as if the heavenly Tao had placed a curse upon them. He had arrived alone in this world, and now he would die alone. Perhaps this was his fate for being an assassin, but presently he was no longer an assassin. The spirit ship's atmosphere was tense and heavy. Worry, fear, anger, and even sorrow towards the future. Every person's eyes flashed with light, their minds filled with thoughts. Everyone watched as Dugu and Whitemark left. The 2 of them stepped onto the bow of the ship. The good fortune Saint's son looked at these 2 old men on the bow of the ship and diabolically grinned. 2 fools seeking death. Beside the good fortune Saint's son, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's attention was raptly focused on the 2 old men. The 2 of them were peak Empyreans in the waning years of their lives. This was not enough for the good fortune Saint Sovereign to feel fear for, but the black symbol paper in their hands was actually startling. That is, a god decree? Good. Then let me see just what this ultimate power is like. The pure black god decree carried with it an endless slaughter aura. Beneath Whitemark's control, it slowly floated upwards. Whitemark calmly looked at the god decree floating before him. Then, with a resonant shout, a brilliant blood-red light lit up his eyes. Winds rose up around his body. His hair fluttered upwards and his robes flapped about. In this moment he emitted a blinding light. Vast waves of life force gushed out of him like raging rivers, endlessly surging into the middle of the god decree. And in the next moment, all of his blood boiled over to the surface, rushing towards the god decree. The old Empyrean's body was soaked in a dazzling divine light. Then, divine light also lit up around Dugu. His face was still cold and indifferent, but now it contained a deep, unyielding and unwilling gaze. His life had reached its terminus and this would not change. But he didn't want the future generations of the primal god race to share his fate. If the heavens must destroy my god race, then with my god blood, let me turn into demonic flames that burn down the skies. Dugu's blood began to burn. This was the final brilliance released from combusting his very life. In that instant, the god decree seemed to come alive. Fluctuations emanated from within it. Although this was only simple fluctuations, it was like a divine weapon that had lain dormant for 1 trillion years was stirring, releasing a terrifying aura. A massive black Azura phantom began to slowly appear. With the appearance of the pitch-black Azura warrior standing atop the spirit ship, Lin Ming could feel his heart begin to race. The Azura blood within his body trembled, and the black dragon spear fused into his body also began to emit a keening cry. These forces that were incorporated into Lin Ming's body began to resonate with the God Decree's Azura phantom. Azura Roadmaster, light passed over Lin Ming's eyes, Compared to the previous true divinity-level god decrees that had burned away, this aura was abnormally sharp. As the Azura warrior phantom's image became increasingly clear, the smell of blood and iron also spread outwards, as if the entire surrounding space had turned into a merciless killing field. A boundless vorpal light shot out from his pupils, casting out through the universe. The god decree rose up in strength once more. Like a sun, it emitted endless rays of light. The Azura warrior was covered by this light. A black long spear formed in his hands, and he rushed out from the spirit ship, hurtling into the distance. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Outside the snow-white spirit ship, waves of attacks struck like a tide, emitting horrifying sounds like the beating of a great drum that caused the heart to race. The Azura Road Master's God Decree? You want to use this to resist me? Lin Ming. As well as those old bags of bones from the ancient races. Today you will all become food for famine. The good fortune Saint Sovereign ruthlessly sneered, his complexion cold. In his eyes, the primal god race were nothing but a sun finally setting beneath the mountains. Although they still had some qualifications left, against the rising saints and their irresistible momentum, they were nothing but dogs and chickens. Now, on this day, he wanted this once incomparably glorious race to vanish in the endless flow of time. Thinking this, a blood-red light lit up his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dozens of fierce blood dragons were like infinitely long whips. They all completely halted their attacks and immediately retracted, surrounding the vast crimson sphere. At the same time, a dragon tentacle fell down onto a giant saint race warship, allowing the good fortune Saint's sun to drop down. In a moment, those fierce dragons turned into layers of flesh and blood shields, forming countless walls, surrounding the massive planet-sized ball of flesh. After being locked onto by the Azura decree, dodging was unrealistic. Moreover, with Famine's body being so large, dodging would be impossible to begin with. The Azura warrior trod through space, a massive black dragon spear grasped in his hand. Endless rays of black light radiated from him. Each ray of light covered tens of thousands of miles of space. Some saint race spirit ships that were too close were swept up in the light. Then, like kites caught in an explosion, all of them burst apart into black fireballs. From within the spirit ships, countless pained howls echoed out. The Azura warrior became one with his spear. Boundless potent might gushed out from him, rippling out in all directions. The surrounding void began to shake like a tossing sea. Space cracked without end, and even nearby celestial bodies began collapsing. Many saint race spirit ships rapidly retreated. Some of those that were fast enough were able to escape the blinding light, but those that didn't withdraw in time were disintegrated. The Azura warrior and the long spear in his hands seemed to transform into an endless column of black light that hurtled into the center of that giant blood-red ball. Pitch-black light and blood-red light covered the endless starry space, making it impossible to clearly see what was happening. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of heaven-shaking detonations occurred. Many pieces of meat scattered outwards and burned away. The void was pierced through all around, causing massive space storms to sweep out. In the shock waves of that terrifying attack, even the universe seemed to crack open. Seeing this occur, the eyes of the primal god race powerhouses in the white spirit ship began to light up with hope. As for those in the saint race spirit ships, all of them fell quiet, the atmosphere solemn and earnest. The battle outside had only lasted for a single strike. But the vast momentum and heaven-collapsing energy made it impossible for anyone to approach. In fact, they likely couldn't even withstand the fallout. This is a god decree left behind by God Sovereign Azura? Our sovereign. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Someone murmured. In that dreadful impact, the Azura warrior and his black spear began to slowly fade away. All that was left over was limitless black lights that continued to burn and emit thunderous rumbling sounds. And at this time, in the center of the explosions at a place surrounded by endless black light, a fierce blood dragon suddenly shot out. Then, whoosh, 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 fierce dragon after fierce dragon drilled out, tearing open the void that was distorted by the black light. Famine's giant, bloated body forcefully ripped open the void and pushed out from the horrifying space storms. "It's alive!" Seeing Famine appear, the old god sovereign blanched. Although he had planned for the worst situation to occur, as he really saw this happen, he almost suffocated. Whoosh! A mountain-thick whip of meat penetrated the void and smashed against the Ark of Hope. This powerful blow was enough to crush a planet. The spirit ship hummed as trillions of runes flashed and dissipated. Damn it all! The Ark of Hope shakily flew away. At this time, more and more blood-red dragons thrust out, thoroughly scattering the black light that covered Famine. With this, everyone saw Famine, which had been injured by the Azura decree. Within that titanic ball of blood meat, there was a massive fissure that was thousands of miles deep. A great deal of Famine's flesh had turned into bloody water that spread out. A number of fierce dragons had been cut off, and they wriggled on the surface of Famine like worms. Then, these cut-off worms melted away, fusing back into Famine. Famine could swallow all, and it could even swallow its severed limbs to reabsorb them. The good fortune Saint Sovereign stooped atop this massive ball of meat, his expression murderous. Blood vessels had torn open and exploded all over his body, causing him to be drenched in blood and seem like a demon. The Azura decree's strongest blow had been aimed towards him. If it weren't for Famine blocking the strike for him, then he would have been grievously wounded, and there was even a chance he might have died. Azura Road Master, you are really fierce. Just a wisp of your remnant aura is able to injure me like this. But so what? You are already dead. And now I will make sure all your descendants become extinct. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had not tasted such pain in 100 million years. With overweening arrogance, raging anger kindled within him. Seeing this, those within the Ark of Hope were frightened. Inside the spirit ship, there was nothing but silence. Not even that could kill him. Someone cried out in fear, their eyes clouding over with despair. Tobague's complexion was somber. He was already at a loss for words. 2 peak god race Empyreans had been sacrificed and an Azura decree had been used, and the only result they managed to get in return was a wound on the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This caused a heavy pall to fall on everyone's mind. Without a doubt, this showed that after the good fortune Saint Sovereign fused with that abyssal, his strength had increased astronomically. His vitality now far exceeded that of an ordinary true divinity, and not even an Azura decree could kill him. For you lot to accomplish this is indeed surprising. But don't think you will have a second chance to injure me. As the good fortune Saint Sovereign towered above the massive ball of flesh, his eyes glowed with a cold light. Space rumbled like an endlessly rolling thundercloud. The sound seemed to link straight into the hearts of everyone, daunting them with a horrifying pressure. On Famine's body, where the fierce dragons had been cut off, the flesh began to wriggle about. With a gurgling sound, a new fierce dragon thrust out. The good fortune Saint Sovereign thrust out a hand and pointed towards the white spirit ship. Rays of blood-red light shot out like bolts of crimson lightning. They formed layers of red enchantments that surrounded the white spirit ship. Each red enchantment was like an invisible great hand, squeezing down with incredible power. The white spirit ship's defensive shield emitted cracking sounds. More and more energy rapidly dissipated. The ship has less than 85% energy remaining. We won't be able to hold much longer. A primal god race Empyrean managing the spirit ship loudly shouted with a shaky voice towards the old god sovereign. An anxious and strained atmosphere covered the entire ship along with the increasingly loud squeezing sounds from outside. Each cracking sound seemed to be squeezing down on the hearts of the ancient race martial artists. Outside, the saint race spirit ships gathered together. Their war cries blasted out like thunder, reverberating through the cosmos. What could they do? Some people clenched their fists. Anger lit up in their eyes along with unwillingness. Some people closed their eyes in pain. They were once the strongest race with a legacy that continued through the endless years. But now they had been reduced to this. More people looked outside, their eyes boiling over with radiance. At this time, Battle Sovereign Tobague stepped forwards. He shouted out, "Even if we must die, We will die with glory and honor. Your Majesty God Sovereign, please give the order to send out my celestial race. I am willing to lead the numerous martial artists of my people to serve as the vanguard. The ancient races were all proud and arrogant people. Their races had once experienced infinite grandeur. In the midst of blood and iron, that was where their lives should bloom with the greatest light. How could they submit themselves to dying cowardly deaths? The voices of those desiring to fight suddenly rose up like a rising tide. Empyreans stepped forwards one after another. In particular, those Empyreans in the prime of their lives were extremely excited, all of them wishing to go out and slaughter as much as they could. When those two elderly Empyreans had sacrificed themselves, they had done so in order to preserve these robust young Empyreans and have them revive the ancient races in the future. Everyone calmed down. The old god sovereign angrily scolded. For a time, everyone fell quiet. We have not yet reached a dead end. We still have 2 Azura decrees. The old god sovereign lifted his hand. Above his hand, 2 black god decrees still floated, bathed in a divine light. As the god race Empyreans saw these 2 god decrees, their eyes filled with a complex color. In order to activate an Azura decree, it required peak Empyreans to combust their life. This was a tremendous price. And even then, they had only been able to wound the good fortune Saint Sovereign and weren't able to kill him. Although they had 2 remaining, was there still a use for them? Seeing the skepticism of the Empyreans, the old god sovereign said, "We won't sit idly by, but we won't die in vain either. These 2 Azura decrees are different. There are 2 God decrees, one with the word seal and the other with the word faith. The word of seal is a great sealing technique, capable of binding the soul and destroying a spirit mark. But the word of faith is a supportive technique. It can have a martial artist dig out the greatest potential of their life for a short period of time, obtaining a strength 10 times greater than what they have. However, the target of the word of faith should be a true divinity. Only a true divinity can withstand such a potent power. For a peak Empyrean, their body and foundation is more vulnerable, and if they were forced to withstand the power of the word of faith, then their body might collapse from the influx of strength. Even if they could withstand it, they wouldn't be able to fight for long. It would be the same as burning away their life for battle. As the old god sovereign spoke, Daiwahen stepped forth. "Honorable master, allow me to withstand it. I will do it. The losses to the god race are not small, and when it comes to the mortal body, my celestial race is slightly more formidable than the god race." Tobague said, "If an old Empyrean were to have an Azura decree used on them, then their body would simply disintegrate on the spot. Only a peak Empyrean in the prime of their life would be able to show the potential of the word of faith." However, the old god sovereign shook his head. "You too cannot withstand it." "What, this?" Daiwahen was worried. He and Tobague were the 2 individuals that had the greatest vitality within the ancient remnant races. The ancient races were races that were able to triple cultivate essence, energy, and divine. Tobague and Daiwahen had both cultivated body transformation before. If they couldn't withstand it, then who could? The old god sovereign took a deep breath as if he were coming to a decision. "Lin Ming, come with me." The old god sovereign's words were lonely and desolate. Lin Ming was startled. Faintly, he seemed to realize something. The surrounding Empyreans were confused about what was occurring. They didn't know what the old god sovereign was calling Lin Ming for. Although Lin Ming had amazing attainments in the laws, in terms of overall combat strength, he was beneath the Empyreans present. "Senior god sovereign, you?" Lin Ming hesitated, but the old god sovereign only continued forwards, not turning around. The old god sovereign whispered, I never thought that his words would finally come true. In the end, that there would be such a day. In the end, he cannot escape the past." As the old god sovereign spoke, they finally arrived in front of a plain and heavy stone door. This stone door was pure black and was carved with mysterious patterns. Lin Ming had seen this stone door once before. He always felt that it was similar to a tombstone. When the God Race headquarters was evacuated into the Ark of Hope, this secret chamber was also moved in. This stone door was the entrance to the chamber. Lin Ming was silent. He watched on as the old god sovereign pushed open the stone door. Behind it he could feel a fierce and brutal, demonic aura. This demonic aura surged into the vast space, incomparably suppressing. A deep and bass roar howled out like the screams of a wild animal, filled with endless fury and murderous intent, flooding the chamber and echoing without end. Empyrean Primordius. Lin Ming listened to the roars in this chamber and his mind filled with inexplicable memories. In the deep dark he saw the two blood-red pupils. They were familiar, enough to make his heart quicken. This ferocious great beast seemed to crawl up from an abyss. Horns jutted out from its head and its grand body was tied down with layers and layers of chains. Its blood-red pupils were full of madness and slaughter. It heavily panted, its horrifying eyes tightly fixated on Lin Ming. Inside these eyes were nothing but bloodthirsty desires. Empyrean Primordius had once possessed the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Using it, he opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and reached large success in body transformation. He was an extreme talent. If it weren't for the saints trying to kill him off ahead of time, then Empyrean Primordius might have been able to complete his Grand Mist Samsara Tao and become another Azura Road Master. Afterwards, although Empyrean Primordius had been grievously wounded and he lost the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he still managed to seize the body of an abyssal. This abyssal demon's body was even stronger than a god beast. The current Empyrean Primordius was a peak Empyrean who had opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace and had fused with an abyssal. Because he had lost his rationality, his combat strength was greatly diminished. Even so, in terms of just the mortal body, he had reached the peak. If he were supported with the Azura Decree and all the potential of his life were dug out, then he would become unbelievably powerful. Just how much potential did the current Empyrean Primordius possess? Lin Ming found this hard to imagine. God Sovereign, do you plan to have Senior Primordius go to battle? Lin Ming sighed inwardly, not knowing what he felt. A hero who had reached his end, who had lost his road. Even so, he still desired to rush onto the battlefield, even if this meant dying in foreign lands. The old god sovereign silently nodded. Lin Ming remembered the words Empyrean Primordius had carved into the stone of the chamber. I have become a demon, and I fear death no more. But once I die in this strange land, will my ashes return to my homeland? Time to time clarity returns to me. Time to time I am lost in chaos. I know that one day I will devolve into a base beast. On that day, do not kill me, and do not seal me away forever. Wait until the great army of the saints arrives and let my demon body enter the camp of the saints, drinking thirstily of their blood, devouring my fill of their flesh. Let me die heroically in battle. Recalling Empyrean Primordius' words and the current Empyrean who howled and who had lost all the brightness in his eyes, Lin Ming felt a deep and abiding sadness. The old god sovereign gently patted Lin Ming's shoulder. Do not feel guilty. To die on the battlefield is the greatest desire that Empyrean Primordius repeated to me before he devolved into a mindless demon. Even with these words, Lin Ming found this hard to accept. Although this was Primordius' wish, to have him rush out and sacrifice himself in a state where he had no rational thoughts, Lin Ming found this difficult to understand. Lin Ming hoped that at least in the end, when Primordius' life was at its twilight, he could decide for himself and see why he was fighting. Senior God Sovereign, can this junior try to awaken just a tiny sliver of Empyrean Primordius awareness? If Lin Ming could try awakening Primordius consciousness, even just a little, then he would be able to realize the laws. And with being able to understand combat tactics, his battle efficiency would rise dramatically. Can you? The old god sovereign was shocked. Lin Ming even had such an ability? This involved the most mysterious soul domain of the body. Moreover, this was a most troublesome case of soul fusion and disassociation of personality. Even a Spirita's supreme elder that was skilled in the soul arts would be left powerless and frustrated. If I can ignore all potential damages to his spiritual sea, then perhaps I can try. Senior God Sovereign, could you calm down Senior Primordius as much as you can? Lin Ming had once wanted to probe Empyrean Primordius Spiritual Sea, but he was almost killed by the berserk Empyrean Primordius. The old god sovereign nodded. An energy that seemed to accept all formed a sea of energy that slowly soaked Empyrean Primordius' body. Lin Ming's complexion was earnest. He took a step towards this horrifying abyssal. Roar dash! Just as Lin Ming approached a little, Empyrean Primordius howled and slashed out his claws. The great shaking strength passed through the air, aimed at Lin Ming. But in that moment, a warm and vast energy surged out from behind Lin Ming, counterbalancing the killing power of Empyrean Primordius. The old god sovereign was completely focused. He didn't dare to use too much strength for fear of enraging Primordius. Once Primordius went crazy, even the old god sovereign wouldn't be able to stop him. Primordius was a terrifying killing machine. Seeing this, Lin Ming's heart settled a little. He floated up and forwards until he was just 3 feet away from Empyrean Primordius' giant black head. Then, using the power of divinity and power of Grand Mist, Lin Ming slowly stimulated the magic cube's energy, trying to fuse it with Empyrean Primordius' Spiritual Sea. At this time, Lin Ming could no longer care about hiding the magic cube, and the old god sovereign clearly realized Lin Ming had a soul-related treasure within his body. There exists a treasure that can separate a spiritual sea? The old god sovereign was dumbstruck, but he didn't ask any questions. He naturally realized just how dreadfully valuable such a treasure must be. Lin Ming had far too many secrets on him, enough to leave one numb. The energy gradually penetrated into Empyrean Primordius' giant head. Lin Ming was attempting to use the magic cube to peel away the abyssal demon's soul. As long as he could destroy a part of the abyssal soul mark, then he would be able to slowly awaken Empyrean Primordius memories. The magic cube excelled in erasing spirit marks. But because too much time had passed, the abyssal demon's spirit mark had fused together with Empyrean Primordius. If he wanted to erase the abyssal demon's spirit mark without injuring Empyrean Primordius' soul, that was nearly impossible. Thus, Lin Ming could only disregard any damages that might occur to Empyrean Primordius' soul. He didn't think he could fully awaken Empyrean Primordius. All he needed to do was awaken him a little. Empyrean Primordius' eyes blurred and his vision turned blank. Lin Ming carefully continued, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. He had to be utterly careful. There could not be a single accident. He knew there wasn't much time left remaining. Facing the wild attacks of famine, the Ark of Hope's energy reserves reduced again and again. As for the violent vibrations of the Ark of Hope, all of that was weakened by the old god sovereign's energy in order to reduce the impact of the vibrations on Lin Ming as much as possible. A little more. Just a little bit more. Lin Ming clenched his teeth, unable to spare any effort to wipe the beads of sweat dripping down his face. In a situation where he was completely disregarding any possible damage he might do to Empyrean Primordius' Spiritual Sea, he was attempting to awaken those long slumbering memories. Beneath the shrouding of the magic cube's divine light, a rare brightness appeared in Empyrean Primordius' eyes. However, this clarity appeared for just the briefest moment before they were once again submerged by blood-red light. 2 different minds alternated back and forth. Primordius' body violently trembled as a pain swelled up from his soul. Primordius began to struggle. That tough and iron-like body contained an incomprehensible level of strength. For a time, crackling sounds filled the air as the energy shackles that the old god sovereign placed on Empyrean Primordius to calm him down began to emit breaking sounds, unable to endure the pressure. The old god sovereign's complexion changed. Lin Ming, be careful. Once Primordius went out of control, the damage would be incalculable. With Lin Ming's current degree of cultivation and bodily defense, Primordius would only need a single strike to disintegrate his body. Lin Ming, draw back. I cannot hold him for much longer. The old god sovereign's forehead was wet with sweat. However, at this time, Lin Ming's soul force was completely poured into the magic cube as he tried to connect with Empyrean Primordius' Spiritual Sea. Roar! Primordius howled. the raging sound as turbulent as tsunamis and collapsing mountains. If an ordinary holy lord were to face such a roar, then their head would blow up and they would die where they stood. Pong! Empyrean Primordius' upper arm shook. The energy shackles binding him there were torn apart. This process wasn't difficult at all. It was just as if Primordius had broken a little branch in half. The old god sovereign paled. Without caring for anything else, he grabbed Lin Ming's shoulder and released his protective power of divinity to the limit. He was ready to pull Lin Ming back at full speed the moment Primordius went berserk. It was not easy for Lin Ming to awaken Primordius consciousness. This was because stripping away parts of an individual's psyche would inevitably cause agonizing pain to the soul, enough to make Primordius lose all control. Roar! Empyrean Primordius wildly howled. A terrifying energy storm struck the old god sovereign's protective true essence, causing his clothes to recklessly flutter in the air and his white hair to blow backwards. At this moment, something appeared and began to emit a dim blue light in front of the old god sovereign. This blue light was soft and inconspicuous. In the wild energy storm, it was nearly undetectable. However, the moment that this faint blue light reflected in Empyrean Primordius' brutal eyes, his body suddenly shook and he instantly calmed down. This blue light was misty, as if it were the only one of its kind in the world. It slowly floated out from the old god sovereign's chest, drifting towards Empyrean Primordius. As Lin Ming and the old god sovereign saw this, they were both left bewildered. This blue light was the Chain of Calamity. The Chain of Calamity was a true divinity spirit treasure used in opening the Azura Forbidden Land. The body of it had once been worn by Heavenly Empress Xianxia, and after she died, the Chain of Calamity was entombed with her. When Lin Ming stumbled his way into her tomb, that was when he had taken it. Could it be? Lin Ming held his breath. He looked helplessly on as more and more blue light appeared around the Chain of Calamity. This misty blue light eventually faintly gathered into the phantom of a woman. This woman's phantom became more and more clear, nearly seeming as if it would manifest into physical reality. Her appearance was as beautiful as the bright moon, and her black hair hung down her back like a waterfall of ink. Her feet were bare. Her skin was glittering and crystalline, as if she were formed from the essence of the stars and moon. Her eyebrows were like a painting, and her eyes were as bright as the morning skies. She was a goddess from the highest heavens who had been exiled to the mortal world. Heavenly Empress Xianxia. Lin Ming was panic-stricken. Apparently just before Heavenly Empress Xianxia had died, she had sealed away a wisp of her soul in the true divinity spirit treasure that she shared origins with, and had deeply slumbered within it ever since. In truth, let alone a martial artist that was powerful in the aspect of the soul, even for a mortal after they died, their personal effects might develop a sense of spirituality. At certain times these items might manifest the appearance of their master from before their death. And Heavenly Empress Xianxia was originally at an extremely high boundary. In addition to this true divinity spirit treasure that surpassed the level of an Empyrean, no one realized that a fraction of her soul was sleeping within the Chain of Calamity. It was not until a moment ago, when Lin Ming attempted to awaken Empyrean Primordius consciousness, that the aura released by Empyrean Primordius finally rekindled Heavenly Empress Xianxia's soul. She already didn't have much life left. To awaken also meant her near demise. Beside Lin Ming, the old god sovereign trembled. From his wizened and disbelieving eyes, tears began to fall. As for Empyrean Primordius, as he saw Heavenly Empress Xianxia, his body violently shook. Within his eyes, confusion and madness struggled against each other. It was as if he were experiencing an enormous pain, one that was unbearable. Roar! Empyrean Primordius cried out in pain. An energy storm viciously lashed out like a hail of blades. Lin Ming and the old god sovereign paled. This sort of energy storm could instantly kill a holy lord. As for the wisp of Heavenly Empress Xianxia's soul, she would absolutely not be able to withstand it. However, just as they were about to move, they discovered that the entire storm had completely avoided Heavenly Empress Xianxia with nothing striking near her. Primordius! Heavenly Empress Xianxia's eyes revealed a deep sorrow. Her voice was dim, As if her words were an illusion, gently, she flew toward Empyrean Primordius' side. She slowly reached out a hand and lightly caressed his chest. She was only a soul form and couldn't physically touch anything. But Empyrean Primordius immediately calmed down even more. Within his soul, even if two different consciousnesses were attacking each other as before, causing endless pain to surge within him, Empyrean Primordius still suppressed all of this. His body didn't move even a single inch as he allowed Heavenly Empress Xianxia to lightly touch him. This was because, no matter what he had experienced, no matter what he had become, whether it was in the past or in the future, he could never harm this woman. If you can't remember, then don't think about it, Heavenly Empress Xianxia whispered, unable to bear the sight before her. To part for 100,000 years and meet once again. Things had actually ended up like this. He had turned into a demon, losing his sanity. She had died somewhere else, leaving behind only a wisp of her soul. Even though her pain had reached the pinnacle, she was unable to cry. A soul would not shed tears, but they would feel the limits of pain. They gently supported each other. Even though there was no real physical touch, in this moment their hearts were still connected. This was because, within each other's hearts and minds they had forever marked each other. A brand that would never be forgotten. Empyrean Primordius had already completely settled down. The two different personalities within him were no longer in conflict. Within his eyes, pure brightness showed. He looked at Heavenly Empress Xianxia, seeming to remember everything. He didn't speak, because after fully becoming an abyssal, it seemed he was unable to say words. Then, he looked at the old God Sovereign. The old God Sovereign had rivers of tears falling down his face and his lips were quivering. Although Primordius didn't receive an explanation, it was like he already understood everything that had occurred. It had arrived at last, the final moment. The obsessions of his heart would soon be resolved. And he also saw his most beloved once more. A short happiness. The final brilliance of life. Everything would burn like a meteor through the skies, becoming an instant of magnificent glory. Father! Heavenly Empress Xianxia turned towards the old God Sovereign whose back was hunched over with age. She wanted to cry, but no tears flowed out. The old God Sovereign's lips shivered. He wanted to reach out his hand to stroke his daughter's cheek, but he couldn't feel her at all. The old God Sovereign deeply sighed. The one in front of him was his daughter that had died 100,000 years ago, as well as his only direct descendant. To the primal god race who rarely had offspring, their children were their everything. His daughter was proud and arrogant and beautiful, and had the life of someone who would step into divinity. But in his old age, when his time was coming to an end, she had already taken a step ahead and silently left him. To the old God Sovereign, the magnitude of this attack on his heart could be imagined. There is no time. Heavenly Empress Xianxia shook her head. She seemed to understand just what was happening. She flew away from before the old God Sovereign and landed on Empyrean Primordius' solid shoulder. The towering Empyrean Primordius was like a tower of iron, the incarnation of a demon. And above this demon's shoulder was the perfectly beautiful and elegant Heavenly Empress Xianxia. Her grace and presence was like that of an ephemeral fairy. As this image fell into Lin Ming's eyes, it became eternal. The old God Sovereign silently took out a God decree. At this time, this black God decree seemed cold and merciless. The old God Sovereign's heart bled. If Empyrean Primordius and Heavenly Empress Xianxia had to burn away their lives in battle, then let it be him who personally lit the flame. Facing the old God Sovereign, Empyrean Primordius had already composed himself and was calmly waiting for this final battle. At this time, there was a sense of satisfaction in his eyes. In the final moment, he was able to reunite with his love. His life would be able to brilliantly burn in the dark before fading. With this, the obsessions and unwillingness he had held onto for 100,000 years had already faded a great deal. Then he looked at Lin Ming. Empyrean Primordius didn't know just who Lin Ming was, but he could feel his own aura on Lin Ming's body. Without a doubt, Lin Ming was his descendant. He could feel Lin Ming's great strength. Within the body of this youth, there seemed to be a true dragon deeply slumbering. This youth's potential was inexhaustible. With such an outstanding person inheriting his final wishes and legacy, even if he were to die in battle, he would have no regrets. Empyrean Primordius didn't say anything, but the old god sovereign seemed to understand his thoughts. The old god sovereign began to quietly chant. The Azura heavenly Tao laws started to gather. Beams of divine light shined from the old god sovereign's body. Drops of blood essence seeped out from between the old god sovereign's eyebrows and continuously sank into the god decree. The old god sovereign was burning his own life. The word of faith. He had to pour his life into it to ignite it, and only he was most suited to do so. From his withered body, an incomparable and potent life force began to rise. Vast waves of energy rushed out like a raging river, merging into the god decree. The god decree became increasingly bright until it completely burned away, transforming into countless runes that converged into Empyrean Primordius' body. In this moment, Empyrean Primordius felt an infinite strength stir in his body. His massive mortal body grew once more. A terrifying strength percolated within him like a volcano that would erupt at any moment. A strength that could not be suppressed, only released. His eyes blazed with fighting spirit. His senses were as sharp as a savage beast as he rushed out of the spirit ship and locked onto Famine and the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Empyrean Primordius had never come into contact with the good fortune Saint Sovereign before. But at this time, Empyrean Primordius knew that the good fortune Saint Sovereign was his life's greatest enemy. Only one of them could live beneath the heavens. The Azura decree erupted with black flames that burnt through the underground chamber. This underground chamber of the god race could originally be considered an Empyrean spirit treasure, but even it began to melt away beneath these heated flames. Empyrean Primordius' body was soaked in these flames. His aura began to rapidly climb, soon surpassing the boundaries of an Empyrean. The Azura decree was a beyond divinity-level treasure. Using it as a support, a peak Empyrean could easily rise to the level of a true divinity. However, what was difficult was that even a peak Empyrean would find it hard to withstand the strength contained within the word of faith. It was even possible that their body might collapse and explode from the energy, immediately killing them. But Empyrean Primordius was different. The intensity of his mortal body had already far surpassed that of most true divinities. In particular, the raging anger within his heart pushed him to the limits, allowing his strength to reach an inconceivable degree for a short period of time. All of his life potential was erupting. On Empyrean Primordius' shoulder, Heavenly Empress Xianxia turned into a wisp of blue light that sank into his body. In the final moments of their lives, they would be together and die together, never to separate again. An exit tunnel opened up within the spirit ship. Without turning, Empyrean Primordius flew out. From this point on, he was a demon bent on revenge. Bang! Terrifying explosions rocked the vast space. The Ark of Hope was like a little toy that was sent tumbling around. Its protective shield rippled and surged, energy sparks flying. Beneath the continued onslaught of the good fortune Saint Sovereign, the Ark of Hope's energy reserves began to rapidly decline. Lord Patriarch, we only have 50% energy remaining, an Empyrean reported to the Celestial Patriarch. After the old god sovereign left, the only one who could manage the chaotic situation was the Celestial Patriarch. The Celestial Patriarch's palm was drenched in a cold sweat, but he still calmly directed the room. He could not be flustered. Even if his heart was lost and he was panicking within, on the surface he could not show any hysteria. He didn't know where the old god sovereign and Lin Ming had gone, nor did he know where they were going. They had already disappeared for a quarter hour. The spirit ship wouldn't be able to last much longer, but at this time the Celestial Patriarch froze. He looked outside the porthole with utter shock as he watched a towering demon hurtle out from the spirit ship and rush towards the saints. This demon's goal was Famine. Although this black demon was massive compared to the planet-sized Famine, it was far too tiny. What is that? This demon was far too fast. Many people found it hard to see its appearance. Was this the old god sovereign's final trump card? This thought immediately cut through the celestial patriarch's mind. But as soon as he thought this, he discovered that the black demon didn't rush towards the good fortune Saint Sovereign but instead impacted towards the Saint Race's peak Empyreans. That is, on the side of the saints, the fused being of the good fortune Saint Sovereign and Famine was stunned. From this black demon, he could feel the aura of an abyssal. How is this possible? The good fortune Saint Sovereign could hardly believe his own eyes. There had been an abyssal hiding within the god race all this time. Within the 33 heavens, the abyssal demons were a taboo existence. God beasts could be tamed and forced into becoming a peak Empyrean's contract beast, but an abyssal could never be brought to heel. Abyssals were incomparably evil beings. Their wisdom was relatively low, and they often relied on their instincts to manage affairs. They were the mortal enemies of all intelligent life forms. Of course, there was always the possibility of something like famine occurring. An abyssal with a high degree of wisdom could establish an equal contract with an intelligent race in order to mutually benefit each other. But these intelligent abyssals were often peak true divinity level existences. The good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't believe that such a powerful abyssal would ally with a declining race like the primal god race. Just what is going on? The good fortune Saint Sovereign hesitated. But at this time, Empyrean Primordius had already rushed towards him with unbelievable speed. You are seeking death. Since this is the case, I will devour you. The good fortune Saint Sovereign coldly sneered. With a thought, a thick dragon tentacle lashed out from the giant body of Famine. This dragon whip instantly passed through 10,000 miles of space, striking towards the black demon. The power behind this strike already surpassed the level of an Empyrean. The good fortune Saint Sovereign wanted to cut down this unknown black demon and have it become a part of Famine's flesh and blood. Radash! The blood dragon opened its jaws, biting down on Empyrean Primordius. In that instant, Empyrean Primordius' eyes burst out with freezing killing intent. Although his mind was still clear and bright, his eyes had turned blood red. Roar! Empyrean Primordius roared. Without changing direction, he shot towards the maw of that giant blood dragon. Like this, that massive maw would thoroughly swallow Empyrean Primordius. For a time, all of the ancient race martial artists felt their hearts tighten. They didn't know how strong Empyrean Primordius was. The good fortune Saint Sovereign diabolically grinned. But at this time, Empyrean Primordius appeared cold and merciless to the extreme. Ka-ka-ka. With two cracking sounds, two long bone knives shot out from Empyrean Primordius' elbows, stretching out until they became massive crescent moon blades. These blades were 1,000 feet long and glowed with a black divine light. With an unparalleled momentum, he slashed out. Shwa! The void shattered. Empyrean Primordius broke into the blood dragon's jaw, his entire body vanishing. However, the moment that the blood dragon closed its jaws, two fierce half-moon bone blades slashed out from the blood dragon's cheeks. Blood sprinkled down as the blades continued downwards. Unstoppable. Blood gushed out, dyeing the void red. The red dragon tentacle futilely struggled wildly. But in front of Empyrean Primordius, its flesh and blood was no different from tofu. It had no ability to resist Empyrean Primordius bone blades. Like this, from beginning to end, the thousands of miles-long red dragon was sliced open. What? In that instant, whether it was martial artists from the saints or ancient races, they were all panic-stricken. This demon that had appeared from nowhere had severed one of Famine's tentacles. Before then, only the god decree left behind by the Azura Roadmaster had been able to injure Famine. Just what are you? The good fortune Saint Sovereign's pupils shrank. He could feel a dreadful killing intent from this black demon's eyes, as if they shared some deep and unforgivable grudge. When did he become enemies with an abyssal? Empyrean Primordius didn't speak. On his elbows, those crescent moon blades swung out, causing blood to fly. The entire red dragon tentacle was severed in half by Empyrean Primordius. After being cut from its mother body, the tentacle instantly turned into bloody water in the skies. Then something shocking occurred. Empyrean Primordius opened his mouth and a terrifying traction vortex appeared, swallowing in all of that blood water. Empyrean Primordius had swallowed Famine's tentacle. Famine was known as the existence that could swallow all, but now its own flesh and blood had been swallowed by Empyrean Primordius. Crack crack ka. Empyrean Primordius flesh and blood and meridians began to emit a thunderous clapping sound. After swallowing Famine's flesh and blood, a greater strength was absorbed into his body. Within him, it was like a swelling volcano was rising, about to erupt at any moment. What is that demon? It can even swallow Famine's flesh and blood? Within the Ark of Hope, as the ancient race Empyreans saw the black demon, they were all confused. They didn't know just what plans to make. This black demon has reached the true divinity boundary and can even absorb Famine's flesh and blood to eat as its own energy. This is terrifying, but it is not Famine's match. The celestial patriarch shook his head. After the good fortune Saint Sovereign fused together with Famine, they became a nearly invincible existence. The good fortune Saint Sovereign represented the highest laws and the greatest strength, whereas Famine represented an incomprehensible life force and defensive capability. With the two of them fused together, they had almost no weaknesses. In this situation, the celestial patriarch didn't believe there was an existence capable of killing the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This was what it meant to have an absolute disparity of strength. Ha 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 ha. In the void, the good fortune Saint Sovereign howled with laughter, his cackles resounding through the endless space. I never thought that there would be a monster like you in the primal god race. However, you seem to be relying on some outside power in order to forcefully raise your strength to the level of a true divinity. How can someone like you possibly be my match? In the end, you will become nothing but feed for Famine. As the good fortune Saint Sovereign spoke, red dragon heads burst out from his body. These dragon heads wriggled in space, slowly twisting around. On the surface of these red dragons, thick layers of bone armor appeared. The dragons that were made of flesh and blood had now turned into bone dragons. This time, do you think your bone blades will still be useful? A contemptuous smile appeared on the good fortune Saint Sovereign's face. With rolling dragon roars, the 100+ bone dragons rushed towards Empyrean Primordius. Compared to Empyrean Primordius, Famine's body was far too large. Those terrifying bone dragon tentacles could easily pierce through a planet. Bang! Empyrean Primordius suddenly ignited with energy. He turned into a black beam of light that hurtled towards those bone dragons. The bone blades on his elbows slashed out, forming an arc of light that spread for hundreds of thousands of miles. Blood sprayed out and a bone dragon's armor shattered. But in the next moment, two bone dragons took its place, each one rushing towards Empyrean Primordius in a pincer attack. Pong! The void was smashed apart. Empyrean Primordius was sent flying backwards like a meteor, tumbling away for 1,000 miles. However, his mortal body was incredibly solid. Even after being struck backwards, he instantly rose up in space and shot forwards once more. Seeing this, the many ancient race Empyreans on the Ark of Hope felt their hearts skip a beat. At this time, the doors to the main control room opened up and an ashen man with a hunched back walked in, supported by Lin Ming. This old man's face was as wrinkled as a walnut and the sockets of his eyes were pulled in deep. His hair was sparse and his eyes were filthy. His entire body emitted a faint death energy. This old man was the old god sovereign, but currently, his fires of life were waning like a candle in a storm, ready to fade at any moment. Your Majesty, Master! Daiwahen and the many god race martial artists were shocked and saddened as they saw the appearance of their old god sovereign. Before this, when they saw the demon rush out, they had already guessed that it was related to the old god sovereign. But now it seemed that the old god sovereign really had paid a deep price in order to do this. His life was rapidly reaching its end. There is no need to panic. I'm not dead yet, the old god sovereign calmly said, as if this was a simple and irrelevant matter. When the old god sovereign burned the god decree, he had preserved a tiny bit of his fires of life because he wasn't able to die just yet. He still needed to guide the ancient remnant races to the divine realm. Honorable Master. Daiwahen fell to his knees. He felt as if a knife was stabbed into his heart and was being twisted around. As Lin Ming stood behind the old god sovereign, he looked at Daiwahen, who was crying tears, and deeply empathized with his pain. This was because he understood what Daiwahen was feeling. Hate. Hate towards himself. Hate towards his own weakness. That black demon is... An Empyrean couldn't help but ask. He was once a proud son of heaven who belonged to the human race. He has already become an abyssal. 100,000 years ago, his name was Empyrean Primordius. The old god sovereign slowly spoke, his voice aged and gravelly. Empyrean Primordius? Hearing this name, many ancient race martial artists were bewildered. They understood this part of history. Empyrean Primordius was a true elite, but what a pity history never gave him the time to grow. Otherwise, perhaps he might have been the turn this great calamity needed. Of course, that was only a possibility. The fused good fortune Saint's sun and famine was simply far too powerful. Even if humanity and the god race possessed one or two true divinities, it would still be impossible for them to contend with the saints. We cannot stay. Primordius is not a match for the good fortune Saint Sovereign. The old god sovereign's voice was gloomy. Everyone was silent. They knew that Empyrean Primordius was sacrificing his life to buy time for them, and they couldn't allow him to die in vain. Open the energy matrix and pour all of your energy into it. Prepare to break through. The old god sovereign ordered. The Empyreans present were solemn. They were well aware that even with Empyrean Primordius, wanting to break out of this encirclement would be filled with difficulties. This was destined to be a bitter struggle. See, a bone dragon tentacle was split in half. Empyrean Primordius was bathed in blood. Looking like an ascendant demon, he swallowed Famine's flesh and drank Famine's blood in order to restore his own energy. But compared to Famine with his vast, ocean-like life force, Empyrean Primordius' combat strength was simply too low. Up until now, Famine hadn't weakened at all. As the Celestial Patriarch had said, Famine was a nearly invincible opponent. So, you are not an abyssal, but that body is one that you've seized. The good fortune Saint Sovereign coldly sneered. From Empyrean Primordius' spiritual sea, he could feel an aura different from that of a true abyssal. This was no abyssal, but someone from one of the intelligent races. To seize the body of an abyssal, you've actually caused me to recall someone. 100,000 years ago, there was a human who tried to bite off more than he could chew and attempted to imitate the Azura Roadmaster by establishing his own samsara heavenly Tao. In the end, his plans were toppled by me, and his Grand Miss Spirit Bead was taken by me. He fell into the dark abyss, unable to escape. And if I remember correctly, at the time there had been a woman by his side, one that came from the primal god race. The good fortune Saint Sovereign slowly spoke, a taunting smile on his face. His words were like a knife that cut into Empyrean Primordius' heart. Empyrean Primordius' blood-red eyes burst out with a thick killing intent. However, he didn't lose his reasoning. He hurtled through the starry sky battlefield, dodging the attacks of the red bone dragons. He could already feel that his attacks weren't enough to threaten Famine. Thus, he needed to attack the core of Famine, the good fortune Saint Sovereign. However, when comparing his strength against the good fortune Saint Sovereign's, even if he reached him, how could he possibly defeat him? You're done for. Standing atop Famine's bloody red body, the good fortune Saint Sovereign stretched out his hands. From between his hands, a black vortex appeared. A black sphere slowly manifested in it. This sphere was covered with ancient lines, shining blood red as if they had drunk their fill of blood. Grand Mist Spirit Bead. On the Ark of Hope, Lin Ming's pupils shrank. The item within the good fortune Saint Sovereign was the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. As a true divinity who specialized in body transformation, if the good fortune Saint Sovereign emitted an attack with the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, its might would be unimaginable. Primordius, be careful. The old god sovereign's heart tightened. Originally, it was already difficult to deal with the fused good fortune Saint Sovereign and Famine, but now there was also the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Empyrean Primordius had suddenly fallen into a life-or-death predicament. Activate the Arc of Hope's array formation with everything you have. We are breaking out of here, the old god sovereign commanded. And at this time, black flames lit up all over Empyrean Primordius. In his blood-red eyes, the shadow of the Grand Mist Spirit bead reflected in his pupils. After 100,000 years, Empyrean Primordius once again saw this divine tool which had brought him to unimaginable heights but had also sent him crashing down. His heart wildly fluctuated. Primordius? I remember this was your name. 100,000 years ago, I wrested the Grand Mist Spirit bead from your hands. Now, I shall use the Grand Mist Spirit bead to kill you and bring our story to its end. You once used the Grand Mist Spirit bead to absorb flesh and blood essence to cultivate your martial artists. So now I shall use the Grand Mist Spirit bead to absorb your flesh and blood essence. I suppose you can consider this a kind of retributive karma, right? Ha ha ha. You want to run away? To think you can play tricks on me? You still aren't good enough. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion became cold and deadly, murderous intent bursting from his eyes. He discovered that the Arc of Hope was revolving energy within its array formation and was attempting to escape. The truth was that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had already guessed Empyrean Primordius' goal was to delay for time so that the ancient remnant races could flee. How could he allow such a thing to happen? In particular, atop the Arc of Hope there was still Lin Ming, someone he had to kill above all. How naive. My sense has been locked onto you all for this entire time. How could you possibly escape? You will all remain here, and the ancient races will forever disappear into history. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's thoughts moved and dozens of transformed bone dragons rushed outwards. These bone dragons roared, their bodies like beams of light as they instantly passed through tens of thousands of miles, smashing and grabbing towards the Arc of Hope. Bang! The Arc of Hope violently shook. The hull that was thousands of miles long was tangled by dozens of bone dragons. And at this time, an enchantment appeared from millions of miles away. Sealing famine, the good fortune Saint Sovereign, and the Arc of Hope within. This enchantment exuded a grand and violent aura. It was the good fortune Saint Sovereign's good fortune force field. With the good fortune Saint Sovereign blocking out the surrounding space with his own force field and using dozens of bone dragon tentacles to tie down the Arc of Hope. The Arc of Hope was now like a bug caught in a spider web, unable to move. The good fortune Saint Sovereign ruthlessly grinned. Although you are only ants, I will not allow you the slightest chance to escape. I will give everything to strangle you all to death and bring this all to an end. Damn it! On the Arc of Hope, the ancient race Empyreans felt their hearts surge with despair. The bone dragon tentacles shooting out from famine were extremely powerful. Just a single bone dragon couldn't be severed even with the all-out attack of a peak Empyrean. Not just that, but there were dozens of bone dragons tying down the Arc of Hope. It would be impossible to break free. What do we do? The ancient race martial artists were worried. Many people looked towards the old god sovereign. In this critical moment, this old man that was on the verge of death was still the spiritual leader of everyone present. Don't panic. The old god sovereign took a deep breath. At the crux of life and death, the old god sovereign's voice seemed to possess a strange and mesmerizing charm that calmed everyone down. We still have a chance, and it is also our final chance. The old god sovereign took out the final Azura decree, the word of sealing. Of the 3 Azura decrees, there was the offensive word of striking, the supportive word of faith, and the final sealing word of sealing. But sealing, in the minds of those present, the word of sealing was the weakest of the 3 Azura decrees, because it had a weak striking power that could only be used to imprison. By relying on the word of sealing, could they reverse the course of fate? At this time in the void, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had begun his final attack. The Grand Mist Spirit bead was like a black hole. It floated above the good fortune Saint Sovereign's head. Seething was power. The good fortune Saint Sovereign spread his arms, allowing energy to recklessly bathe his body. His long hair flew upwards. On the surface of his body strange curse seals appeared. each cursed seal matching those on the Grand Mist Spirit bead. Primordius, ancient remnant races, allow me to use this Grand Mist Spirit bead to deliver you all onto the road to hell. The Grand Mist Spirit bead emitted a misty red light. The void twisted apart as a horrifying suction force gushed outwards. Empyrean Primordius howled. On the precipice of life and death, he began to recklessly burn his blood essence. As an abyssal demon and an Empyrean who had opened the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, he possessed an incredibly powerful mortal body. Now that he burnt all his blood essence, the strength that erupted from him could be imagined. Bang! Grand Mist energy and the power of an abyssal erupted together. But, in the face of the terrifying aura released by the Grand Mist Spirit bead, the strength released by Empyrean Primordius was like a firefly to the bright night moon, simply insignificant. In the void, the vortex of the Grand Mist Spirit bead became increasingly strong. All of the nearby martial artists in space felt this dreadful swallowing force that seemed to pull at their blood essence, wanting to pull out all the blood from their bodies. The Grand Mist Spirit bead was the divine tool that represented essence, could swallow flesh and blood, but it wasn't limited to that alone. This was because within the universe, essence, energy, and divine separately represented matter, energy, and the heavenly Tao. As for essence, that corresponded to all matter and physical things in the universe. Now, with the Grand Mist Spirit bead being used by the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign, it could swallow all matter of creation. Any strength, any light could not escape this swallowing force. It was like a limitless black hole, possessing a terrifying mystic strength. Paka! Paka! The surrounding space shattered in massive tracks. The greatest strength released by Empyrean Primordius was only able to faintly slow the Grand Mist Spirit bead for a moment before no longer having any effect. We must evacuate. The Saint Empyreans that helped seal off the Ark of Hope were frightened upon seeing the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign use the power of the Grand Mist Spirit bead. They were scared they would be drawn into that black hole and perish without a trace. It's time. This is our final chance. On the Ark of Hope, the old God Sovereign took out the word of sealing God decree. I will join you. The old celestial patriarch stood up. He could already see that the old God Sovereign planned to sacrifice himself and combust this God decree. But the old God Sovereign himself was insufficient. It's been almost 100 million years. I will accompany you on this final journey. The celestial patriarch smiled as he slowly walked up to the old God Sovereign's side. Seeing this, the ancient race powerhouses all looked dispirited. Daiwahen and Tabague shivered. Tears streamed down Smokeless' face. Lin Ming closed his eyes. They all wanted to say something, but in the end they remained quiet. Because at this time, there was no more meaning in saying anything at all. The word of sealing Azura decree slowly flew up between the old God Sovereign and the celestial patriarch. The 2 old men flew up into the void. The celestial patriarch looked at the old God Sovereign and said, "When we were young we explored the primeval realm ruins together. In our lives, I can't remember the number of times we've battled side by side. Even when we had to fight each other, it was for our own people. However, I've always been slightly worse than you." The old God Sovereign shook his head. "It's in the past. Today we shall fight together once more, and it will also be our last time." Speaking here, the 2 old men smiled, their smiles bright and confident. The God decree glowed brighter and brighter. The old God Sovereign closed his eyes, saying, "I'll have to rely on you. I don't have much strength left." "I know." After speaking these words, the 2 old men that stood at the pinnacle of the ancient races began to combust like 2 blazing suns. Their life's essence energy continuously streamed out from every pore of their body, merging into the Black Azura decree. With every wisp of life essence, the God decree lit up more and more. Slowly it became blinding. But as for the bodies of the 2 leaders, they began to stiffen like stone and slowly disintegrate. The Black God decree began to expand at an incredible rate. Ancient and plain runes appeared, each one containing a vast and boundless power. A will from a far-off time burst out from the rays of black light. These rays of light brought with them the infinite aura of an Azura war god, possessing the power of a bottomless prison. Space shivered. As the black light spread out, even space seemed to be forcefully sealed away. Light, dust, all matter and energy, and even the most root source laws began to freeze solid, becoming like pitch-black ice. This sight left the heart racing. With a rustling sound, the bodies of the two old men collapsed and disintegrated into the air. The last wisps of their boundless life force and essence energy merged into the dazzling God Decree. Bang! The God Decree vanished from sight. Instead, what was left behind was a profound darkness, filled with black tentacles as dark as the void that roiled about, innumerable. These tentacles had trillions of runes shining upon them. They pierced through the void, surging forwards. All of the ancient remnant race martial artists felt their hearts weighed down by sorrow. This was a strike traded for with the lives of the leaders from two different races. The two old leaders no longer needed to command this battle because their mission had been completed. If they could not win this battle, then there was no meaning to exist. And if they could win, then the ancient remnant races would be able to escape even without their guidance, fleeing to open skies. Oh, just die! A cold and cruel smile appeared on the good fortune Saint Sovereign's lips. He pressed his hands forwards, pouring all of his strength into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Bang! The power of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead rose once more, completely crushing the defensive barriers that Primordius tried to put up. The black vortex grew larger and larger, eventually turning into a massive 1,000 miles black sphere that could consume all of creation. Energy shock waves spread outwards like tens of thousands of stars exploding together. Like a boiling tide, all nearby planets started to blow apart one at a time. Even many nearby spirit ships began to flee, lest they be sucked into the vortex. The black hole formed by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead would expand without end until it swallowed all. Even the good fortune Saint Sovereign had to consume a tremendous amount of energy in order to use this power that could reverse the heavens and earth. He had to overdraw his strength, and even then he found it difficult to control. But just as Empyrean Primordius was covered by this black hole, a strange and formidable dark strength hurtled out from the Ark of Hope. This dark strength blotted out the heavens, overwhelming the world. It was like a black sun with countless black tentacles spreading out from it. As it appeared, vast tracts of surrounding space were instantly imprisoned. Even pure energy shock waves were frozen solid. Even famine, even the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, everything was tightly wrapped up in this sheer pitch-black darkness. This is... The good fortune Saint Sovereign detected that something was wrong. He discovered that this strange pitch-black strength contained an inexplicable divine sealing ability. It was somewhat similar to the Grand Mist Spirit Bead in that it shared characteristics with a black hole, but it was actually different from a black hole. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead was a swallowing power, but this dark strength was a seal. It sealed everything away into a black space, and this space also began to rapidly shrink. Azura Decree? The good fortune Saint Sovereign's heart shook. Such a terrifying strength could only be achieved by an Azura Decree. Although the good fortune Saint Sovereign knew that the primal god race had few god decrees personally drawn up by the Azura Roadmaster, he actually wasn't sure what effects they had or what they were used for. But now, it seemed that the function of this god decree was to create a divine natural space that surpassed the laws of the 33 heavens and sealed away all enemies within. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had already been imprisoned and was unable to dodge at all. And worst of all, even the completely berserk Grand Mist Spirit Bead black hole would be sealed away with him. Damn it all! The good fortune Saint Sovereign finally understood the plan of the ancient remnant races. He was so angry he wanted to smash his feet against a boulder. Break for me! The good fortune Saint Sovereign was incensed. He no longer cared for Empyrean Primordius, but instead stimulated the Grand Mist Spirit Bead black hole to its limits in order to break free from this divine natural space. Ka. The black hole and spatial barriers collided together. A terrifying and mind-boggling level of energy erupted. The good fortune Saint Sovereign wanted to forcefully break free from this Azura Decree. For a time, space seemed to be completely swallowed up. Then, from the god decree left behind by the Azura Roadmaster, an unexpected shattering sound rang out, as if it would soon shatter, after the good fortune Saint Sovereign fused together with famine, and also with using the power of the Grand Miss Spirit Bead. He could almost break open an Azura decree. You want to seal me away? Keep on dreaming. A cruel and merciless light shined in the good fortune Saint Sovereign's eyes. But in the next moment his complexion changed. He watched helplessly on as a towering black demon hurtled towards him at full speed. Empyrean Primordius was also covered by the word of sealing. When the good fortune Saint Sovereign stimulated the Grand Miss Spirit Bead black hole to its limits in order to break free from the imprisonment of the divine natural space, Empyrean Primordius had also been freed from the shackles of the black hole. Now this was his chance to rush forwards. Yet this time, his target was no longer famine, but the main body of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. You are seeking death. Seeing Empyrean Primordius hurtle towards him, the good fortune Saint Sovereign began to panic. Even if he was stronger, having to control the incomparably powerful Grand Miss Spirit Bead black hole to attack the divine natural sealing space had caused him to exhaust all of his energy. This was an Azura decree, a beyond divinity level treasure. How could it be easy to break through it? Yet, in this crucial moment, Empyrean Primordius intended to strike him at his weakest. The good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't have any methods to deal with Empyrean Primordius attacks. At this time, a savage killing intent burst out from Empyrean Primordius' eyes. He brought his arms together, his two bone blades extended outwards. The dark and dense blades shined with a cold divine light, slashing straight towards the good fortune Saint Sovereign's throat. And the good fortune Saint Sovereign wasn't able to block this attack. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was enraged to the peak. He was clearly far stronger than Empyrean Primordius, and the ancient remnant races were nothing but bugs he didn't place in his eyes. And yet this crowd of bug-like existences had forced him to this step. There was no road to heaven, no gates to the earth. Die! Empyrean Primordius had already recklessly burnt his blood essence. With his original mortal bodily strength, after burning the entirety of his blood essence, he should have been able to rival a true divinity, and now he was even supported with the Azura decree, the word of faith. Empyrean Primordius' body was covered in black flames. Wherever he went, the void was shattered, everything was crushed. Empyrean Primordius' strike could not be blocked by an ordinary true divinity. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was naturally capable of blocking such a strike, but now he didn't have the strength to do so. Seeing the bone blade soon about to slice through his throat, the good fortune Saint Sovereign fiercely grit his teeth and desperately attacked. Crack, crack, crack. He howled into the heavens. Scales formed all over his body. In this life or death moment, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had activated his body metamorphosis. The saints were a body transformation-focused race that was also divided by the quality of their bloodlines. Amongst the saints, martial artists with formidable bloodlines could metamorphosize their bodies, galvanizing their greatest strength. The good fortune Saint Sun and Imperial Prince Naki were examples. But the good fortune Saint Sovereign could not remember how many years it had been since he had used his bloodline power to activate body metamorphosis. This was because he simply never needed it. In his ordinary state, he was almost the greatest powerhouse of the 33 heavens. After fusing together with famine, he was nearly invincible. The good fortune Saint Sovereign never would have dreamed there would be a day when he would be forced to use his body transformation by a bunch of ants. Get out of my way! The good fortune Saint Sovereign exploded into a roar, his fast smashing outwards. His fist was covered with scales and his muscles bulged out like the claws of a dragon. This fist broke apart the void, colliding with Empyrean Primordius bone blades. Kacha! With a loud crack, the bone blades shattered. Even if this was a hasty blow, the strike of the good fortune Saint Sovereign possessed unimaginable power. However, the moment the fractured bone blades shattered, they still tore through the good fortune Saint Sovereign's protective astral essence and stabbed into his chest. At the same time, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's fist smashed into Empyrean Primordius' chest. Bang! Empyrean Primordius' towering figure violently shook. His ribs caved in and he spat out blood as he was sent flying backwards. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's strike had heavily wounded Primordius, but his mortal body had been stabbed by Empyrean Primordius' bone blade. Moreover, because the good fortune Saint Sovereign had to stop what he was doing to attack Primordius, the Grand Mist Spirit Bead black hole began to spin out of control. Whirl, whirl, whirl. The pitch-black surface of the black hole violently clashed with the divine natural sealing space. A horrifying tide of energy burst outward. Because the good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't want to give Empyrean Primordius or the ancient remnant races any chance to escape, he had poured all his energy into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead to send out an attack. This terrifying black hole could ruin a galaxy. Its strength was beyond powerful. The power that the good fortune Saint Sovereign cast out was absorbed into the black hole, causing it to accumulate more and grow larger. Within, dangerous streams of power grinded against each other, squeezing each other. Now that he had lost control of the black hole, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion changed. He could feel the strength within the black hole begin to contract inwards, causing massive tracts of space to collapse and implode. This entire process was like the explosion of a universe. The terrifying contraction that occurred after it had expanded to its limits. It had to be known that every wisp of power within the black hole was highly tempered and incredibly pure. It was extremely terrifying. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion became increasingly ugly. Once the strength sealed within the black hole was reduced to the peak, it would then explode. The following annihilating strength would create unimaginable destruction. This was the same as dozens of the good fortune Saint Sovereign's attacks together. Simply could not be withstood. Grand Mist Spirit Bead, reverse. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion was fierce. He roused the power of the Grand Mist Spirit Bead with all of his strength, trying to reverse the energies within and neutralize the black hole. Excessive consumption of energy caused all of the good fortune Saint Sovereign's blood vessels to bulge upwards and burst open. At this time he was completely overdrawing on his strength. He forcefully sucked all of this collapsing energy into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. However, wasn't wanting to neutralize all of the energy in a black hole on the verge of explosion easier said than done, especially in such a short period of time. The current good fortune Saint Sovereign was now a spent force. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After being neutralized by the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, the black hole didn't explode, but it started to break apart. In this case, waves of energy still shot outwards. They were like arrows, each wisp capable of crushing celestial bodies. Whoosh! Black fluctuations of energy crashed into famine. The mountainous expanse of flesh and blood seemed to have been cut open by the blade of a divine god. In an instant, dreadful wounds as deep as canyons formed on Famine's body. Another energy fluctuation passed over Famine, severing 7 or 8 of its bone dragon tentacles. Whoosh! 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 Waves of black hole power slashed through the void. Famine had suffered heavy damage. Ah! The good fortune Saint Sovereign howled. His hair was disheveled and his body was dyed in blood. He simply couldn't deal with the stormy power of this black hole. If this continued, then Famine would suffer inconceivable damages. This was because the black hole power possessed a swallowing attribute. It would drain a massive amount of Famine's blood essence. The good fortune Saint Sovereign bit down on the tip of his tongue and black light rose in his pupils. The pure source power of a true divinity began to gush out from him. As this source power appeared, even the universe started to shake. Countless lines of the great Tao gathered and the good fortune Saint Sovereign's aura changed. Even his astral essence turned pure gold in color. In that moment, with the good fortune Saint Sovereign as the center, a terrifying energy vortex arose within the universe. For billions and trillions of miles around, all of the power of good fortune began gathering towards the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This strength was not just heaven and earth origin energy, but all sorts of power from the world. Heat, light, small ions, interstellar dust. Everything began converging on the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This was the good fortune divine art, the technique to seize the power of good fortune. The so-called good fortune was the sum of all matter and life besides intelligent life forms. by drawing out the power of good fortune within the universe for an attack. The power behind this ability could be imagined. This was an incomparably overbearing and tyrannical cultivation method. The good fortune Saint's son had once used it to contend with Lin Ming, but now that it was displayed in the hands of the good fortune Saint's sovereign, the might of the good fortune divine art was beyond terrifying. With the support of the good fortune divine art, beams of golden astral essence gathered around Famine, forming a giant circular golden shield. Within this shield, small figures floated up and down. These were the good fortune Saint Sovereign's true divinity incarnations. Each small figure represented a wisp of the universe's source strength, perfect and without flaw. The moment that the Grand Mist Spirit bead began to veer out of control and the good fortune Saint Sovereign wasn't able to divide his attention too much, he didn't hesitate to use his source strength with the good fortune divine art. This round golden shield was a peerless martial skill from the good fortune divine art Myriad Spirit Creation Shield. The Myriad Spirit Creation Shield began to shine. An old and distant radiance emanated outwards as sounds of the great Tao filled the air. It was like a most precious treasure had appeared from the birthing of the cosmos, representing eternity and immortality. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The violent black hole strength smashed against the Myriad Spirit Creation Shield, colliding and erasing each other. Massive amounts of source strength dissipated. However, the impact wasn't able to reach the good fortune Saint Sovereign. But at this moment, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had also consumed a tremendous amount of his source strength and greatly overdrawn himself. His fused body of Famine was already cut and pitted, with massive and alarming fissures crossing it. Even so, there were still those bone dragon tentacles that wrapped around the Ark of Hope. Over half of them had been cut off, but there were still a dozen some of them that tenaciously clung to the spirit ship. Although the good fortune Saint Sovereign could have withdrawn his bone dragon tentacles to help himself defend, he would rather suffer heavier injuries than allow the Ark of Hope to escape. He didn't want to let the ancient remnant races flee, especially Lin Ming. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had a dark uneasiness in his heart. He had to kill Lin Ming as soon as possible, but the speed he was growing at was far too fast. This time he had suffered a giant loss. Although it seemed that it was because the ancient remnant races had joined together with Empyrean Primordius, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had a strange premonition that in this battle, Lin Ming had played an irreplaceable role. He needed to kill this human youth. He could not allow him to freely grow. He could not even give him the smallest chance. "You die for me." The good fortune Saint Sovereign's face distorted. His mouth was wet with blood. He reached out his right hand and grasped towards the Ark of Hope. With explosive cracking sounds, the 20-plus bone dragon tentacles around the Ark of Hope began to wildly contract, constantly crushing down on the Ark of Hope's protective shield. Even though the good fortune Saint Sovereign had been heavily wounded, he still had more than enough power to smash the Ark of Hope and the ancient remnant races to pieces. The Ark of Hope's energy reserves rapidly fell. Through the successive attacks and counterattacks, the Ark of Hope had already used up over half its energy. In this situation, the Ark of Hope wasn't able to last much longer. As for the good fortune Saint Sovereign, although he was exhausted, a starving camel was still larger than a horse. The vitality of Famine was strong to the point of disbelief. "Die!" The good fortune Saint Sovereign roared out. But at this time he saw a black shadow fly through a massive wound in his body and drill into it. What? The good fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion changed. All of his attention just now had been focused on the Ark of Hope. He wanted to obliterate the Ark of Hope's protective shield and then swallow it, along with the primal god race and Lin Ming. But during this time period he had suffered a sneak attack. "It's you again!" The good fortune Saint Sovereign fiercely raged, furious. Famine's body was far too large. After the black hole broke apart, Famine had been forced to withstand over 90% of the black hole's turbulent energy shockwaves, and Empyrean Primordius had hidden himself behind Famine. The moment the good fortune Saint Sovereign blocked the black hole's energy shockwaves with the Myriad Spirit Creation Shield, Empyrean Primordius had taken this opportunity to strike. And what was most ruthless was that Empyrean Primordius didn't attack the exterior of Famine's body, but instead chose to rush through the horrifying tearing wounds caused by the black hole energy and break into its body. Such a sinister method caused the good fortune Saint Sovereign to fume with rage. Puff! Blood began to gush out of Famine like a river from the wound where Empyrean Primordius had rushed in. In that moment Empyrean Primordius had sliced open a giant blood vessel within Famine. This blood vessel was over 1,000 feet thick, and it was cut in half by Empyrean Primordius' bone saber. Underneath a terrifying blood pressure, blood as hot and thick as magma gushed out into space, soaring for thousands of miles. Just die! The good fortune Saint Sovereign's eyes gleamed with a vicious light. He changed his plans. He had to kill Empyrean Primordius first, otherwise with Empyrean Primordius freely rampaging through his body, his wounds would only become heavier. Whoosh! A bone dragon tentacle drilled into Famine's body like a leech, chasing straight after Empyrean Primordius. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was ruthless. He ignored any collateral damage to Famine's body and vowed to catch and kill Empyrean Primordius. As the bone dragon tentacle drilled in, it constantly transformed. It became sharper, more dense, similar to a blood-red spear. And at this time, Empyrean Primordius rushed forwards through the mass of flesh and blood. Before this, Empyrean Primordius' left bone blade had been shattered by the good fortune Saint Sovereign's punch, and his left hand had nearly broken apart at the same time. Now all he had left was the bone blade on his right elbow. Using this bone blade, Empyrean Primordius hurtled forwards with irresistible momentum. He constantly tore through Famine's body, drilling into it like a razor-sharp cone. Since you've come, don't think of leaving. The good fortune Saint Sovereign surged with energy. Waves of the power of good fortune swelled towards him, and Famine's body violently wriggled. At the same time, the Grand Mist Spirit bead floated above the good fortune Saint Sovereign's head. A stream of ancient runes rushed out, all of them entering into Famine's body. With the support of this powerful energy, Famine's flesh and blood tightened, becoming more dense even as energy recklessly coursed through it. These waves of energy smashed onto Empyrean Primordius like an endless tide. The blood became increasingly hot and also started to be filled with a horrifying corrosive power. This corrosiveness wasn't from physical poisons but from the heavenly Tao laws, in other words, the poison laws. Even if a true divinity spirit treasure were bathed in Famine's blood, it would still slowly lose its spirituality. Empyrean Primordius fought with everything he had. As he did, he felt the blood splashing on him become as dangerous as acid. As long as it touched him, it would emit puffing sounds and vanish in a plume of white smoke. The pitch-black bone armor on his body began to melt away at a speed visible to the eyes. After a while, a plate of bone armor as thick as a large fist fell down. The bone armor that was originally as smooth as a mirror began to form holes due to the corrosive blood. Some of that corrosive blood even splashed onto Primordius' pupils. On his deep pupils, runes began to collapse. The sight in front of Empyrean Primordius became hazy and dim, as if he would lose his vision at any moment. Roar! Through the layers of hurdles, Empyrean Primordius angrily howled out. A radiant light the color of fresh blood shot out from his pupils, as bright as a sun. The corrosive bodily fluids of the good fortune Saint Sovereign were burned away by the source essence energy of Empyrean Primordius. A boundless shaking power rushed out, allowing Empyrean Primordius to continue hurtling into the deepest depths of Famine. Oh, the situation is dire. Within the Ark of Hope, an ancient race Empyrean felt his mind tighten. Every single action and move that Empyrean Primordius took affected the hearts of the powerhouses within the Ark of Hope. They could all feel that at this moment, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's body was surging with a potent power of good fortune. His fused body bloomed with a blinding light. Every pore shone, and the flesh and blood seemed to come to life, making the heart race with fear. That strength was so great that even the void would be swallowed up. But after Empyrean Primordius had hurtled his way into Famine's body, his aura became isolated from the outside without any way to sense his movements. Even the tear that Empyrean Primordius used to drill into famine was slowly being covered over by wriggling flesh. Primordius is in danger. Daiwahen and Tobague's faces were dripping with sweat. Whether it was the Celestials or God race, their old leaders had died in battle for their people. Now, the destiny of their races had been left in their hands, and they had become the true commanders who had to lead the ancient remnant races to escape and survive. The pressure on their shoulders could be imagined. The good fortune Saint Sovereign suffered a backlash from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead and has taken heavy damage. He even overdrew his essence energy to activate the good fortune divine art. Just how much strength could he possibly have left? A god race Empyrean spat out with hate thick in his voice. Even a centipede that is chopped in half won't die. Famine's vital life force is too powerful. Even if it only has 1/10 of its strength remaining, it isn't something we can hope to contend with. Daiwahen took a deep breath. At this time, he was nearly out of his wits and out of his mind. Once Empyrean Primordius died, the rest of them would soon follow. As everyone was anxious and worried, in a corner of the control room, Lin Ming had closed his eyes deep in concentration. Within his spiritual sea, the magic cube slowly revolved, projecting out a phantom of Famine's body. His spiritual sea was nearly isolated from the world. All of his soul force was poured into the magic cube as he sensed the universe through it. He was using the magic cube to search for that one point. Beside Lin Ming, Smokeless was startled. She could faintly feel that at this moment, there was suddenly a strange change in Lin Ming's soul force, one that was hard to fathom. It was like waves of a vast and boundless strength, similar to a spiritual god, began to gush out from Lin Ming's body, so profound that it caused the heart to race. Other than Smokeless, many Empyreans also discovered that something unusual was occurring to Lin Ming's aura. What they didn't know was that this aura, like a spiritual god that made their hearts race, didn't come from Lin Ming, but originated from the magic cube. If there was a powerhouse that had a deep understanding of the magic cube, they could rely on this feeling alone to confirm that the magic cube was within Lin Ming's body. This was because the momentum emitting from his body was too grand, too unique. But now, no one could care to delve into this. Lin Ming had created far too many miracles. If they could feel a divine nature from his body, no one would think it was strange. Lin Ming. Daiwahen could see that between Lin Ming's eyebrows, another eye had appeared. This eye shined out with a brilliant divine light, and within his eyes, the phantom of a gray cube seemed to spin around. This cube had mysterious markings that he had never seen before. As this phantom cube appeared, it also instantly hid itself. But as Daiwahen looked into Lin Ming's eyes, he had a feeling as if he were losing himself. This feeling left him stunned. As a peak Empyrean, it was naturally impossible for him to be enchanted by the eyes of a peak Holy Lord martial artist. Was it that phantom cube which had appeared for a brief moment just then? Daiwahen had no time to think about it. At this time, Lin Ming stood up and asked, "Let me try once." Everyone was shocked. What did Lin Ming want to try? Could it be that he wanted to deal with the good fortune Saint Sovereign? That was impossible. They watched as Lin Ming slowly walked to the side of the Azura Primal God Cannon. Soul force wildly bubbled around his body. Rays of his soul force gathered around him, forming a beam of light in the void, as thick as a baby's arm. This beam of soul force connected to the Azura Primal God Cannon. Beneath the revitalization of Lin Ming's soul force, the Azura Primal God Cannon began to emit waves of faint spiritual light. So he wanted to release the Azura Primal God Cannon once more. Lin Ming, you want to use the Azura Primal God Cannon? The Azura Primal God Cannon is strong, but famine is just too powerful. It is nearly invincible. Can you use the God Cannon to threaten its life? The Azura Primal God Cannon was extremely powerful. With a direct strike, it could even easily and instantly kill a peak Empyrean. But to use it to blast famine, it was actually far too weak. After all, even in Lin Ming's hands, the Azura Primal God Cannon could only display a limited degree of strength. It was far inferior to an Azura Decree. Even an Azura Decree could only heavily wound famine but not kill it. Let's give it a try. This time, my attack method will be different. Lin Ming touched the Azura primal god canon. He had no idea just how many rare treasures of the universe were incorporated into this god canon, just how many materials were needed to forge it. In the ancient era, this god canon had once followed the Azura Roadmaster into battle and had obtained many magnificent war exploits. A different attack method? When the many Empyreans heard Lin Ming's words, they were left surprised. The so-called different attack method, could it be related to the divine aura that emanated from Lin Ming just now? Lin Ming said, "I'm not sure, but I believe that no matter how powerful an existence is, they will never be invincible. Even the good fortune Saint Sovereign must have a weakness." As Lin Ming spoke, no one asked any more questions. With Empyrean Primordius on the precipice of death, there was just no time to talk. Moreover, the key factor was that the Empyreans present had faith in Lin Ming. He had already created far too many miracles. "Everyone, help me!" As Lin Ming's voice fell, his blood vitality began to seethe and roil. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace completely opened and his body emitted loud crackling sounds as his figure rose and black scales appeared all over him. In order to operate the Azura Primal God canon the best he could, Lin Ming had activated the power of the Azura blood. At this time, his blood vessels and meridians began to surge like a flood. Condensed blood vitality and energy shot out from his pores, gathering in the void. Not just that, but Lin Ming's spiritual sea started to tumble and stir. Soul force roared out from him, gathering into purple pythons that rushed out from Lin Ming's soul. All of these strengths were Lin Ming's true source soul, and now he was pouring all of it into the Azura Primal God canon without reserve. Slowly, the runes atop the Azura Primal God canon began to emit a bright and eternally glorious light. Marks started to float in the air, like innumerable faint stars revolving around the canon that made it seem even more mystical and magnificent. Just Lin Ming's strength alone was far from enough. At this time, stream after stream of great energy began to flow into Lin Ming's body. These strengths were as deep and vast as a sea, all of them pouring into Lin Ming like massive rivers and then flowing through him into the Azura Primal God canon. The source of these strengths was all the ancient race Empyreans of the primeval universe that were trying their best to struggle for a future within the Ark of Hope. They had already helped Lin Ming activate the Azura Primal God canon once before. Now that they were coordinating with him a second time, this was already a familiar process. None of them knew what Lin Ming's plan was, nor did they know what the chances of success were. But at this time, none of them asked. They could only desperately push forwards, burning their life source without hesitation to wrestle for the slightest ray of hope. Many ancient race Empyreans began burning their fires of life. Their appearances started to wither, becoming older. They had already been powering the Ark of Hope's array formation all this time, and they had consumed a tremendous amount of energy. This strength that they poured into Lin Ming was all they had left. Some older Empyreans barely had enough strength to continue standing and almost slumped over. But even so, they continued to pour their power into the array formation. The entire Ark of Hope was silent. No one spoke. Only the sound of roiling soul force echoed in the air as all eyes were focused on Lin Ming. Lin Ming required time to gather his potential. But at this time, within the body of famine, Empyrean Primordius had already consumed a tremendous amount of strength and was finding it hard to continue. The bone armor on his body was almost corroded to nothing, and he dripped with blood all over. Famine's flesh trembled around Empyrean Primordius. The flesh became like walls pressing down on him. This terrifying strength could even crush a planet, and now it was all being withstood by Empyrean Primordius alone. Kacha! With a loud crack, Empyrean Primordius' right bone blade finally cracked as it tried to slice through the increasingly dense flesh and corrosive strength. Whoosh! Behind Empyrean Primordius, the blood-red tentacles chased after him faster and faster. They bore tunnels through Famine's body, soon about to pierce through Empyrean Primordius. A callous smile unconsciously appeared on the good fortune Saint Sovereign's face. Although his battle with Empyrean Primordius and the ancient races had caused him to suffer heavy losses, if he could catch Empyrean Primordius and swallow his mortal body, then he could restore a bit of his lost essence energy and blood vitality. restoring himself that much faster. But just as he was about to kill Empyrean Primordius, his body shook. The smile on his face froze. Killing intent. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's eyes widened. He swiveled to look towards the Ark of Hope. At this time, the Ark of Hope had fallen utterly silent. Its protective shield had disappeared, and now it was only relying on the tough defenses of his hull to continue onwards. This was because all the power within the Ark of Hope was gathering into the Azura Primal God Cannon, and it could no longer maintain its protective shield. On the bow of the Ark of Hope, the Azura Primal God Cannon began to shake. Rumbling filled the air like countless texts being recited in unison. In that incomparably ancient and profound cannon barrel, a terrifying strength that could crush billions of miles of space began to condense, turning into a blinding light. This light became increasingly glorious and magnificent like a supernova. But strangely, there was no sound, as if the terrifying power of the Azura Primal God Cannon could swallow all sound in the world. In that moment, the heavens and earth fell silent. All that existed in everyone's field of view was a vast white light that swallowed everything as it swept towards the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Humph! The good fortune Saint Sovereign coldly snorted. He had withstood 3 Azura decrees, beyond divinity-level treasures that represented the will of the Azura Roadmaster. Even then, he had only suffered heavy damage. So, this Azura Primal God Cannon that was operated by a pack of Empyreans was nothing at all. You want to save Primordius? Dream on. The good fortune Saint Sovereign contemptuously sneered. Instead of hurting 10 fingers, he would rather break off one instead. Even if he had to be injured again, he would still kill Empyrean Primordius first to prevent all future troubles. Whoosh! Within Famine's body, the bone dragon that had transformed into a blood-red lance continued to pierce toward Primordius without slowing. Pong! Empyrean Primordius' tattered bone armor was directly pierced through. Blood shot out. Empyrean Primordius shook. He looked blankly on as a large and massive bone spear thrust through his chest, bringing with it a giant deluge of blood. But even now, within Empyrean Primordius' eyes there was no sorrow, no anger, and no regret. What he had was a firm resolution. Within his heart was a faint brilliance, one that he could sense heavenly Empress Xianxia's aura from. During his final twilight, that pale and light soul force continued to accompany him at his side, leaving him forever enchanted and at peace. When he broke into Famine's body, his goal was not to destroy it. He was well aware that with his own strength, it would be impossible to sever Famine's life force. The reason he desperately rushed into Famine, ignoring the corrosion of his bone armor and ignoring the terrifying pressure from the walls of flesh around him, was all in order to penetrate as deep as he could. Then, he could detonate himself from within, gather all of his life force, combust his soul, burn his energy, in his life, a move that could only be used once. The strongest and most glorious final attack. What? This attack? Seeing the Azura Primal God Cannon's blast shoot towards him, the originally contemptuous good fortune Saint Sovereign suddenly changed his complexion. From this terrifying energy he could feel a soul-destroying aura. And what was most terrifying was that this energy had locked onto the singular weak point within Famine's body. In other words, the spirit mark which the good fortune Saint Sovereign had left in Famine. Famine's soul had been sealed away by Empyrean divine seal. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had used the Grand Mist spirit bead to extract the flesh and blood essence from Famine and fuse it into his own body. This was the method he used to establish a connection with Famine. The reason he was able to control Famine's body was because he had left his own spirit mark within it. The place of this spirit mark was not too far away from the good fortune Saint Sovereign's main body. Lin Ming had poured his soul force into the magic cube, using the magic cube to search until he finally found this singular point. The all-out cannon blast was aimed towards this area. Once it was erased, the good fortune Saint Sovereign would lose control of Famine. There was nothing that was truly invincible. How is this possible? The good fortune Saint Sovereign was shocked beyond compare. Famine had such a massive body that it was impossible for it to be a coincidence for the enemy to strike solely this point. But Who was it that had discovered the location of the spirit mark? Humph! The good fortune Saint Sovereign's expression turned fierce and hideous. With several loud popping sounds, all around him dozens of red-boned dragons had appeared. These red-boned dragons swirled in front of the good fortune Saint Sovereign, ready to intercept the cannon blast. Famine's mortal body was extremely formidable. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was fully confident that with these dozens of red-boned dragons intercepting the strike, even if the ancient races had discovered his weakness, they still couldn't do anything with it. But at this time, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion changed once more. Deep within Famine, he could feel a power brewing like a volcano. Primordius, have you gone insane? The good fortune Saint Sovereign was panic-stricken. The point that this terrifying strength was gathering towards was where Empyrean Primordius was. At this time, Empyrean Primordius' body had swelled up. His blood vitality and divine soul were being burned to the extreme. Within his pupils there was a complex interweaving of freedom and resolve. In front of him, a faint soul force condensed, manifesting into the vague phantom of Heavenly Empress Xianxia. Heavenly Empress Xianxia gazed at Empyrean Primordius, her eyes filled with a soft and gentle love. One was a towering abyssal demon and the other was a soul goddess with no physical body. Both of them hugged each other, and yet this didn't seem out of place at all. Rather, it seemed to be the most beautiful image in existence. Empyrean Primordius' body was completely soaked in a blinding divine light. Like the last flash before a star exploded, a horrifying strength erupted. At this time, Empyrean Primordius had the strength of a true divinity, and he had the seized body of an abyssal. Once he detonated himself, the power behind the explosion could be imagined. Moreover, he was deep within Famine and had aimed at the brief moment when the good fortune Saint Sovereign was at his weakest. Damn it all! The good fortune Saint Sovereign roared. But he could not stop Empyrean Primordius. Bang! A world-shaking explosion occurred, blasting through Famine's body. From the side of Famine, the terrifying explosion burst through his body and swept through space, bringing with it endless pieces of flesh and blood. The titanic energy storm that Empyrean Primordius began to tear apart everything in the void around it. Even the surrounding enchantment of supernatural power was struck by this dreadful strength, instantly blowing up into pieces. The nearby Saint Empyreans all fled. But many world kings and holy lords were sucked in, all of them dying miserable deaths. Empyrean Primordius' self-detonation had blown open a gaping wound in Famine. And at the same time, the Azura Primal God Cannon's energy blast also struck the good fortune Saint Sovereign. It aimed straight towards the spirit mark that the good fortune Saint Sovereign had left in Famine. See, a divine light melted away all. A horrifying energy beam completely swallowed the good fortune Saint Sovereign. Divine light cut through the cosmos. A terrifying storm of energy swallowed all, causing space to collapse in a range of 1,000,000 miles. Space storms recklessly rushed out, swallowing everything, twisting apart even planets. The massive energy vortex swallowed almost half of Famine's planet-sized body. As for the good fortune Saint Sovereign, it was like someone had thrown acid on him, making his entire body begin to rapidly melt away. The divine light swept through all, even covering light rays and sound waves. All strength was swallowed within. Several Saint Race spirit ships were caught in this energy vortex and destroyed, immediately disintegrated. The numerous Saint Lords, Holy Lords, and even world kings on board were annihilated without even bones remaining. As for the Saint Race Empyreans, they all began to run away lest they were also affected. The entire primeval universe seemed to have been severed in half by this divine sword, leaving a terrifying white scar through space. The middle of this white scar was an absolute death zone. Any spirit ships, world kings, or Empyreans that fell in would vanish without a trace. Ho dash! From deep within this giant vortex a dreadful demonic roar transmitted outwards, like 10,000 god beasts howling out together. Giant sonic waves and space storms mixed into the vortex of energy, tearing apart all. This was the cry of Famine. It was clear that it was suffering agonizing pain. Do we still have energy reserves? Daiwahen shouted out within the Ark of Hope. The battle had yet to end. Whether it was the Ark of Hope or the martial artists within it, they had all used a tremendous amount of energy and could be described as lamps that had used up all their oil. There isn't much left, Smokeless said, sweat dripping down her forehead. Because many of the Empyreans had used up their strength, Smokeless had also stepped forwards to contribute her power. And at this time, standing beside Smokeless, Lin Ming's face was pale white. Sweat streamed down his face, and within his pupils the image of a gray cube flashed in and out of existence, appearing and then hiding again. But this time, no one had the energy to notice the phenomenon occurring within Lin Ming's eyes. I've used up too much energy. Lin Ming slumped onto the table before him, taking great heaving gasps of air. Just now, Lin Ming had used the Davic I Dao Palace in conjunction with the Divine Soul Tool, the Magic Cube. With this, he had barely been able to locate the spirit mark point that the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had placed within Famine. In the cannon blast just now, out of all the martial artists in the Ark of Hope, the one who had exhausted himself the most was undoubtedly Lin Ming. Lin Ming, are you okay? Several Empyreans asked with concern. Lin Ming dismissively waved his hand and struggled to say, "We must leave as soon as possible. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign isn't dead." Lin Ming had used the magic cube to locate the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign's spirit mark and was thus extremely sensitive to the spirit mark's existence. He knew that in the strike just now, he hadn't been able to erase the spirit mark. After the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign fused with Famine's body, their life force was just too terrifying. Even the Azura primal god cannon that was powered by numerous Empyreans, and then added on with the implosion of Empyrean Primordius deep within Famine, still wasn't able to defeat them. As the ancient remnant races heard Lin Ming's words, they felt as if their hearts were dropped in ice. In truth, they had already prepared themselves for failure. After all, the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign was too strong. But after seeing that strike just now and the incredible explosion that lit up the universe, a faint and wild hope had still existed in their hearts. However, even that faint ray of hope had disappeared, making it hard for them to accept. The Celestial Patriarch, the Old God Sovereign, Empyrean Primordius, Heavenly Empress Xianxia, peerless powerhouses had burnt their lives one after another to fight, but in the end they only managed to severely wound the Good Fortune Saint Sovereign. "Not yet. It's not over yet, we're breaking out of here," Tobague shouted. He desperately poured all of his power of divinity into the Ark of Hope's Grand Array formation, and the other Empyreans followed suit. Now that they had already reached their limits, they had to overdraw their life in order to do this. And at this time, from where Famine was covered by the energy storm, a thick red dragon tentacle pierced out of that horrifying black vortex, striking towards the Ark of Hope. The Good Fortune Saint Sovereign had begun his attack once more. It was only that this red dragon tentacle was dripping with blood. It had clearly suffered tremendous damage. "I will kill you all." This hatred-filled curse resounded through the cosmos. Seeing the red dragon tentacle shoot towards them, the expressions of the ancient race Empyreans all changed. They knew that once they were tied down by this red dragon tentacle, they were all finished. This was because there were still many Empyreans within the Saint Army. Due to that fearful explosion just now, the Empyreans had all scattered and fled as far as they could. They were flesh and blood, unlike the Ark of Hope, and couldn't withstand the shockwaves from such a terrifying energy storm. But currently, the energy storm was weakening, and those Empyreans that ran away were rapidly returning. If they were encircled, then the Ark of Hope would never be able to escape. "Explode for me!" As everything hung by a single thread, Tobague suddenly thrust out a withered yellow god decree. The 3 Azura decrees had already been used. What Tobague held in his hand was one left behind by an upper true divinity. After being repaired by Lin Ming, the might within it had been restored to its past state. In the hands of the ancient races, it was a formidable weapon only inferior to the Azura decrees. Bang! The god decree blasted through space, and a powerful shockwave blew away the dragon tentacle. At the same time, The Ark of Hope was pushed away by the impact of the shockwave and went tumbling backwards like a meteor. Rush out! Daiwahen had already recklessly burned his blood essence. The other Empyreans were also pouring every drop of energy they had into the Ark of Hope's array formation. Energy roiled and raged, and the Ark of Hope violently trembled. It shot forwards like a beam of white light. Whoosh! An incredible impulse force erupted. After being pushed forwards by this tremendous propulsion, the Ark of Hope turned into a divine beam of light that instantly passed 1,000,000 miles through the void, shooting deep into the universe. The good fortune Saint Sovereign's force field blockade had already been broken in that explosion just now. For a time, the Ark of Hope was like a fish swimming through the sea, a bird flying through the air, an unstoppable force. In terms of speed alone, the Ark of Hope surpassed the Saint Empyreans by far. Even if it were the good fortune Saint Sovereign who had fused with Famine, because Famine's body was too large, it would be hard for him to pursue the Ark of Hope. Moreover, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had already sustained heavy wounds. In this battle he had experienced severe injuries. Ever since the good fortune Saint Sovereign became an extreme Empyrean, he had never once suffered wounds like he had today. Damn it! Space was torn apart and blood tentacles stretched out. Famine's giant body forcefully pushed out from the collapsing spatial vortex. Over half of its flesh had melted away. From afar, it resembled an apple that had many bites taken out of it, completely rotten. Blood gushed out all over Famine's body like numerous erupting volcanoes. The space around it was covered in red mist. Lin Ming, ancient remnant races, I will kill you all myself. Famine's losses were deep, and the good fortune Saint Sovereign's main body was also dripping with blood. Frightening wounds were left all over him, and the flesh and blood there wriggled as if vicious beasts would pop out. If he wanted to recover, he would need an extremely long period of time. Your Majesty Saint Sovereign! In front of the good fortune Saint Sovereign, many Empyreans fell to their knees. These Empyreans were all filled with fear. This fight had taken a sudden unfavorable turn, and they were all more or less related to this outcome. They were scared that the good fortune Saint Sovereign would blame them all for this in a fit of anger. Just what are you dawdling here for? Chase them! The good fortune Saint Sovereign's face darkened. He never imagined that in his first battle ever since he subdued Famine, facing a group of people that were in his eyes nothing more than ants, he would actually be reduced to such a state. Not only had he been severely wounded, but he had allowed Lin Ming and the ancient remnant races to escape. This was a disastrous defeat. The Saint Empyreans all looked at each other in blank dismay. They had already seen the terrifying speed that the Ark of Hope had fled with after the force field blockade had been shattered. That wasn't a speed they could overtake at all. In the large universes of the 33 heavens, once they lost the Ark of Hope and wanted to chase after them, that was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Wasn't that easier said than done? The exception was if they were a true divinity that could search a world with their divine sense. Only then would they have a chance of catching up. But now they didn't even know which direction to go in. Take this! The good fortune Saint Sovereign waved his arms, and several crimson jade slips flew out into the hands of the peak Empyreans present. As they received these jade slips, they were slightly stunned. The good fortune Saint Sovereign gloomily said, I have left behind my tracking mark on their spirit ship. If you use these jade slips, you will naturally be able to find them. They are nothing but a completely exhausted group of people. Catch them and bring them back. I do not care who has to die in the process. During that final attack, the good fortune Saint Sovereign had already realized that it was unlikely for him to be able to hold the ancient races from escaping. Thus, after that attack, the good fortune Saint Sovereign didn't try too hard to hold back the Ark of Hope, but had instead left behind a tracking mark on the spirit ship. A true divinity tracking mark was extremely difficult to erase. At the Fallen God Mountain range, when Lin Ming was grasping the principles atop the shrine platforms there, he had been marked by the great Brahmic God King. If it weren't for Shang Mei arriving right on time, then Lin Ming's situation would have been dire indeed. The Saint Race Empyreans took these crimson jade slips and probed them with their divine sense. They could faintly feel the direction of the Ark of Hope in their minds. It was a small yet brilliant mode of light that was speeding away at an unbelievable speed, rapidly increasing the distance from them. There it is! The Saint Race Empyrean's eyes lit up. From just this alone, they dreaded the good fortune Saint Sovereign. When the good fortune Saint Sovereign was severely wounded and his spirit mark was being attacked by the Azura Primal God Cannon and was nearly erased, he had still managed to return a strike and leave a tracking mark on the Ark of Hope. This level of ability was extraordinary. 90% of the Empyreans rushed away, chasing after the Ark of Hope. As for the remaining Saint Race powerhouses that were dispersed all over, they completely sealed away this part of the universe. Soon, in that battlefield that had been filled with intense and brutal fighting, there was only the good fortune Saint Sovereign left behind with the wounded body of Famine. In the dark starry space, the good fortune Saint Sovereign's complexion was dim. No one could know what he was thinking. He remained silent for a long time, quietly assessing all the wounded areas within Famine's body. He frowned. He had been injured far too heavily. He would need to return to recover from this, and the healing period would be extremely long. Slowly, the good fortune Saint Sovereign stretched out his right hand. In his palm, a black bead slowly revolved. Numerous mystical patterns ran across the surface of this bead, beating like blood vessels. This was the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The good fortune Saint Sovereign sucked in a deep breath of air. A thick smell of blood dissipated from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, entering the Saint Sovereign and Famine's body slowly. He was healing his wounds with the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead was able to absorb blood vitality and essence. After the good fortune Saint Sovereign obtained the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, he had spent a long period of time venturing all over to find flesh and blood essence to nourish the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. Now, he released part of this flesh and blood essence in order to enhance the recovery speed of himself and Famine. Famine itself already possessed an incredible life force and a mind-boggling defensive power. Even though it had suffered strike after devastating strike, it was only injured, not yet dead. But correspondingly, once Famine was wounded, recovering from these wounds was difficult. The loss in life force was far too great. No matter what sort of heavenly materials were tossed into Famine, it was like throwing a grain of rice into a field. There just wasn't any noticeable effect. So even with the Grand Mist Spirit Bead, it would be a monumental task for the good fortune Saint Sovereign to completely restore Famine. The good fortune Saint Sovereign constantly absorbed flesh and blood essence from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. This process continued for 2 hours. After that, the light from the Grand Mist Spirit Bead became increasingly dense and bright as it surrounded the good fortune Saint Sovereign's main body. Then, the good fortune Saint Sovereign separated himself from Famine and flew into the Grand Mist Spirit Bead. After that, the bead slowly sank into Famine's body, burying itself deep within the monster's flesh. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead sank deeper and deeper, falling inwards for over 1,000 miles until it reached the center of Famine's body, where it soaked itself in a massive pond of blood. This was the center of Famine. It was an area similar to a giant heart. Every time it beat, the sound was like colliding planets, bass enough to cause space to shake. The Grand Mist Spirit Bead was the good fortune Saint Sovereign's secret escape route. Although he seemed like an unparalleled existence in the world, undefeatable by anyone, the truth was that there were existences within the 33 heavens that could threaten his life. For instance, the Soul Emperor. The good fortune Saint Sovereign and the Soul Emperor had formed a devil's contract with each other. For a long period of time, neither party would aggress against the other. But the good fortune Saint Sovereign would never believe any contract. He hid himself in the Grand Mist Spirit Bead and used it to protect himself, only exposing Famine's body on the outside. During the healing period, he would be extremely frail and weak. If a peak powerhouse of the 33 heavens wanted to take this chance to strike out against him, they would first need to break open Famine's body and obtain the Grand Mist Spirit Bead in order to find the good fortune Saint Sovereign's true body. If this were to occur, then the good fortune Saint Sovereign could detonate all the life force energy within Famine's body. The might from such an action could be imagined. If this were to happen, even a true divinity would instantly perish. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After the good fortune Saint Sovereign sank into Famine's body, a massive black vortex appeared beneath it. Then, Famine's massive body slowly fell into this vortex, sinking into the dark chaos before it vanished from sight. Following that, space restored itself and Famine completely disappeared. Spatial ripples spread out before calming down, as if nothing had happened here. The good fortune Saint Sovereign had taken Famine and vanished together. Oh! Meanwhile, deep in space, a white spirit ship was rapidly racing along. The Ark of Hope had escaped into the vastness of space and had activated the Great Void Shift. Every use of the Great Void Shift crossed 1,000,000,000,000,000 miles, spanning innumerable celestial bodies as it raced through the universe. Within the Ark of Hope, Daiwahen and Tabague had assumed command. They had taken over the position of the old god sovereign and were managing the escape. Now, the two of them had become the pillars of everyone's minds and hearts. In that previous great battle, they had lost the leaders of their two greatest ancient races. Not just that, but numerous respected elders and legendary figures had sacrificed themselves for the common good. Even so, none of them had time to mope over the past. They were still being hunted and the dangers had yet to end. The spirit ship's atmosphere was tense and solemn. For all these years, the martial artists of the ancient remnant races had gone on war campaigns without end and were used to their friends and companions dying. Martial artists may stand arrogantly above all of existence, wielding everything in the universe and defying the will of the heavens. But the truth was that once they died, they often didn't even have bones left over. There would be nothing left of them but ash and smoke that faded away in the world. Everyone, take this chance to restore your wounds as much as possible, Daiwahen loudly proclaimed. Once the Ark of Hope was able to fly away at full speed, the amount of energy it used would be far less. Now, there was less than 10% remaining in the Ark of Hope's energy reserves. While it wasn't enough to operate the protective shield, it was sufficient to fly to the divine realm. The Empyreans all swallowed down pills and sat in meditation. But at this time, Lin Ming's expression was still stern. He thought for a moment and then said, "Everyone, I have a foreboding feeling." Many people looked towards In Ming. These casual words had no reasoning behind them, but was only a simple foreboding feeling that many people felt all the time. It normally shouldn't have been enough to arouse anyone's interest, but since the one speaking was Lin Ming, that was a completely different scenario. "What is it?" Smokeless stopped her meditation and looked to Lin Ming. She had consumed far too much strength and her face was paper white, making one feel pity for her. "I can't say for certain, but I feel that no matter how many times we activated Great Void Shifts, we still never left the perception range of the good fortune Saint Sovereign." Lin Ming's words caused the martial artists present to be stunned. They all glanced at each, looks of fear and unease on their faces. The good fortune Saint Sovereign was far too terrifying an existence, one that they found hard to summon the courage to fight against. If it was true that they still hadn't escaped the scope of his detection, how could they not be scared? "Why do you have this feeling?" A true divinity's divine sense can search a universe. But the good fortune Saint Sovereign has been severely injured, so he shouldn't have this ability. Tubague's complexion was ugly. Someone like the great Brahmic God King could use his great supernatural power to search the world, but doing so required an incredible amount of energy. For the current good fortune Saint Sovereign, doing this would be difficult to accomplish. Lin Ming continued, "When I used the Azura Primal God Cannon to strike at the good fortune Saint Sovereign's spirit mark, I became familiar with his soul force." What he said was a half-truth. When Lin Ming had opened the Davik I Dao Palace to use the magic cube to capture the location of the good fortune Saint Sovereign's spirit mark in Famine, he had been able to feel the unique soul signature of the good fortune Saint Sovereign. So, even if the good fortune Saint Sovereign's divine sense was mixed into many others, Lin Ming could still pick it out. Now, he felt a strange mental strength linger around them. It was extremely weak, but hadn't left. If it wasn't for the magic cube and Davik I Dao Palace, Lin Ming would never have sensed this. "Is that so?" Daiwahen took a deep breath. He could feel the situation devolving further and further. "If we must go to the divine realm, then we must pass through one of the saints' heavens. If we really have been locked on by the good fortune Saint Sovereign, then our journey will be bitter indeed. If they followed the original plan, then the ancient remnant races would use the Azura decree obtained from the Azura Forbidden Land to cross the God-lamenting wall and directly enter the divine realm. Such a journey was short, but unfortunately, although this special Azura decree could pierce through the God-lamenting wall, it still required a peak Empyrean to consume an enormous amount of energy to activate. The many peak Empyreans on the Ark of Hope had already pushed themselves to the point of exhaustion. If they didn't rest to restore their strength, it would be impossible for them to activate the Azura decree. So, they could only take the risks and pass through one of the saints' heavens. The primeval universe was one of the 33 heavens. It was an incomparably vast space, but the Ark of Hope only used several days to quickly reach its end. As long as they could pass through the God-lamenting wall here, the other side would be one of the saints' universes. Currently, the ancient remnant races were racing against death. This was because even if the good fortune Saint Sovereign had managed to lock onto their position, it would still take time to pass on the information. As long as the ancient remnant races could arrive at the divine realm before the armies of the saints intercepted them, then it would be their victory. Break through, Daiwahen ordered without hesitation. Within the void, the Ark of Hope accelerated without end, turning into a beam of divine light that crossed millions of miles instantly, directly impacting into the God-lamenting wall. Because of the great calamity from 3.6 billion years ago, the God-lamenting wall separating the primeval universe and the saints' universe had become extremely weak, nearly disappearing. If a peak Empyrean were to strike it, piercing a hole through the God-lamenting wall wouldn't be difficult at all. And the Ark of Hope's full-speed impact was even beyond the all-out strike of a peak Empyrean. Whoosh! The Ark of Hope collided with the God of Lamenting. It was like an arrow shooting into an elastic curtain. The God-lamenting wall stretched forwards, forming a massive cone on the other side. The Ark of Hope quickly slowed down. The God-lamenting wall violently shook. Finally, the wall tore open and the Ark of Hope succeeded in passing into the saints' universe from the primeval universe. The moment that they passed through the God-lamenting wall, the ancient race powerhouses all felt their hearts gripped and went on full alert. They were afraid that behind the God-lamenting wall, all that awaited them was the trap of the saint race. But at this time, in this unknown saint race universe, all that existed was quiet space. Stars shined in the far-off distance without the shadow of anyone present. Everything was peaceful to the point of being eerie. A restless feeling swelled within Daiwahen's heart. But now was not the time to hesitate. He loudly proclaimed, "Full speed ahead!" The primal god race was currently a worn-out force filled with nothing but tired soldiers. But the Ark of Hope didn't slow down in the least. Passed through space, rapidly activating the Great Void Shift. Time and time again, the Ark of Hope crossed through the saint race universe. The ancient races had a magnificent and gloriously long history. They possessed a star chart of the 33 heavens, a grand map that broadly described the universes of the 33 heavens. It also marked where the universes of the 33 heavens connected with each other and the main races that dwelled within them. Although this star chart's information was vague, it had an inestimable function for this moment. It could show them the general direction to take. Otherwise, the ancient races wouldn't know just where to go to find the divine realm. Tabagawe looked at the star chart and said, "The universe we're at is called Saint Strife Heaven. Its size is 70% that of the primeval universe, and within the Saint's 7 heavens, it is one with a relatively low number of masters and is comparatively lacking in resources. According to what we know, this Saint Strife Heaven is one of the safer heavens and there are no true divinities here. There is a chance we can simply pass directly through and safely arrive at the divine realm. Even for a true divinity, wanting to travel through the universe to catch up would require time. Even if the good fortune Saint Sovereign wanted to send out news of their arrival, it would still require time. Their successful escape wasn't a hopeless prospect by any means. Moreover, according to information obtained by the primal god race, the true divinities of the saint race were in a heated struggle against each other. This was because the situation involved ownership of all the resources within the primeval realm ruins. Amongst the saint race true divinities, the good fortune Saint Sovereign was the strongest. He had established the largest influence of the saint race and became the saint sovereign of the saint race, commanding all 7 heavens of the saints. He wrested away almost 80% of the saint race's total resources, including the primeval realm ruins and the grand mist spirit bead. Finally, he even managed to subdue Famine's body, making that soulless body into his avatar. All advantages were taken by the good fortune saint sovereign. In this situation, the other true divinities were certainly discontent. The good fortune saint sovereign had launched a great war focused on the primal god race. This war was to plunder the resources of the primeval ruins, and most of these resources would be taken by the good fortune saint sovereign. As for the war against the divine realm, this was also because of the good fortune saint sovereign's ambitions. The other saint race true divinities weren't necessarily willing to serve as the good fortune saint sovereign's spear. Amongst all the bad news, this was the only piece of good news. As they continued passing through space, Daiwahen looked at the star chart, beads of sweat seeping out of his forehead. 3 more great void shifts and we should arrive at the God-lamenting wall beside the divine realm. There we will be able to pass through the God-lamenting wall and enter the divine realm, Daiwahen said. But as he spoke his complexion suddenly changed. In that moment he could feel the arc of hope suddenly slow down as if it had fallen into a swamp. What's happening? Tobague's complexion also changed. He could feel that the arc of hope had entered a giant force field. The surrounding space was sealed. Bang! The grand hall housing the Arc of Hope's array formation suddenly shook like an earthquake passed through it. The martial artists managing the array formation were shaken off their positions. Everyone was left panic-stricken. They looked out the porthole to see dozens of spirit ships before them. They had already been waiting there and had activated their array formations. The Arc of Hope was a little fly that had landed on a spider's web, unable to move, and to create an array formation that could intercept the Arc of Hope, the strength of their opponents could be imagined. Saint Race spirit ships. Daiwahen sucked in a breath of cold air. They had been ambushed. How could they be so quick? A roaring bone race Empyrean clenched his fists, his voice filled with unwillingness. They were already so close to the divine realm. Just a little bit more and they would have been able to flee the Saint Strife heaven. But now, all of their plans had fallen short. From the time that we escaped until now, only several days have passed. During the days we spent traveling through 2 universes of the 33 heavens, we did so entirely within the Arc of Hope. It would be impossible for anyone to be faster than us. And logically speaking, even if our location was traced, there shouldn't have been anyone here who could have caught up and still had enough time to lay down these array formations. These people should have been transferred here from the divine realm. In a quiet corner, Lin Ming suddenly spoke up. Although his voice was calm and composed, his words couldn't hide their tinge of weakness. In that battle against the good fortune Saint Sovereign, Lin Ming had used up far too much energy. He had almost combusted his soul and had been forced to overdraw his mind and soul force. Transferred from the divine realm, huh? Tobague muttered out loud. Lin Ming's explanation was the most reasonable possibility. The saint races controlled 7 heavens, but in the end they still relied on Empyrean-level spirit ships to travel. If they wanted to cross through a universe of the 33 heavens, it would still require 1 or 2 months. In a short several days, wanting to summon so many martial artists to this area of a universe was easier said than done. Much less not all Empyreans were commanded by the good fortune Saint Sovereign. However, if the martial artists that were sent to the divine realm were ordered to return and intercept the Arc of Hope, then that would be far easier. Ancient remnant races. I've been waiting for you for far too long. In the void, a loud and grand voice echoed outwards. A red-robed middle-aged man slowly flew out from the middle of the Saint Race forces. A faint smile hung on his face and he wore battle armor over his robes. His cultivation was at the peak Empyrean realm. His eyes were like lightning. He casually swept over the Arc of Hope's array formation and could see that its energy reserves were now down to 5%. Although this was still a beyond divinity level spirit treasure, it was impossible for its true potential to be displayed. The background of these ancient remnant races is indeed deep. To think they could get their hands on such a supreme treasure. What a pity for them. But all of this will belong to the saints. The armored man diabolically grinned. Killing the ancient races and capturing Lin Ming alive, this would be a monumental merit. His fame and prestige amongst the saints would skyrocket, and he would also obtain rich rewards from the good fortune Saint Sovereign. At this time, behind the middle-aged man, space began to distort with ripples. One after another, Saint Race Empyreans appeared, their figures slowly appearing as they broke through space. Their cultivations were amazing and their blood vitality was overwhelming. As they stood in space, they were like planets blocking the world. Among them, there were several individuals that emanated an aura as deep as an abyss, as if they were unfathomable beings. These were also peak Empyreans, not much worse than the armored Empyrean who first appeared. The ancient race powerhouses within the Ark of Hope all had grim expressions. They could feel a great crisis and pressure pushing down on them. They had fled the tiger's den just to enter the wolf's lair, and it just so happened that they had used up nearly all of their strength in order to escape the primeval universe. Moreover, they only had 2 peak Empyreans left in to Bague and Daiwahen. What capital did they have to fight with these Saint Empyreans in front of them? Must the heavens destroy my people? Daiwahen clenched his fists so hard that his hands shivered. The old god sovereign had sacrificed himself, handing the future of their people to him. But, in the end, this was all that resulted. Damn! Daiwahen's nails dug so deep into his palms that blood began dripping. At this time, the ancient race Empyreans began moving forwards, standing behind Daiwahen. They faced the porthole and saw this force of Saint Empyreans that was 10 times stronger and had been biding their time here. For a time, a tragic desolateness spread in their hearts. They were well aware that in this following battle, it was likely they would all be annihilated. Seal the array and block them in. Don't give them a single crevice to escape from. In space, dozens of Saint Empyreans assembled together. In addition, there were many ordinary world kings and great world kings. These world kings and even more holy lords gathered on spirit ships that were able to combine all of their strength. They brought their energies together to reinforce the massive array net, sealing off all directions of escape for the Ark of Hope. With its nearly depleted energy reserves, the Ark of Hope simply didn't have any chances of breaking through. In the Ark of Hope, all of the ancient race Empyreans were solemn and quiet. In the face of death, no one felt fear. Instead, they silently waited for the final great battle. The Azura Primal God Cannon, can we still use it? Daiwahen looked at Lin Ming. As he saw Lin Ming's pale face, Daiwahen couldn't bear to say these words. He knew that Lin Ming had consumed far too much strength. Lin Ming fell deep in thought. To open the Azura Primal God Cannon with the ancient race Empyreans in their current conditions as well as using the remaining energy reserves of the Ark of Hope, he feared that even if he recklessly burned his soul, he still wouldn't be able to activate it. Even if they somehow managed to operate the God Cannon, the blast would only be able to kill several Saint Race Empyreans. It wouldn't be able to change the momentum of the battle. They had been forced into a dead end. Looking out of the porthole, every inch of Lin Ming's flesh and blood and bones shivered in pain, on the verge of collapse. In the primeval universe, he had banded together with the numerous ancient race powerhouses, undergoing many hardships together. They had sacrificed themselves in order to heavily wound the good fortune Saint Sovereign and find a chance of salvation somewhere in the dark. Yet, was everything going to end here? Just a single step away. If they could return to the divine realm, they would be able to find humanity, find life. I understand. Daiwahen grimly nodded. If that's the case, there's nothing else to say. Perhaps we cannot protect the bloodlines of the ancient remnant races, but at the least we can protect our glory. Perhaps we cannot change the flow of history, but at the least we will use our blood to carve our names in the river of history. As Daiwahen spoke, a blazing fighting spirit lit up in the hearts of the ancient race martial artists. Us ancient race martial artists? Since when did we fear death? I would rather die with honor than live dishonorably. The ancient race martial artists all strengthened their resolves. And at this time, Outside of the Ark of Hope, the Saint Race army also began to move. Everyone, this battle is of the utmost importance. Even if success is assured, we cannot underestimate them. Attack together and make sure not a single one of them escapes. The one speaking was a Saint Empyrean wearing a gold crown. His expression was cold and ruthless, his eyes shining with killing intent. Activate the Grand Array and destroy that spirit ship's protective shield. The red-robed Saint Empyrean waved his hand. He was the High Commander of the Saint Race army assigned to invade the Divine Realm. The military seal was in his possession and his title was the Saint General, given supreme authority over this army. He had long received a warning from the good fortune Saint Sovereign. This pack of powerhouses that had fled the primeval universe didn't have much strength left. They would collapse at the first blow. Their only hope was that mysterious spirit ship. But at this moment, the spirit ship's protective shield was nearly non-existent. It wouldn't be able to last much longer. As the red-robed Saint Empyrean's voice fell, several peak Empyreans suddenly took the initiative, their bodies becoming dim. Divine lights from all sorts of astral essence surged within the void, rapidly expanding into a sea of gold. In an instant, all of the heaven and earth origin energy in the surrounding space for millions of miles was swallowed up. The Saint Race Empyrean's attacks were as dazzling as stars. Countless star-like runes came smashing downwards, colliding with the Ark of Hope. In that heaven-shaking explosion, the Ark of Hope was like a tiny boat in a raging storm, sent tumbling around in the waves. Within the Ark of Hope, the collision from the energy palm strikes of the Saint Empyreans caused everyone within to stumble about. Several exhausted Empyreans nearly toppled over. Lin Ming violently shook, only managing to stabilize himself after some time. The several Empyreans driving the Ark of Hope were deathly pale. They were all anxious as they stared at the protective shield outside the spirit ship. That strike just now was the joint attack of dozens of Empyreans, and the power behind it approached that of a true divinity. The Ark of Hope's protective shield wouldn't be able to withstand several more strikes. After their protective shield shattered, they would have to engage the Saint Race Empyreans in a battle to the death. If we have any remaining god decrees, then use them all, Daiwahen decisively said as he looked towards the starry space outside. The ancient race's Azura decrees and upper true divinity god decrees had all been used up. All that remained were relatively ordinary god decrees. Although they were weaker, they were now the last attack methods the ancient races had. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the void, the gold-crowned Saint Empyrean flourished his hands. A wave of attacks roiled towards the Ark of Hope, smashing into it. And beside him, the Saint General moved his hands in a circle, gathering an incredibly vast amount of strength. Large arcs of electricity appeared like thunder dragons. It was clear that out of all the Saint Empyreans present, these two were the strongest. Beneath the terrifying barrage of attacks from these two people, the Ark of Hope's energy reserves began to run dry. Further out in space, numerous Saint Empyreans coldly sneered, their contemptuous eyes locked onto the Ark of Hope. The moment that the Ark of Hope's protective shield shattered, they could directly break into the spirit ship and slaughter the ancient race martial artists within. But at this time, a strange humming sound rang through the air. An overwhelming light flowed through space like a river of mercury, covering the space before them. This light contained an incredibly spiritual divine aura. It shook the void, causing the heart to shake. As it appeared, massive tracts of space were directly pierced through. It hurtled forwards like a tsunami, annihilating everything in its path. Feeling this heart-racing divine aura, the red-robed Empyrean and the gold-crowned Empyrean both rapidly drew back. But there was still a Saint Empyrean that couldn't dodge in time and was engulfed by this golden light. Nayo! The gold-crowned Empyrean shouted out. The Empyrean who was swallowed by that light was his friend. But now that he wasn't able to escape in time, his body had disintegrated away without even his bones remaining. Damn it! The gold-crowned Empyrean's eyes lit up with a fierce murderous intent. God decree! These Empyreans had already obtained information about the ancient remnant races. They knew that the god decrees were left behind by true divinities of the past, and their might was immeasurable. Even an Empyrean wouldn't be able to withstand them. Humph, spread out. I want to see just how many god decrees you have. The red-robed saint narrowed his eyes as he issued this order. In any case, these refugees from the primeval universe were already caged into the inescapable array formation net. No matter what they tried, they wouldn't be able to escape. And since those within the Ark of Hope still had God decrees, it would be safer to just be a bit more careful and slowly consume them. At this time, the atmosphere within the Ark of Hope was dignified. The remaining God decrees were relatively weak, and there were currently only 4 remaining. That single strike just now used up 2 other God decrees, and yet they only managed to kill a middle Empyrean. There just wasn't any meaning to that. And if the Saint army were to scatter, then the effects of the God decrees would diminish even more. Using them again would be a waste. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Outside the spirit ship, the terrifying barrage rung against their protective shield like the merciless knell of a death god. Many array formation runes had collapsed and broken apart beneath the waves of impact. The ancient race Empyreans could already hear the sound of the protective shield breaking apart. Their hearts tightened. This was because they knew that the time to rush outside and kill until they themselves were killed was finally about to arrive. Daiwahen and Tabague each grasped 2 of the remaining 4 god decrees. They locked onto a target, the red-robed Empyrean, the Saint General. They knew that, in this situation, death was already certain. But what they wanted to do in the final moments before their deaths was to burn away their lives and detonate the god decrees, dragging this red-robed Saint General down to hell with them. If they could kill the red-robed Saint General, then that would also be an attack on the Saints. Bang! In the ongoing explosions, Daiwahen could hear the sound of the protective barrier breaking apart. He took a deep breath and tightly gripped his weapon. He was ready to hurtle into space and burn away every ounce of his life. But at this moment, behind Daiwahen, Lin Ming suddenly felt his mind shake. He looked outside the porthole with disbelief in his eyes. Wait, wait! Lin Ming suddenly shouted. Many ancient race Empyreans were startled. They didn't know just what Lin Ming had discovered. What is it? Daiwahen and Tabague followed Lin Ming's gaze. But outside the porthole, all they could see was the vast deepness of space and nothing else. They were puzzled. They were all looking at the same area. But did Lin Ming see some favorable turn for them? Someone is coming. Lin Ming's complexion changed again and again, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. His senses could not compare with Daiwahen's or Tabague's, but in that moment he had heard a voice that no one else could. This voice had come from Xianxia and the 1,000-mile heart link. Xianxia had come. Not just that, but there was also the martial artists of humanity. However, just how had they chosen this time to arrive? Bang! After being struck by the joint attack of the Saint Empyreans, the Ark of Hope was sent tumbling away. The protective shield covering the ship had been cracked open like an eggshell, with alarming fissures in the runes. Some of the energy from the Saint Empyreans' attacks was already able to pierce through the protective shield and crash into the Ark of Hope. Lin Ming, who did you say is coming? Daiwahen grabbed Lin Ming's shoulder. In such a critical situation, he didn't know whether the people Lin Ming spoke of were friends or enemies. The divine realm, human martial artists, Lin Ming said. At this time, within his mind, the 1,000-mile heartlink was still reverberating with Xiao Moxian's worried voice. Divine realm, humans. The ancient race powerhouses were stunned upon hearing this. The divine realm was separated from the primeval universe by another heaven. Even if the great calamity descended and the god-lamenting wall became extremely weak, it would be difficult for their races to meet. Even so, the 2 races had just the tiniest connection between them. Empyrean Primordius was a human, and heavenly Empress Xianxia had died in the divine realm. Humanity was once a peak race of the 33 heavens, but after the great calamity 3.6 billion years ago, their inheritances had been severed and their true divinities had died out. Even most of their Empyreans perished in the conflict, and they had become a waning race. Just what would humanity of the present era be like? As the ancient race martial artists were stunned, There was a loud detonation as the Ark of Hope's protective shield finally shattered into pieces. In the midst of the terrifying attack, a beam of energy shot out, causing brilliant fireworks to light up the dark space. "It's finally broken, heh?" The gold-crowned Empyrean and the Saint General both chuckled. They used their techniques, about to fatally strike down the many martial artists within the Ark of Hope. But at this time, Daiwahen threw out 2 god decrees without a hint of hesitation. Whoosh! The god decrees cut through space like a divine arrow, exploding in the cosmos. They formed a dreadful shockwave that swept over 1,000,000 miles of space. The gold-crowned Empyrean savagely grinned. "Using the same old tricks to delay for time, but you still won't be able to change your fate of annihilation." The gold-crowned Empyrean avoided the god decree's energy storm and was about to attack once more. But at this time his complexion changed. He turned to see that behind him, just 10,000 miles away, ripple-like distortions began to appear in the pitch-black space. Within these ripples an exquisite white building slowly surfaced. This was a palace. This white jade palace seemed insignificant compared to the massive spatial ripples around it, like a leaf of jade floating in the water. But as the gold-crowned Empyrean looked at this white jade palace, he felt something bizarre and weird. Looking at this palace, he felt as if all of existence were unreal, and this palace was slowly fluttering towards him from some distant dream. And following that, right behind this palace, spirit ships began to rush out en masse. These spirit ships were all massive constructions, each one emitting a vast and solemn atmosphere. And amidst these spirit ships there was a golden great Buddha. This golden great Buddha sat upon a lotus throne, its body 1,000 miles long, stabilizing the surrounding void. Rays of Buddhic light lingered around it, giving it a solemn and hallowed atmosphere. Buddhist chants hummed in the air, ignoring distances of space to resound in the ears of all like a great bell enlightening the mind, so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Like this, the great Buddha flew forwards in space like a giant sun, dazzling to the eyes. Humanity? The High Commander of the Saint Race's Divine Realm Invasion Force, the red-robed Saint General, narrowed his eye as he saw those spirit ships. After preparing for war in the Divine Realm for so many years, he certainly recognized the influences of humanity. The White Jade Palace originated from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. As for the Golden Great Buddha, it was from the most glorious and storied human Empyrean Holy Land Mount Potala. This was Mount Potala's supreme treasure for crossing through space. Humanity. These are human martial artists? Daiwahen, Tabagawe, and the many other ancient race Empyreans had looks of surprise and disbelief twining together on their faces as they saw the forces of humanity arrive. They had heard that humanity had long been on the decline. In the minds of the primal god race, the entire divine realm might be far more populous than the primeval universe, but the number of genuine masters probably wasn't much higher. Thus, as they saw this sight before them today, all of them were filled with incredulity. Whether it was that white jade palace or that golden great Buddha, both gave off immeasurably deep feelings. From a misty sea of white light around the white jade palace, a white-clothed woman stepped forth from the void. Millions of hazy white silk ribbons hung from her body, enveloping her in a faint fog. She was a genius of peerless talent and grace. Looking at her was like looking at a goddess from a dream. Even though it was difficult to see her appearance, she actually gave off an inexplicable feeling, as if there was always a small voice in one's head informing a person that she was beautiful to the extreme. Her steps were calm and measured. She held a ribbon in her hand, as if she weren't here to slaughter her enemies, but simply taking a leisurely walk through the park, enjoying the sights. Meanwhile, in the 2 eyes of the great golden Buddha, there were 2 men in Kajias respectively sitting in the right eye and left eye. The one in the right eye was an enlightened old monk. He held a monk's staff, a kakara, in his hands, set horizontally above his lap. His eyes were closed as sutras were prayed from between his lips. And in the left eye was a young monk. His face was sharp and polished. He was an incredibly handsome individual, and he wore a crown atop his head. His eyes were as bright as the moon and his lips were red like cinnabar. This young man wearing the cassia was one of humanity's most talented Emperors, Emperor Xianxia. And behind the great golden Buddha was a magnificently built bright red divine warship. Atop the bow of this warship, a tall old man wielding a great sword arrogantly stood there. He wore red robes and his aura was aggressive and unfathomably deep. In the negotiations between the saints and humanity, Lin Ming had once casually acquainted himself with this red-robed old man. He was a peak human Empyrean Skyrend godlord. The 4 human Empyreans lined up, creating an array in the void. They formed a wall of energy that emitted a dreadful pressure, shocking the cosmos. Even though both sides possessed peak Empyreans, the momentum of the saints was actually suppressed. In particular, Divine Dream and Emperor Xianxia. One yin, one yang, the two of them together nearly reached the realm of true divinity. Empyrean Divine Dream, Senior Emperor Xianxia, Great Limitless Buddha, Skyrend Godlord. As Lin Ming saw these 4 people, he was ecstatic. He had left the divine realm for dozens of years and had experienced hurdles and dangers, disregarding his own safety, risking his life and suffering countless hardships all the while. He had already felt constrained for a long time. Now, when he was alone and without help, he saw the Empyreans of humanity arrive just in time. They are humanity's Empyreans? Daiwahen was shocked as he saw these people, especially Divine Dream and Emperor Xianxia. In this great calamity, the saints' momentum had been overwhelming and unstoppable as they went to war in all directions, forcing other races to retreat again and again in defeat. Some held the belief that the ancient remnant races were in the twilight of their years, soon to perish, and humanity's destiny had already been exhausted. Although Daiwahen and Tabague didn't wish to acknowledge this, they also faintly had this idea in their hearts. But as they saw the sight before them, they actually discovered that humanity possessed mind-boggling peerless geniuses. For contrast, even if the number 1 genius of the ancient remnant races, Smokeless, were to grow up, even she wouldn't compare to Divine Dream and Emperor Xianxia. Big Brother Lin. Lin Ming felt his breath leave him the moment he heard this familiar voice. He followed it to see that not too far behind Empyrean Divine Dream there was a young woman dressed in black. She was slim and elegant with skin as bright as porcelain. Her body was covered in a faint black fog, and in the space around her, heaven and earth origin energy and starlight gathered, lingering about her. The black-clothed woman's belly was slightly raised. Exuding from it was a potent yet small life force. Even from such a distance, Lin Ming could feel that he shared the same roots as this life force. This black-clothed woman was Xiao Maxian. Currently, she was looking towards the Ark of Hope with worry on her face. As for Lin Ming's flesh and blood growing within her stomach, it had already been gestating for a long time. This was because for those of a god-beast bloodline, breeding a small life required a tremendously long period of time. But once the child was born, it would have a naturally gifted spiritual wisdom. Lin Ming's gaze pierced through the Ark of Hope's porthole and looked right to Xiao Maxian. Xiao Maxian couldn't see Lin Ming, but she could clearly feel his existence. For a time, all sorts of feelings swelled up within his heart. He felt that he owed Xiao Maxian far too much. During this time, Lin Ming was unable to show himself as they were surrounded by the saints. Xian'er, how did you know we were in a crisis? In the Ark of Hope, Lin Ming used the 1,000-mile heartlink to speak to Xiao Maxian. A woman told us. She wore a black dress and was as ephemeral as fog. She showed us images of you struggling in the primeval universe. Although Empyrean Divine Dream was suspicious, she still quickly gathered the human elites to race here. Luckily, we managed to catch up in time. As Xian Maxian happily spoke, Lin Ming was stunned. A black-dressed woman as ephemeral as fog. Could it be Soul Empress Xiangmei? Only she would know that he was bitterly engaged with the saints. Xiangmei. She saved us? Lin Ming didn't know what to feel. There were too many riddles concerning Xiangmei. Lin Ming looked towards Empyrean Divine Dream once more. He knew that for Divine Dream to act according to such uncertain news and gather the elites of humanity to rush here was actually an incredibly great risk. If this was a trap, then there was a chance they could all be annihilated. Even so, Empyrean Divine Dream had relied on her own instinct and judgment to make such a bold and decisive decision. And the reason she took such a risk was mostly to rescue Lin Ming. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt inexplicably moved. Empyrean Primordius, Heavenly Empress Xianxia, the Old God Sovereign, Divine Dream, even Empyrean Divine Seal from 3.6 billion years in the past, as well as the warriors of humanity and the ancient remnant races, all of these people were fighting beside him. He was not alone. In the void, the red-robed Saint General stepped forwards. He looked at Empyrean Divine Dream and sneered, "Divine Dream, to think you would cross the God-lamenting wall to challenge us. Are you planning to officially declare war with my saint race?" Although the red-robed Saint General was the supreme commander of the saint race's divine realm invasion force, the truth was that they had never actually truly struck at the divine realm. Almost 100 years ago, the saints sent the good fortune Saint Sun to Mount Padala. There, the many Empyreans established a contract stating that the battlefield would be limited to the bright luster world, and those at the Empyrean level wouldn't directly participate in the battles. Humanity and the saints had existed in precarious peace. But today, this temporary and false peace would be broken. Let the curtains of the true war rise today. Ha ha ha! Before Empyrean Divine Dream spoke, Skyrend Godlord was already wildly cackling. Do you really think we're cattle to be butchered by you? Do you think I wouldn't kill off you saint dogs and wait for the pack of you to bite us instead? Today, none of you are leaving here. Skyrend Godlord was already enraged. For all these years he had been holding in his anger, his vexation growing more and more. The red-robed Saint General had caused innumerable troubles for him, constantly taunting him with the prospect of an all-out war. So how could he not be angry about this? You don't think any of us are leaving? You sure like to shamelessly boast. The several peak Empyreans of the Saint Army began to laugh. Since you all want to die a bit earlier, then let me fulfill your wish. I've always wanted to experience your strength, in particular you, Divine Dream. I heard that you are a peerless talent of your era and are considered the spiritual leader of humanity. Then, let me see just what capital you have today. The red-robed Saint General licked his lips. His eyes filled with a plundering aggression, as if he could pierce through the dense fog surrounding Divine Dream and see her appearance. Facing such rude behavior, Empyrean Divine Dream simply stretched out her right hand. On the ends of her fingertips, tiny ice crystals seemed to gather, forming an ice lotus that quietly bloomed. As this ice lotus appeared, a hazy and mystical atmosphere followed it, as if there was some vague sound from the heavens reverberating through the world. From a single node, in an instant it swept through the world. Space dimmed, becoming mystical. Hallucinogenic lights filled the world. A rainbow of light ripples spread out, dazzling the senses. Divine Dream Space. This whole space extended to infinity, seeming to contain some horrifying depth in its magnificence. The red-robed Saint General frowned. He was directly enveloped in this space. He was impressed. He was well aware that this woman across from him was considered the person closest to true divinity within the human race. If it wasn't for the inheritance of the divine realm true divinities being severed long ago, if it wasn't for the fact that she chose to take the extinct path of dual cultivating energy and divine, if she hadn't needed to rely on herself for all this time, then she might have already become a true divinity. The red-robed Saint General gripped his fists, explosive sounds echoing out from his joints. With loud crackles, his body grew larger and taller. Golden beams of light shot out from his pupils and he emitted waves of mystical strength. This was the Saint race's bloodline body metamorphosis. The red-robed Saint General didn't underestimate his opponent. From the start, he gave it everything he had. With his bloodline, after using body metamorphosis, his golden eyes would be able to penetrate through all illusions. It was a top technique of the Saint race. In the middle of the divine dream space, countless celestial bodies floated about. Innumerable divine mountains hovered in space. In the midst of that endless fog, every mountain had a ghost of divine dream sitting in meditation atop it. Every ghost emitted a vast pressure, the eyes like stars that aimed towards the red-robed Saint General. Every ray of light transformed into god beasts in space. They were covered with scales, possessing an ancient and distant will as they roared out loud, sweeping towards the red-robed Saint General. These god beasts and all other illusions were formed from the dream, but they were incredibly lifelike. They truly possessed the power of Empyreans and the strength of god beasts. Reality was a dream, dream was a reality. Within the divine dream space force field, everything Empyrean divine dream thought of could turn into reality. On the side of the humans, all martial artists watched with wide eyes. This was the first time they had seen Empyrean divine dream fight. The god race had long heard of divine dream's fame, but as to just how strong she was, they didn't know. Today they would finally see it. An illusion attack? The Saint General coldly sneered. His golden eyes burst out with a golden light that could pierce through all. 1,000,000,000,000 golden symbols smashed into the surrounding world, but in the blink of an eye they were all crushed by the infinite mystical strength surrounding everything. His golden pupils that could see through all of existence actually couldn't see through anything in this world. His vision was completely sucked in by divine dreams incarnations and those god-beast illusions. In an instant, the red-robed Saint General's complexion greatly changed. How is this possible? Could this space be the real world and not an illusion? The red-robed Saint General felt goosebumps rise all over his body. To transform the real world with but a thought, was that even possible? Bang! A dragon-shaped god-beast swept towards the red-robed Saint General. The sharp claws only gently grasped outwards to easily tear open the void, creating a whirlwind of death. The red-robed Saint General tossed his head back and roared out loud. His fist was as hard as a star, possessing the momentum to crush apart planets. In a single breath he punched out countless fist phantoms, slaughtering the god beasts around him. Every fist strike caused a god beast to suffer heavy wounds, or even be crushed. These god beasts were overall slightly weaker than a lower Empyrean, but their bodies were actually incredibly tough. As every god beast broke apart, the red-robed Saint General was also struck in return, causing his blood to tumble. Moreover, he soon realized that the shattered god beasts were actually rapidly reforming, a continuous stream with no end. The red-robed Saint General was consuming a considerable amount of strength. As for Empyrean Divine Dream, she was at the center of the divine dream space and hadn't even moved her fingers. Her eyes were slightly closed. A dim white holy light covered her, like falling snow. Her posture was as if she were leisurely standing around. Empyrean Divine Dream seemed as if she hadn't used any strength at all. In fact, it looked as if this battle was not involved with her in any way, as if she had never attacked to begin with. This is her world, her battlefield. If I can't break apart this world, then her strength will be endless. I will suffer certain defeat. The red-robed Saint General's heart shook, immediately believing he understood the basic mysteries behind this world. To turn the dreamland into reality, this was the so-called divine dream space, divine dream's unique ability. As long as they were within the divine dream space, then divine dream stood in an invincible position. Your thoughts aren't wrong, Empyrean Divine Dream suddenly said. With a single glance, she had been able to see through the red-robed Saint General's heart. Her awe-inspiring voice contained a thick killing intent. The red-robed Saint General turned cold. How is this possible? They were both peak Empyreans, so how could Divine Dream know what thoughts were in his mind? As he looked at Empyrean Divine Dream, all of his confidence faded away. Even his thoughts had been seen through. This was too terrifying. What you think of in your heart is your dream. In my divine dream space, all your dreams are open before me. There are no secrets you can keep, Empyrean Divine Dream icily said, seeming as if she could drown the red-robed Saint General in ice. Divine Dream Space. As its name suggested, it was a boundless dreamland and originally possessed an unfathomable effect on the mind. The red-robed Saint General was placed within the divine dream space. In his shock, his mind had fallen to illusion, and thus it was naturally easy for Empyrean Divine Dream to pry into his thoughts. This was a terrifying force field. Facing Empyrean Divine Dream, the red-robed Saint General felt tiny and exposed. like a naked baby. If even his thoughts were seen through, how could he fight? Is she really only an Empyrean? The red-robed Saint General immediately thought, his heart beginning to waver. And at this time Empyrean Divine Dream naturally detected the flaw in the red-robed Saint General's mind. She waved her hand and the entire Divine Dream space rapidly darkened, all light vanishing. Or it was more accurate to say that everything vanished, turning into dim chaos. Suppress. A single word seemed to transmit from boundless celestial temples. Infinite strength contracted, instantly turning into a massive star-sized, suppressed character in the Divine Dream space. With a loud rumble, even space and time seemed suppressed by this symbol. When the red-robed Saint General saw this symbol, he felt as if the force of innumerable stars was pressing down on his limbs with an amazing force, firmly keeping him locked down. He couldn't move. Realizing something was wrong with his body, the red-robed Saint General felt the coming of an inexplicable horror. Empyrean Divine Dream's laws suppressed not his body, but his soul and mind, making him unable to move. If he were to be struck by that suppressed symbol which gathered all of the power within the Divine Dream space, then it was likely he would disintegrate to nothing, with even his soul destroyed. Damn! Move for me! The red-robed Saint General howled. He grit his teeth and burnt his blood essence. Every wisp of blood essence pierced through the void, resonating with the world. It was like countless divine wheels spinning around and roaring, wanting to crush apart the mystical strength all around them. As he burned his blood essence, the red-robed Saint General's formidable strength erupted to its limits. The mystical strength binding him down began to shake and loosen. Ka-ka-ka. The seal was nearly demolished by the red-robed Saint General. Without a change of expression, without even opening her eyes, Empyrean Divine Dream floated forwards, a lofty beauty that emitted a holy brilliance. A jade-white finger slowly stretched out, casually drawing another suppressed character in the void. This suppressed character rapidly expanded in space, quickly turning into another star-sized symbol that came pressing down on the Saint General. Bang! The void shook. The suppressed character crashed onto the red-robed Saint General's body. The universe seemed to collapse as everything fell into endless darkness. The red-robed Saint General seemed to be struck by millions of planets, all of them colliding with him. His bones shattered and his flesh burned. He exhausted all of his strength to stop this suppressed character. I am not willing. How can I be killed by the likes of you in a place like this? The Saint General screamed, his eyes frightening. Boundless and majestic golden energy gushed out from his pores, like countless small golden dragons roaring. The erupting aura shocked the heart. He knew that if he really fell into the endless darkness behind him and the world contracted onto him, he would die without a grave. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't rid himself of the suppressed character atop his head. This simple symbol contained an inexhaustible strength that left one drowning in hopelessness. Then, at this time, rumble, rumble, rumble. A crazy power surged forth and the Divine Dream space shivered. From the Saint Race army, the Golden Crown Empyrean had attacked. The flesh of his right hand had turned into a blood-red lance that pierced through the void. This lance was 10,000 feet long and incredibly sharp and dense, impossible to withstand. A boundless blood vitality flooded out in all directions, so potent that it even squeezed out the mystical strength exuded by the stars. He came from one of the special clans within the Saint race. His supernatural bloodline power was this blood-red lance. It was known as the strongest lance amongst the saints, able to penetrate everything. He watched as the red-robed Saint General was soon to be defeated by Divine Dream and had no choice but to help. When martial artists dueled, others butting their way in or launching sneak attacks wasn't honorable at all. But at this time, how could he care about such things? But as the Golden Crown Empyrean attacked, his eyes as he looked at Empyrean Divine Dream were filled with bewilderment. Was she an Empyrean or a true divinity?